30 days, one goal, a spooky island using no Nintendo Online. Now, I am no stranger to creating Halloween-themed islands. I've actually done quite a few, but I have never done a spooky island without using custom codes created by someone else or using treasure islands, and I've definitely never done one in 30 days. These 30-day Animal Crossing challenges are everywhere at this point, and now I'm ready to try one for myself because I can't even begin to tell you how many islands I've abandoned, how many challenges I've quit doing. So this type of challenge is exactly the motivation I need to finally finish another island. So because this is a challenge, I do have some rules. Rule number 1, the island must be completed in 30 real-life days. And let's be honest, 30 days seems like a lot, but when you're creating an entire island, 30 days is going to go by so fast. Number 2, no Nintendo Online. So this means no cute custom patterns. This means no treasure islands. And most significantly, this means none of my friends can come over to help me organize flowers or clean up my disaster of an island. I have to do this all by myself. Rule number 3, and the only rule to really help me out, is time traveling is allowed. So I can go forward and backward as much as I see fit. And I do foresee having to time travel quite a bit to complete this challenge. Rule number 4, no Happy Home Paradise. I don't think this one will be too bad, but Happy Home Paradise does have a lot of cute furniture items, so I don't know. I'll probably regret adding that as a rule. Now, because I'm a realist, those are the only rules that I'm giving myself. In addition to the rules, I also have some goals for the challenge. That way I can keep myself on track and I don't just have this open-ended island that I'm creating with no endpoint. So, goal number 1, I want this island to be a 5-star island, fully decorated. I want Nook's Cranny to be upgraded, Able Sisters, the museum upgraded, but I definitely don't have to have the museum complete. It just has to be good enough to be 5 stars. Number 2, I want 2 dedicated spooky sections on the island. The whole thing is going to be Halloween themed, but I definitely want 2 specific spooky builds, whether that's a spooky forest or a haunted hayride. It doesn't matter what it is. We'll see what I come up with, but definitely 2 dedicated builds. And number 3, I do want to have my house interior decorated, and we're just going to see how that goes. So with the rules in place and the goals set, it is time to embark on our 30-day spooky island journey. Here we are, Timmy and Tommy. We meet once again for the beginning portion of this game. I'm not even sure at this point how many times I've been through this. It's been a lot. And I would say that it's a lot even for islands that I've actually started and intended on completing. Not even counting the fact that I'm doing all of the resets, everything like that. Like, I have been through this part of the game so many times. But here we are again. This island we are actually going to finish. And I'm very excited about that. So, we need to go ahead and enter in our name and birthday. So, of course, my name is Caito. Let's go ahead and get that in there really quick. And my birthday is coming up. It's actually going to be in the month that we're doing this challenge, October 6th. So we're going to be able to do all of the birthday stuff this month, which will be exciting. Now we do need to make a character really quick, and I always do the exact same thing. Pigtails with the reddish brown hair, a very specific eye, nose, mouth combination, and then we're done. I think I have that part down to a science. We're going to be playing in the Northern Hemisphere because I just want everything to feel authentic to the season that I'm in where I live. And now it is time for one of the most important decisions, picking our map layout. All right, I don't hate any of these choices. I think they're all pretty good. I'm leaning towards the bottom left. Resident Services is pretty far away, which is what I tend to go for in a map. I don't want to do any re-rolls. This is not an island that's all about that. It doesn't have to be perfect. So I think I'm going to go bottom left. I think that's our best option. Now, a lot of stuff happens really quickly here. We have cherries. We're going to find out our airport color and our villagers. What are they going to be? Oh my gosh. Okay. Yellow airport is good. I think the yellow airport is one of my favorite ones. These villagers... I mean, I guess it is a Halloween island, so it's good that Biff is kind of scary. And then we have Fuchsia. Honestly, I don't know how much I'm going to care about the villagers. We're going to deal with that later. We do have a cute little pond, and we need to go over here and talk to Tom Nook and do the whole orientation part of this process. We have spoken with Tom Nook. I got the tent from Tommy here, actually, and I need to go find a place. But here is my predicament. I typically try to find a decent spot for my house just on the mainland, but I'm thinking I need to go with the beach route. And I feel like a lot of people do this at this point, knowing that they're going to move where their tent location is. I sometimes stray away from it because if I'm not going to be using Treasure Islands, I'm going to have to earn all of the money myself to move all of these buildings. And that is terrifying to me. I'm going to need a lot of money. But I'm just going to go with it. I'm going to put as many buildings on the beach as I can, starting with my tent. Then we need to go and find the other villagers and put their tents on the beach as well. All right, Fuchsia, give me your tent, and I have the perfect seaside view for you. And let's just hope that you don't get soaking wet every morning because you are going to be literally right by the water. Fuchsia's tent location is secured. Now I need to grab Biff and do the same exact thing for him. I'm thinking right about here will be good. Or not. It's too close to another structure. We're not going to do it there. We are going to do it here. That is still too close. We're going to move over a little bit more. Here we go. Perfect tent location. Look how cute they are right next to each other. I think this is great. Everyone has a spot. We're good to go. Another orientation from Tom Nook, and this time I know that he's going to ask me to gather tree branches and then eventually fruit. So we're going to go ahead and grab both after he sets us free this time. I also love how they word this, like we're all going to be working together. It's a team effort. Everyone lives on the island. It's all harmonious, and yeah. No one does anything except me. I literally have to do everything. So can we just not act like anyone else is helping? The first time I played through this, I actually went around gathering all of the tree branches like this, like one at a time. I thought they had to be already fallen, but you can actually just stand here, shake one tree until you have all 10 branches, and now I do it that way. Work smarter, not harder. We're also going to gather our 6 cherries, one for each person who's on the island right now, and then head back to Tom Nook. I trust you had success foraging for tree branches. Allow me to lighten your load. Okay, here we go. Another very important part of the game is coming up shortly, and of course, me being me, I am not at all prepared. He found out that we had cherries. I already have you covered, Tom. Here are the 6 cherries that you need. At last, allow me to properly welcome you to your new island. This is his most exciting endeavor. Isn't that great? So now is the point in time where we are going to have to name the island. They really don't waste any time here. Like, you have to name things and commit to things so quickly. So here we go. I need to name it. I'm going to take a minute. I'm going to think about it, and then I'll come back. After what took way longer than a minute, I finally have a name. I'm going to be naming the island 13. 13 is typically an unlucky number. I feel like it kind of speaks to the Halloween spooky vibes without just calling my island Halloween Town or something. And for certain people, 13 is actually a lucky number. So we're going to see how this goes. Welcome to the island 13. Of course, everyone is going to vote for my island name because it's the best of the bunch. And now I think it's time for us to get some sleep. The game is going to sync with real time, and we can continue making some progress on the island. This part where Tom Nook screams into your tent and wakes you up in the morning, it just reminds me of those mornings when you were a kid and your parents would wake you up at like 8 a.m. on a Saturday because you had something to do or you had to like clean your room. I don't know. And it's just like, come on, just let me sleep a little bit. I get it, but I want to sleep until noon. And you know, it all comes full circle because once you're a parent yourself and you have kids, then you're the one who has to wake them up early because you know that there's actually reasons that they do have to get up early. It's a whole thing. Okay, we got our Nook phone, which is exciting. And now it's time for us to learn about the Nook mileage program and the bill that we actually owe for moving to this. So we need some Nook miles, and this is going to be a grind. Something about this first 5,000 miles. For me personally, it just takes a long time, okay? When you really get down to the meat and bones of it all, I don't think I'm actually very good at Animal Crossing. I may be okay at designing, but actually playing the game, I don't know if I'm that great. We do have 2 letters from Nintendo, 2 different gifts. I think one of them is the Switch Lite, and I don't remember what the other one is. Let's go ahead and start looking at our Nook miles. 13 miles, not to be confused with the 500 miles that we actually got. We only need 4,500 more miles. All right, so it is the Nintendo Switch. Oh, it's the Animal Crossing one. Oh, and the DIY Workbench DIY. Okay. I'm going to do some cleaning up here. I think it's important for me to really focus on these little things that I often may or may not look over at the beginning, and then I invite people over to come and help me do it because I don't like to do it by myself. So I'm going to actually go through here. I'm going to clean up all of the weeds, pick up all of the sticks on the ground, just kind of do those mindless activities that you need to do at the beginning. And then I think we need to focus on getting all 5,000 Nook miles so we can go ahead and upgrade our house today. Now I think that I have cleaned up every single weed on this section of land that I can get to right now. I mean, I still don't have the vaulting pole, but so far we're clean. Now I need Tom Nook to teach me all of the different recipes like this early game. I think he gives me the fishing rod first. And one of my goals is to definitely get Blathers today. Not necessarily get him on the island because I would have to time travel for that, but I want to invite him. Okay, let's go in here. I'm going to sell some of my cherries, probably not all of them, and some of my weeds. I don't know at this point how much I'm wanting to hoard, but I do like to hoard some at the beginning because I don't know what I'm going to need. 5,790 bells, that's perfect. Okay, it does look like we have some miles. Greedy Weeder, 300 miles. Oh, we have 2 of them. See, I cleaned out so many weeds. I'm so proud of myself. And pick of the bunch, we did get some cherries off the trees. 1,600 miles. Oh, and Seller of Unwanted Stuff. Okay, that was a good run. Tom Nook has shown me how to use the DIY workbench, so I'm going to go ahead and craft a fishing rod and then go around and try to catch, I think it's 5 fish that I need to donate to Tom to get him to call Blathers. I'm also going to log into the Nook Stop, go ahead and get the 50 miles and start our streak because this is such an easy way to get bonus miles. I'm not really interested in much of this, but I am going to go ahead and order these outdoor shorts. I don't know why. I just like them. We got some more miles actually for doing a little bit of shopping, so that's good. I'm also going to go in here and change my passport because I know if I do that, I will also get miles, so perfect. Edit credit. 300 miles, I will take it. While we're getting these out of the way, let's go to the bulletin board. I'm just going to draw something on the bulletin board. Bulletin board benefit gets us 300 more miles. We are up to 2,850. Fishing is so infuriating. I don't even know what to say about it. I don't even know at this point. I'm just so bad at it, no matter what. And like, I get it. Some people, it's really easy, but I get too antsy and I just click the button on accident too soon. It's so bad. Okay, 6 million years later, I have caught enough fish to go back to Tom. I'm gonna donate these and go ahead and get this ball rolling. And just like that, Blathers is coming to the island Tom is giving us his tent, and I'm going to find a place to put it. Now, I know that I said earlier that I wanted to put every building on the beach, but this is going to be an exception. I am actually going to put my museum right next to resident services, just for the ease of it all. I just think it'll be easy for me to go back and forth, put down the museum right there. In my brain, it makes sense. While I'm in here, I'm going to go ahead and craft some more of these flimsy tools. I need a new net and I need an axe. We actually have some more Nook miles to collect. So we got 300 miles for, I don't know if that was making a DIY or learning a DIY. I'm not sure. Now that I have my axe, I'm going to go around and shake some of the trees. I want to make sure there aren't any wasps in here before I start chopping. We're definitely going to donate the first wasp that we find, but wasps are also a great source of income. I feel weird calling it income. They're a good way to make bells, okay? There's not some weird like wasp black market or anything. They just, you get it. Okay, my pockets are actually getting full, so while I'm over here, let's go ahead and place the museum down. And like I said, I'm going to place it right here next to resident services. I just feel like this is going to be a good spot. I'm also going to start placing all of the bugs and fish that I need to donate to Blathers right next to the museum, just so I know which ones I haven't donated yet. Anything else I get, I will go sell it or I'll put it next to my house. Something like that, just so I know the difference. We got some more miles for chopping the trees and for trashing our tools, so I'm feeling good about that. We're getting closer and closer to the 5,000. I feel like we're going to be able to do this. I'm going to sell some more stuff to Timmy here just to clean up my pockets, and then I do actually want to buy the slingshot recipe, and I think he has a recipe for the beginner's DIY bundle recipe, so I'm going to go ahead and get both of those. We did get some more miles, so first time buyer, I guess purchasing from Timmy is different than purchasing at the Nook stop. I don't know, I'll take it. I did some more crafting, I needed some more tools, but I also crafted this hay bed, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to place it down. I'm going to use my axe to collect the resources from the rocks in this area that I'm able to get to. A gold nugget? On my first rock ever. On an island named 13? Okay, this is a lucky island. I'm just gonna say that. So like I was saying, I'm gonna place the hay bed down so I can collect the resources. And if you do it this way, if you place something behind you, because I don't have my shovel yet and I can't dig the holes behind me, placing an item like this will allow you to get the most resources you can from the axe, which is actually just one less than you can get from the shovel. We have some more miles to collect. This one is exterior decorator. I've done absolutely no decoration. However, it is counting my bugs as decoration, so I will take it. And this rock is actually the money rock. This could not be going any better right now. We are almost to 5,000 Nook miles, and I have over 15,000 bells. Excuse me, over 16,000 bells. I'm feeling great. We did get some Nook miles for catching some more bugs, and a few for using our Nook phone. We only need 50 more miles, so I think if I just keep doing some of the basic tasks, we'll easily get there. Okay, I was crafting some more tools, and we actually got some Nook miles for crafting DIY tools, which means we have hit the 5,000. I'm going to talk to Tom. We're going to pay off our home loan. It's time to get out of the tent and into a house. Okay, so I did end up getting some miles for paying off the loan, and now I'm going to talk to Tom again. This way, when we log in tomorrow, we will already have our house upgraded. This is a step that I typically forget to do, actually, and then I have to wait another day for my house to upgrade. But I remembered this time. So we've got our house. We've got Brewster on the way tomorrow. I think this day is done. Today is day 2 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. Today we have Tom Nook doing our morning announcements. Let's go ahead and see what he has to say. Basically, he just wanted to tell me that the airport is open. Blathers is on the island, so we're definitely gonna have to go and visit him. I really need to do some pocket organization, and also we have some things in the mail. So let me place a couple things and then let's get the mail here. We do have something from Jack just telling us that Halloween is here. He will be here on the 31st. Okay, I've got to go deal with my pockets. Look how cute the Jack poster is. I love it so much. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put all of my materials into my storage. I'm trying not to put too many items in storage because I do feel like I need to start placing those out just so we can progress more towards 3 stars. But I could also just come back in here, grab a bunch of stuff, and then put it out later. Okay, we have our pockets organized. Let's go over here and visit Blathers. Now, the best thing about watching this is you don't actually have to be here for all of the dialogue that Blathers goes through. He wants us to bring 15 more creatures, and that will be enough to upgrade the museum. I have several outside already, so I'm going to donate those in a little bit. But first, I think we should check in with Tom Nook and Timmy, or Tommy, whichever one this is. Okay, it is time to build the shop. That's exciting. We already know he's going to ask us for a bunch of materials that we have to get, and I think we'll be able to do it today. That's my goal. Now here we are faced with another home loan issue. Tom is wanting 98,000 bells. I do think eventually I'll pay that off because I'm going to need some storage space, but I honestly don't know how much I'm going to upgrade my house. We also have the airport open today, and Tom left the Nook Mile ticket there, so that's perfect. I don't want to waste my miles on buying one, so I'm going to try to just go to one island today. Timmy wants 30 pieces of wood, hardwood, softwood, and 30 iron nuggets. That is just too much. I do need to sell these random bugs that I have, and then I just have a shell in here. I'm not super focused on making a ton of money, but I do just want to kind of keep my pockets organized. Make sure that I'm making some bells at this point. Grabbing my miles from the Nook stop here. You know, I wonder if it would be beneficial for me to go ahead and get a wetsuit. I can't remember when the wetsuit opens up, but that would be a good way to make money if I want to make any. So I think I'll go ahead and just grab this. And now I have basically no miles left, so perfect. Nothing blowing me away in the Nook shopping today, but I am going to grab the cypress plant. Oh, Biff wants to talk to me. Hey, I heard you're getting stuff together to build us a shop. I found something that might help. Oh, look at Biff. Actually being helpful. Gave me an iron nugget. Thank you, Biff. Biff might actually get to stay. I think that my first plan is going to be gathering enough materials to make a vaulting pole. I also need to make a shovel because I do want to get all of the resources out of these rocks, and I want to kind of get a baseline for everything that I can get on my own island before I go to the Nook Mile Island. As I'm hitting this rock, I have no idea why I'm using an axe when I could have gone and made my shovel. I literally forgot between the time of going to get materials for a vaulting pole and then coming to hit this rock. So we're gonna go make a shovel. Flimsy shovel. We've got it. Now let's go hit the rest of the rocks. Now, we do have to keep in mind we can only get to the ones on the lower level. I do not have a ladder yet. I do feel like we get that pretty soon once the museum is upgraded and once the shop is here. I think you get it from Tom. I can't really remember, but I do think we're going to get it soon enough. So we're really hoping for iron in these rocks because we do need 30 iron nuggets. And honestly, that's a pretty big ask at the beginning of the game. I did hit all of my rocks yesterday, which I think is going to help me. And I do think we're going to be able to get there even if we have to go to 2 islands. But I'm really hoping for 1. I'm also going to go ahead and plant 10,000 bells in my money tree spot. And I'm going to dig it up afterward and put it in a new location. I really found this to be so helpful when I was doing my Rags to Riches island, having all of my money trees in one spot and just replacing them every single day so I don't have to run all over the island to find them. So once you've done it for 4 days in a row, they will all be right here at different stages. And then on that 5th day, you just chop down the one that you collect the money from and bury the new one in its spot. We did get the money rock today, which is exciting. We do want money, but also at the same time, that means we're not getting any iron from this one. So now I feel like we're going to be cutting it even closer for getting the 30 iron nuggets that we need. I have been getting some miles from doing all of this stuff. We got rock splitting champ, which is 500 miles. And then we got pay dirt, which is 300 miles. So that's really good because I do think we are going to need to start gathering miles. I'm probably going to have to do some of the Nook Miles Plus tasks. There's honestly a lot of things that I really need to be doing, but we got to stay focused. I'm just searching for the rocks right now. We need to get these iron nuggets. We found our first fossil. That's so exciting. Fossils are great because it's such an easy thing to donate to Blathers at the beginning to get the museum upgraded. It looks like we did get some miles for digging up that fossil, so that's great as well. I've done a little bit more searching around the island, hitting the rest of the rocks. Now I'm going to donate what's in my pockets to Blathers just to get it out of my pockets. And then I think we need to go chop some trees to start gathering all the different wood types that we need. That will honestly be a lot easier than trying to get all the iron. So I'm going to go around and just chop all of the trees until my axe breaks. And there we go. Axe is broken. So now it's time to collect all the pieces that we got. I personally like to leave all of the wood out until it's time for me to collect, just so I can remember what trees I've chopped. If I planned on chopping every tree on the island, I would literally leave it all out until I was done. But I definitely have no intentions on doing that today. I'm just trying to get the amount that I need to upgrade the shop. Crafting a new axe. You see that balloon in the background. We need to craft a slingshot as well. And I know I'm wasting the wood that I literally just got, but I do need to get the balloons. Spooky DIYs actually show up in balloons, so I really want to shoot down as many balloons as I can. All right, let's see what we got. Spooky cookies. That is such a cute DIY. We obviously can't learn it yet. We don't have cooking, but I will just put it in my storage until we do learn it, and then we'll have it already. All right, let's do some more wood collecting. I think we're getting pretty close. Of course. All right, let's see if we can catch these. Pro gamer. I'm always so satisfied with myself when I catch a wasp that I wasn't expecting. Again? All right. Can she go 2 for 2? Pro gamer! Let's go. 2 wasps in a row. I'm honestly impressed with myself. I'm going to go ahead and donate the things we have to Timmy because I'm tired of carrying them around. So we have enough of the wood and softwood. Let's go ahead and donate that. We're halfway to our donation goal. And he gave me an exit sign and a snow globe. Just what I've always wanted. I picked up all of the rest of the wood that was laying on the ground. I've cleaned out my pockets. And now it is time to go to our first Nook Mile Ticket Island. Now this is exciting because there will be a villager on this island. We're obviously doing a spooky themed island, so while I'm not necessarily looking for anyone in particular, if a spooky villager were to show up, I would definitely invite them to the island. Otherwise, I think it would be fun to just autofill all of my plots. All right, first island. What villager do you think we're gonna get? Let's go see. Who even is that? I mean, she's kind of cute. I don't think she's cute enough or spooky enough to invite, though. I literally had to stop and go look up which villager it was, and her name is Stella. I guess I could have just gone over there and spoken to her, but that would have made more sense, right? I'm going to take the time here. I'm going to gather all of the resources from rocks. I'm going to get coconuts, maybe some of the fruit. I'm not going to clear out the entire thing. I'm really not that dedicated to this specific Nook Mile Island, but we obviously need to get all of the rock resources and at least 1 coconut. We need to go plant one of those on my island because I know that will get us some Nook Miles. A monarch butterfly. so good. We'll be able to donate that. I think we do need a little bit more hardwood, so I'm going to go ahead and chop some trees until my axe breaks, and then we'll head home. Okay, well, we chopped one tree, but we did get some hardwood, so there's that. All right, time to head home. I know that I could technically get another tool from the dodo or craft one, but I really think that we have enough. So now we just need to go donate the hardwood, donate the iron, and then I think that'll be enough to upgrade the shop. After that, I need to go ahead and donate enough things to Blathers to upgrade the museum, and that will complete my to-do list for today. Timmy is happy with our contributions and has given us the shop construction kit, so we need to go find a spot to put the shop. I think I have the perfect spot. And again, I'm kind of breaking my rule of putting things on the beach, but I just really know where I want to put this one. This is the perfect spot for my shop. There is an island within my island right here, and I just really like that. So I'm going to put the shop here, and then once we get our first bridge, I'm definitely going to put that over here to get to this little island, but I think it looks really cute right there. Let's see what Timmy has for sale today. A tissue box and a handy water cooler. I will go ahead and buy that. I actually really like that plaid print on the cooler. I think it's giving fall vibes. It could maybe be spooky. And he has candy and pumpkin starts. Okay, we're definitely gonna buy the candy. We can only get one per day, so I need to try to remember to do that every day. And then I'm also gonna get the pumpkin starts. That is going to be such a good way to make money here at the beginning. I don't know if I've ever gotten crops this early in the game. Day 2, that is so exciting. I planted all of the pumpkins. I'm feeling really good about this. I don't even have a watering can yet, and I don't know if I'm gonna bother. I really don't want to have to keep up with watering them every day, so I'm just gonna do it when I can. We did get some Nook miles for that as well, but that'll be nice. We need lots of pumpkins to decorate with too, so it's perfect. Oh, I hear a balloon. There it is. Spooky arch. Let's go. Oh, that's a great one. Yes, this is what we need. We need the spooky recipes. I'm so happy with that. Another balloon. Cute wall-mounted clock. I will literally never use that. Now it's time to finish collecting all of the things we need to donate to Blathers, so this might take me a little while. I think he needs 15 more things, and I definitely don't have 15 things sitting next to the museum. That took so long to get through all of the dialogue, to donate everything to Blathers. It's just so much, but we did it. The museum is going to be upgraded tomorrow. I'm so excited. And that is going to be all for day 2 on my island 13. Today is day 3 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. And today is an exciting day because we have the museum upgrading, and we also have the shop, which should be open today. So I'm excited to go there. We definitely have to go check it out because I think the hedgehog will be there. I can't remember which one. But we definitely need to go. And also, today is the day I think I can get my 3 plots. So that is definitely going to be my goal. I need to get those 3 plots placed and all of the furniture put in there. We have a lot to do, so let's go ahead and get into it. Every day, no matter what, I feel like I have to check my mail. I'm typically not like this and can leave the little blinking light, but for some reason, while I'm doing this challenge, I just feel like I have to do it. We did get our wetsuit, so I may spend some time off camera doing a little bit of diving to make money, but we're just gonna see how the day goes. Fuchsia wants to talk to me. I actually think Fuchsia is pretty cute. The more I see her, the cuter she gets. And we're getting our first reactions, which is exciting because now I can finally take some photos of my character doing something different than just standing there blankly. I'm slowly but surely racking up my Nook miles. I definitely want to be upgrading my pockets. I don't think that I have the tool ring yet, so I want to get that as well. So there are a couple of things that I really want to get as soon as I can. Let's go ahead and check out the shop. I'm so excited. Nook's Cranny is just so cute in its first stage. And then when it upgrades, it's just not cute anymore. Okay, the hedgehog is here, which means that she should start showing up in the plaza very soon. And then we can eventually get Able Sisters, which will be great because I would like to have some different clothes. Okay, Mabel is her name. I always forget which one's Mabel, which one's Sable. I know which one LaBelle is because she's the fancy one who makes the not very cute clothes. I'm not really interested in anything in the shop today, but I do want to grab my piece of candy. And I also want to see what flowers are in here. I'm on the lookout for white cosmos. I think my best bet for flowers is going to stick with just white flowers, like white cosmos, tulips, and mums maybe. I might be able to manage doing like orange or yellow flowers too, but I'm definitely not gonna hold out hope for getting any hybrids. All right, we do have some white cosmos today, so I am gonna buy a few of those. We'll have some seeds on hand in case we need them. And let's go ahead and grab these DIY recipes while we're in here too. Money rock! Okay, it is time for the 3 plots. I'm gonna go ahead and get the housing kits from Tom. I really wanna get this done today, so I think most of today is going to be gathering materials for these plots. We have so much to craft for these, and I know that it takes a lot of wood, and I think a lot of iron as well. Oh, I forgot. We have to do the bridge first. Okay, that's even more materials that I'm gonna have to get. We need 4 log stakes worth of wood. So we need 12 pieces of wood. That's actually not terrible. And every time I build this bridge, I know I'm not alone in this. It's always very confusing that they make you craft this first bridge and then you don't ever craft another bridge. You always have to buy them. Why did they not make it so that the log bridge is craftable and then the other bridges you have to purchase? I don't understand that. I am going to go ahead and get the pocket organization. I need that extra row in my pockets. 5,000 miles, but that's fine. We have plenty. And then we're getting the tool ring too. I've been tired of going in and out of my pockets to grab my tools, especially since I'm having to do a lot of harvesting today. I just think this makes the most sense. I went into my house and I went ahead and I grabbed all of the wood that I already have, and I have 7 pieces of wood. So we definitely need to grab some more if we're going to craft the bridge, which also means that I'm going to have to craft an axe. It's just always a whole thing. Like, you need the one thing to get the other thing. I need to do a better job of stocking up on these materials so that this doesn't happen. It is finally time to craft the bridge, and I do know exactly where I want to place it. I want to place it over so I can get to the island that I have Nook's Cranny on. It's just like this little tiny island, and I would really love it to be a diagonal bridge, but I don't know if the river is going to be the right placement of the edges. I'm going to test it out and see. And of course, it doesn't work. They're not lined up the right way, which is really frustrating. If it was just shifted like one space, it would work, but it's fine. I'm just going to put it horizontally. And I'll probably just end up leaving it like this. I don't know. I feel like I'm just going to make some commitments early and just deal with it. I don't want to do too much moving things around if I don't have to. Like, obviously, we're going to have to move some buildings, but I really think I can just kind of design around whatever I've placed. I also really haven't determined how much terraforming I'm going to do or waterscaping, if any. That's definitely a decision for later down the line, but I feel like I need to kind of figure it out. I went ahead and grabbed the 3 plots from Tom Nook, and now there is this left-hand western section of my island, and I feel like this is a very common place for me to put my 3 plots. I don't know, it's just always kind of the most open. So I'm going to go ahead and place all 3 plots over here. I really dislike the way that you have to have so much room for these 3 plots. I get it that you have to place those items within this rectangle that it gives you, but it's also just frustrating because it's so limiting on where I can put things. All 3 of my plots are placed, and now I need to spend a little bit of time cleaning up this area. I haven't done anything on this side of the island. I haven't done any of the weeding or really anything, so I feel like I'm going to spend some time doing that just so it's a little bit cleaner. And then at some point, I do need to check and see what items I need to be crafting. I know I said that I wasn't going to do it, but I am going to go ahead and water my pumpkins today. I bought a watering can for some reason at Nook's, so here I am watering pumpkins. 1 pumpkin at a time. And I know that I could probably craft the watering can so I didn't have to do it this way, but sometimes you're just too lazy to do all of that. And I didn't even get to finish all of the pumpkins, so I'm not buying another one. I'll just deal with it. Whatever pumpkins come out of that, it's great. It's a bonus. I did find the glow spot today, which is exciting. This is just gonna be an easy way for me to make money every day. And of course, my shovel broke, so now I get to go and craft another shovel. Because it can't just be easy. It can't just always have a shovel. You always have to craft something else. That's the Animal Crossing way. A million zillion years later, I've cleaned up a lot. I've collected resources from my rocks, and now it's time for me to check all of the items that I need for these plots, knowing that I'm not going to remember them. But that's how I do it. Do I write them down? Absolutely not. Do I do anything to make my life easier in the long run? Absolutely not. So I'm going to go. I know I need to collect the cherries for this one. We need the cherry speakers and the cherry lamp. I think I already forgot what it was. It's fine. It's all going to be fine. I'm going to see it in my crafting bench, like the inventory, and I'm going to know exactly what I need to craft. I'm not going to judge anyone else's playstyle as long as y'all don't judge mine. Crafting my cherry lamp. I know that I needed a hay bed. Always with the wasps here. There's always a wasp, isn't there? This is the episode where I get frustrated. It's fine. We are professionals at catching wasps. No! I got too confident. I needed to be humbled. That's what happens. You get humbled. I am on plot number 3. The end is in sight. We're crafting another axe because I still need more materials. We got a balloon. We're hoping for a DIY. What is it? 5 pieces of clay. That's fine. It's fine. Clay is a resource. I will take what I can get. All right, I think the wooden simple bed, which took 18 pieces of wood, and the log garden lounge are the last 2 things that I need for this plot. I could be wrong. I lied. I need a water pump. Okay, the water pump has to be the last thing. 1 water pump coming up. Let's go over here and place it. I'm so happy that we got all of this done. It's just satisfying to know that the plots will be finished. And I think tomorrow they'll be sold. I'm honestly okay with everything just autofilling. I don't want to waste my miles on villager hunting right now anyway. So we've got all 3 plots finished. Let's go and talk to Tom. And I think he's going to be so proud of us. Oh, Tom. We have finished everything. Are you close to finishing? I am already done. The rest is up to you, yes. All right, you're going to start on the home construction. Once I know who's going to move in, he's going to post it. Okay. I think that's tomorrow. I think they all get sold tomorrow. Oh, he's going to give me... Yes! Okay, we're getting fencing. That is great news. I'm not sure if I want to just place the fencing out just to have it out to try to get to 3 stars, or if I want to go ahead and start using it to actually decorate. I'm just going to kind of see. I'm not even going to lie. I saw Gulliver on the island. I think it was yesterday. And I didn't talk to him because I just did not have it in me. And now he's still here. And now I'm wondering if he doesn't leave until you talk to him. So I'm going to have to do the Gulliver quest, which isn't too bad. It's just digging up the 5 communicator parts. It really doesn't take too long. So let's just go ahead and get this done. So far, I have 3. I found one on every single... Okay, there we go. 4. I found one on every one that I've dug up. Normally, I get some clams, too. 5. Just like that. That was so quick. Why didn't I just do that yesterday? Here you go, Gulliver. Here are your communicator parts. You're so welcome. He is very cute. I think Gulliver is adorable. As far as NPCs go, he is a little bit annoying, but I do think he's super cute. And both versions too, Gulliver and Gullivar. They're both cute. We have another balloon. Let's go ahead and grab this. Again, we need spooky DIYs. Spooky DIY. 5 iron nuggets. That's fine. We always need iron. I just came over here. I was gonna do a little bit more cleaning up and organizing. All of the plots are already sold. Are you kidding me? I thought it was gonna be tomorrow. I didn't know they sold today. I am so tempted to look at all of them. But you know what? We are all going to have to wait until tomorrow to find out who has moved in. Today is day 4 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. We have a lot to do today, but honestly, nothing really super important. And oh my gosh, I forgot that Tom Nook announces who the villager is. So there you go. Poppy is the first villager moving in. I'm still not going to check the other plots, but we do know that it's Poppy. Poppy's okay. He is a mid-tier villager for me, honestly, so I'm okay with it. It could definitely be so much worse. So like I was saying, before Tom Nook spoiled the surprise of who was in the plot, we have a lot to do, but there's nothing really substantial. All of the other days, I feel like we've been doing the 3 plots, or we had to get a building moved in. At this point, I'm just trying to do all of the things that I have to do within the day to continue progressing the storyline, as well as doing all of the different daily tasks that we have to do, finding the glow spot, hitting all of the rocks. We definitely need to hit some trees and get some resources. We need to go to the Nook stop and get our miles and check what's in there. Go to Nook's Cranny and buy our piece of candy for the day and also check what's inside there. There's just a lot that we have to do. So while I was rambling on, we did find the glow spot already for our money tree, which is perfect. I think now we should go introduce ourselves to Poppy. His house is pretty cute. I mean, I think he has a dirt floor and he's sweeping it, but it is what it is. Okay, Nooks has the alarm clock, which I'm definitely gonna get, and I'm probably gonna get that throwback skull radio thing. I feel like that kind of screams Halloween. I don't know if I'll actually use it because it is so green, but maybe we could customize it from one of the llamas if we unlock Carv's Island. I don't know. We've got a lot to do. I don't know if I'll get to that point. I do have some stuff to sell, and I have told myself I'm gonna sell any unwanted furniture items. I'm gonna sell any unwanted clothes. I'm going to sell fossils after I've assessed them. I'm not donating anything else to the museum. So any bugs that I get, fish that I get, I'm literally selling it all because I feel like I need money and I don't care about upgrading the museum anymore at this point. The only thing that I'll do is once Red comes, I will donate that first piece of art. But other than that, Blathers is not getting any more of my stuff. That is hard-earned money that I'm donating to him for free, and I'm not going to do it. I got my piece of candy. I'm also going to go ahead and grab some white mum flower seeds here. I really do think white flowers are going to be the way to go. White, yellow, and orange will be the easiest. I'm not doing hybrids. I mean, I guess technically orange is a hybrid, but I feel like of the hybrids, I can get some orange flowers if I need them. Today's the day that we're learning about customization, so that is really exciting. We'll be getting some customization kits. But of course, first, we need to craft the wardrobe, which I think costs regular wood. I'm hoping that I just have it already, but there's a good chance that I don't. I really am starting to black out and not remember what materials I have. We need 12 pieces of wood, and I have 7. So not too bad. I got my bonus miles, and I am going to go ahead and pick up the Pretty Good Tools recipe. This is going to come in handy. I definitely need the stronger shovel, stronger axe, watering can, all of those things. That's what you get when you order this one. Ooh, okay, we do have some fencing options here too. I'm gonna go ahead and grab both of these. The lattice and the stone fence are both great options, and I definitely think I could use both of them on this island potentially. Let's go ahead and pick these up. I'm gonna spend a little bit of time here. I need to go around and hit all of the rocks. I am gonna start grabbing some wood because I do need to craft the wooden wardrobe. So once again, we're going to be getting materials because you can never have enough. I feel like I'm gonna have to craft a bunch of stuff if I want it to feel full at all. And I don't know, I feel like even though I'm collecting a lot of resources, I'm really underestimating the amount that I'm gonna need. I crafted the wooden wardrobe. Tom is teaching me how to customize. And I don't know why this first customization always takes me a few minutes to figure out which one I want to use, but I always feel like it's just such a big decision, and it's not at all. Like I said earlier, I'm going to be selling all of my fossils, so I'm hoping by doing that I start making a lot of money pretty quickly. Okay, so Fuchsia's in here. I thought that she would be crafting, but she's cooking. And I don't have cooking. She's making spooky cookies? I already have that DIY. Wait, surely that's the only thing that she would ever be cooking, right? Because I really don't want them to start doing the whole cooking thing and then I don't get any DIY recipes. I definitely don't think that I did anything wrong. I haven't unlocked cooking, for sure. Oh, I thought that Biff was crafting, but I guess that makes sense. I don't think they can craft and cook at the same time. Y'all, is it bad that Biff is really growing on me? Like, he's really cute. So I spent probably an hour. Was it an hour? I don't know. It felt like a long time. I literally went around, I cleaned up almost all of the weeds on the island. I chopped down so much wood, got all the resources from the rocks. I have full pockets right now. I did so much. The question is it going to be enough? So I'm going to go ahead. I need to put all of this stuff away. I'm probably to the point where I can get rid of the weeds. However, I think you use weeds to craft the hay beds, and I can definitely see myself using a lot of those if I make a pumpkin patch or something like that. So I don't know. I just feel like I'm going to keep stuff as long as I can. However, the storage is going to fill up very quickly. Now at this point, I feel like I've done everything in this day. So I think honestly, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and time travel. We're going to go to the next day and I'm going to at least start doing all of my dailies and everything for the next day. Time traveling is allowed in the rules. And I think I'm finally at the point where I can do multiple days worth of tasks a lot quicker. So I think we should go ahead and do it. We're going to find out who another villager is. All right, Tom. Tell us who it is. Who's moving in? Are they spooky? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? He's kidding. This is a joke. I can't stand Flora. And I always get her. Why? I honestly don't even know at this point why I don't like Flora, but I feel like it has to be a meme. The amount of times that I've gotten Flora as an autofill is definitely meme worthy. Does playing Animal Crossing ever start to feel like Groundhog Day? Like you're just doing the same things every day? That's what I feel like right now. And I think it's just because I've been playing and trying to do literally all of the dailies over and over and over. But I'm back in Nook shopping, buying the cactus and the garden lantern and my piece of candy. Okay, Red is here today. So we definitely need to go get our first piece of art. The ship's kind of sketchy looking. I shouldn't board without asking. I guess I still have to go find him on the island. I don't know why I thought with one of the updates they stopped doing that, but I guess I need to go find him first. Ooh, y'all, look at all of our pumpkins. We got every single color variation of pumpkins. I'm going to go ahead and harvest all of these. I'm just going to start storing them because if we can get all of the different spooky DIYs that I need, I'm going to start crafting different pumpkin recipes, a lot of them, like especially the spooky tower and the little spooky lantern or jack-o'-lantern, whatever it's called. You need a lot of pumpkins for that stuff. So I'm just going to keep harvesting and just saving them. And then at some point, if I feel like I need different color pumpkins, I can plant the ones that I have and get those specific colors. But I think this is good for now. We found Red. Name's Red, I work in sales, and you are Caito. What a great name, intelligent and strong. We are gonna be family, Red. So now is the time when I can finally go in Red's boat. And I am gonna go ahead and buy one of the pieces of art. I think you have to donate at least one thing to each exhibit to start the whole Cap'n storyline. So I wanna make sure that I do that. I've already done everything else, I just need to do the art. Okay, we have some different fences today. We have the vertical board fence, which is one of my favorites. I'm definitely gonna be picking that up. I'm also gonna go ahead and grab my hairstyle. I'm kind of tired of the whole pigtail thing. So let's get the top 8 cool hairstyles. And I'm gonna try to change my hair. I also think I'm gonna try to make some eyebrows and freckles, although they're not gonna look that great. There's something just so adorable about watering crops in this game. Look how cute this looks. Look at my tiny little pumpkin patch. I probably need to make a bigger one. I crafted one of the table mirrors and now I'm gonna go in here and grab my hairstyle. This ponytail one is the one that I always use. I'm typically wearing a hat, so I feel like it still looks a little bit weird, but I'm gonna go ahead and put it on. Let's make some eyebrows. Eyebrows and freckles complete. I do wish that I had a lighter color to use for the freckles, but I haven't upgraded my custom design thing yet, so this is gonna have to do. I'm feeling more like myself. I need some glasses and I need a hat or a do-rag or something. So I think once again, I'm gonna do a little bit more harvesting off camera, but that is all I can get done for today. I think we're moving in the right direction. Today is day 5 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. And today is actually October 6th, which is my birthday. And I'm so excited to be able to do the in-game birthday stuff. We also have a new villager joining today. Who is it going to be? Coco! Oh my gosh! Oh, I love Coco, and she is the perfect villager for this spooky island. That is so exciting. We also have Leaf here today. And I even see a rainbow in the background. Did they do all of this for my birthday? Tom Nook is also telling me that Resident Services is going to upgrade tomorrow, which is great. We really need that to happen. We need to make some progress. Fuchsia! Fuchsia is here. Drop what you're doing and come with me. Come on, it'll be fun. Happy birthday! Oh, wow. Look at these party goers. Y'all, the birthday celebration is just the cutest thing ever. And it just makes me so happy. All right, we've got to make a wish and blow out our candles. Ah! Take that, candles. You ready for your present? Of course. Gifts are one of my love languages, so of course I'm ready for my present. And now we get to hit the piñata. Y'all, I love this so much. This is the best birthday. Cupcakes! Look at all the cupcakes just on the floor. A mess. These birthday cupcakes are so delicious. There's so many. If you're full, you should share them. Pretty cool, huh? Everyone pitched in to make today awesome. Thank y'all so much. They did great. Look how cute they are. This birthday celebration could make me fall in love with literally any villager. And just like that, our birthday celebration is over. We have some work we need to get done. I've got Nook miles to collect. We're gonna have to check the mail. We definitely have some stuff that we need to get done today. Leaf is on the island, so I wanna go check out what Leaf has. I really wanna get some bushes because I think we're gonna need a lot of those. And I know eventually I can go get them from Cap'n Islands, but I definitely wanna start out with some. And I really wanna take advantage of any time an NPC is on the island that I need something from them. I guess we can see what other crops he has, but honestly, I'm really gonna focus on pumpkins for now. And we already have those, so I don't really know if I need to buy too many of anything else. Okay, so he does have potatoes. I should really probably buy potatoes, but I'm gonna focus on bushes first. And he has tulips, which I really want as well. So I'm gonna get me definitely some white tulips, probably yellow tulips, and then some bushes. And I'm gonna think about the potatoes. I feel like we can just get potatoes later when it's closer to decorating time. If I even want potatoes, I don't know. How many farms am I gonna have? I really don't know. Our first balloon of the day is pineapple aloha shorts, so I won't be using those. I'm really ready for someone to give me new clothing. I don't care if a villager gifts it to me. I need the hedgehog to show up. Which one was it again? Is it Sable or Mabel? I can't remember which one. I need her to show up so I can buy some new clothes, especially a hat. There aren't any fences today in the Nook shop that I want, but I am going to go ahead and get the Custom Design Pro Editor because I think this allows me to edit the individual shades in a palette that I'm using, and I really do want to make the freckles on my face lighter. So that's something that I'm going to work on at some point, and I really do have the miles to spare right now, although I probably need to start saving for all the miles that I need to use for the different paths and everything once we get to that point. But for now, I'm living in the present. I'm still being fairly consistent about going around and collecting all of the resources from all of my rocks. I typically go and get every rock, and then I have been kind of going around and using one stone axe and just hitting all of the trees that I can until that stone axe breaks, and that's just all of the wood that I'm collecting for the day. So I'll probably do that again today. There is literally nothing more frustrating than my shovel breaking when I'm in the middle of digging up the glow spot and trying to plant the 10,000 bells. I feel like it happens all the time. How is that possible? My money trees are going well. I actually have been getting those every day, and I think I'm to the point where I have all of them. So now I'm at the point where I can just chop down the one that has money on it and plant the new one in its place. And that way I'm making 30,000 bells every day. Or I guess technically I'm netting 20,000 bells. If I bury, wait a second. If I bury the 10,000, but I dig up 1,000, so I'm actually only burying 9,000, and then I'm getting 30,000 in return. I guess I'm netting 21,000 per tree. Am I mathing that correctly? Anyways, I'm making a profit. And here is our sweet and adorable Coco. I feel like some people really don't like Coco, but I like her a lot, and she is perfect for this island. I could not be more happy with this autofill. It's definitely the best one yet. She will not be leaving. And speaking of villagers that we like, now we need to go into our least favorite villager's house, Flora. Well, at least my least favorite on the island right now. She's just so annoying. I don't know, some of the peppies I can tolerate, but her... Okay, wait. She is giving me a spooky lantern DIY. Is that enough to mend the friendship? It might be enough for me to like let off a little bit on Flora. I feel like I'm gonna have some Flora stans watching. So you know what? Flora, thank you for the spooky lantern. I don't think it's gonna be enough to keep you on the island. If you ask to leave, you're gone. However, I will try to stop trash talking you. I'm just gonna put my birthday sign right here. And I can't believe it was a double rainbow day today. It's just so pretty. My Nooks really isn't getting anything great. I mean, I guess I'm going to get this football. Maybe I'll get the toy chest. I don't know. I'm really not interested in any of this stuff. But I do need to get my piece of candy for the day. And then I always need to look at the wallpaper and the flooring. But overall, I'm a little bit disappointed in the selection. I'm currently pretty limited on my storage right now. I also need to find reasons to place some fencing because I need to do that to get 3 stars. So I am going to put just a little bit of fencing around this section near my pumpkin patch. And I think I'm going to start just placing down some extra resources right here. That way, if I ever need them to craft something, they're going to be right here next to my crafting bench and it'll make it really easy. I'm also going to go ahead and plant down all of the bushes that I purchased. I don't know why I'm choosing this spot to do it, and I'll probably regret it later, but this is where they're going. On that same note, I'm going to go ahead and plant all of the flower seeds that I have. I think I have white tulips, yellow tulips, white mums, and white cosmos. And I just picked out a random spot on my island. I should probably put it further back, but it'll be fine, right? I definitely am not going to be building over here and then complain that all my flowers are over here. That would never happen. So one thing that really worries me about this challenge is that I'm not going to do enough early on. And then at the very end, I'm going to expect myself to just decorate an entire island with like 5 days left. So what I think I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and try to at least decorate a tiny little section. We're going to start with the entrance because that's where I always start. The problem is I don't have a lot of stuff. I really don't have any good DIYs. I mean, maybe like 5 that I'll actually use. I don't have any paths. We haven't hit 3 stars. I can't terraform. So I'm really limited a lot here. But what I think will happen is I will at least have something down. So maybe I'll feel more inspired later on to continue just using whatever I come up with. But then also, this is going to help us get to 3 stars. You have to place down fences and items, have flowers, villagers. Like there's a lot of stuff you have to do to get to 3 stars. And I think this will help me. I am going to place down random stuff along the way too, because you can just place down random items everywhere and end up getting to 3 stars. So there is going to be some of that as well. But I think doing a little bit of design is going to do me good here. I don't have any specific design in mind here, but I do think I want to include some fencing. I have the vertical board fencing. However, I don't think I can customize fencing yet. So again, we're very limited on our design capabilities here. And I'm definitely not going to finish anything. But I'm thinking just, a little entrance pathway with a few cute little spooky decorations. Nothing too fancy. And I'm kind of leaning into maybe a farm type of vibe. I don't know if the entire island will feel like a farm, but I am thinking farms would be a great way to take up a lot of space. You can never have too many of them. And we could always get a bunch of different types of crops to make different farms all over the island. I think this little setup right here with the hay bed behind the barrel is really cute. I do wish I could stack something on top of the hay bed, but I don't have that recipe yet that's like the pumpkin with the hay bed next to it. I don't remember what it was called. I also don't have the spooky tower yet, which is like the 3 pumpkins stacked on top of each other. So I really want that recipe too. I think that one will help a lot. We have another balloon. I'm hoping for a spooky recipe. Acorn rug. I mean, not the worst. I don't know if I'll use it. We can't use rugs outside, so it's not really too helpful for me, but the acorn rug is cute. I am feeling so limited on the recipes that I have, and I obviously don't have any stuff. I mean, y'all have seen what my Nooks has been selling. It's not good. So I think I'm going to have to use a lot of nature as well. I'm going to plant a bunch of trees through here. My bushes aren't grown yet, and I don't have fully grown flowers either, so I'm not even going to really focus on putting those in the build. I'm someone who needs it to be fully grown to see what it's going to look like. I feel like the crops are a little bit different because at least there's something there that's substantial. But for the bushes and the flowers, I need them to be fully there. So we're all just going to imagine this build is full of bushes and flowers. I do think I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to place down all of the rest of the simple wooden fencing that I have. I'm just going to put it in this one area of my island and make it as condensed as I possibly can. But this is something that's going to help us in the long run to get to 3 stars a lot faster. Okay, so it's obviously not finished, but it's a cute little start. I don't know, I'm getting very nervous. I know that we're only on day 5, but if this is any indication as to how this is going to go, I don't know. I mean, paths are going to help, right? That'll help. Today is day 6 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. We're 6 days in. That's almost a week. And I feel like we've done nothing. So, I'm not feeling that great about it. But Resident Services is under construction today, and I do see that we've got the hedgehog here. Let's go. Now, I promise that today is the day that I remember the hedgehog's name, okay? We're going to go up here. We're going to see what she's offering. I need new clothes. I want to feel cute. I want to feel like myself. I can't just go download a cute dress from the portal because I'm not using Nintendo Online. So we're gonna have to buy something. And I haven't found anything cute in Nook Shopping. Of course, my pockets are full. So we're gonna have to go and empty our pockets before we can do anything else. But let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna clear out all of my materials here. This is like my little material section for when I need to craft. Okay, Mabel. This hedgehog's name is Mabel. I'm gonna remember that. Probably. Not likely. But Mabel is here to sell us some stuff. Please have something cute. Okay. I mean, I guess it's better than what I have on. I am definitely going to buy some stuff. I think you have to buy 5 or 6 things, and she has to show up 3 times for her to want to move Able Sisters onto your island. So I'm definitely going to buy some things, even if I don't love them. We'll get a couple shirts. I'm definitely going to get the hat. I don't know. All of this stuff is not really the vibe that I'm going for, but this is what she's offering, so this is what we get. So it's a look. It's not a good look, but it is a look. I decided to go ahead and take my shoes off. I do not have any shoes that will go with this outfit. We've got the shirt, the outdoor shorts, and then this black hat. I mean, I guess it is giving spooky vibes a little bit with the hat. I can see me working with this hat in the future if we find a different outfit to go with it. I still don't have any glasses, but I think that we're definitely moving in the right direction. I really want the do-rag. I don't know why that's always so hard to find, but that's what I want. I'm honestly not really sure at this point what else I need to be doing. I feel like I'm doing a ton of material collecting. Deep down, I feel like it's still not enough. Like, I'm wondering if I should be going to Nook Mile Islands to get more and more materials. It feels like a lot. I feel like every time that I sit down to play or record, I'm always going around, I'm collecting resources, I'm chopping trees, I'm doing all of the things. But as far as getting things progressed, I'm not really sure what I should be doing today. I think I'm probably going to end up time traveling a little bit today. I think my next biggest things are the campsite and then starting to get Able Sisters onto the island. I'm hoping now that Mabel will start showing up more frequently and we can get her to show up 3 times, buy the things we need to buy, and then she'll ask to be on the island. And as far as the campsite goes, I think I can do that tomorrow in-game. I have to wait until the resident services is done. So this specific in-game day, I just need to do my daily tasks, rocks, trees, pumpkins, looking for DIYs, all of those things, and I think that's really it for this day. Coco is the one crafting today. Let's see what she has for us. Ooh, okay, the spooky trick lamp. I do like this DIY because it's another pumpkin similar to the spooky lantern. Is that what it's called? I am so bad at remembering these DIY names, but it's a little bit bigger, so it's nice to have that variation. Nooks is once again disappointing me. I am going to go ahead and grab the cartoonist set and then this fortune telling kit thing, but I am really not getting anything good at Nooks. I am going to actually go ahead and buy this white Delicate Blooms wall. It's one of my favorite, and I feel like if we use it the right way, if we wanted to go for a little bit more of a spooky vibe inside, I think we could do that. It doesn't read spooky initially, but if you pair it with the right things, I think it could work. I do actually really love this wallpaper. We need a new floor, but I think for now this is okay. I haven't decided how I want to decorate the interior of my house. I'm kind of leaning towards I want my house and the town to feel more like a cottage, quiet town. And then they just have a couple spookier areas around the island, like it's Halloween time. Maybe a cute little farm town. I can do a lot of farms. That's what I'm leaning towards. Here is our first balloon of the day. A diner counter chair. I don't know if I've ever used a diner counter chair on any island that I've ever created, but we have one now. And we've got our bottle for the day, the bamboo floor lamp. I don't know if I'm going to be using a bamboo floor lamp either. I feel like I'm really not getting very many normal DIYs. I feel like I'm getting a lot of bamboo stuff and a lot of gold stuff. And it's just hard because all of my villagers are crafting the spooky recipes, which we definitely want. But I don't know. I think I'm going to have to find a way to get more DIYs. And now is the time that I'm really starting to regret that I'm not allowing myself to use Happy Home Paradise. Flora wants to give us a gift. A popcorn machine. I do like popcorn. I cannot believe how good I am at catching these wasps when I'm chopping the trees. I feel like I'm doing it like every time right now. She doesn't miss. Are you kidding me? Balloon number 2. Please be the Spooky Tower DIY. 30,000 bells. Wow. Okay. That's a lot. I think at this point I've done everything that I can do for this day in game, so I'm going to go ahead and time travel forward. Hopefully we'll be able to progress the storyline a little bit more today. All right, we have our new upgraded resident services, and today is the day that Isabel shows up, which is so exciting. I love Isabel. She's just so adorable. I'm also really happy to see Mabel there in the background because that means we're going to have another opportunity to get some cute clothes today, hopefully, and we're one step closer to getting Able Sisters on our island. I think she only has to show up one more time. I am at the point right now where any random things that the villagers give me, I'm just going to start placing them outside around the island. It's one of the easiest ways to get to 3 stars, so anytime they give me something, I'm just going to place it down, and it's going to look absolutely atrocious, but we will clean it up later. Oh no, Coco wants to talk to me. Please let me back out. And she is giving me a bottled ship. So another thing that I don't really care about, but I am going to place it out. We can definitely use it. Are you kidding me? This is my favorite. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got the do-rag. I was just complaining about not getting the do-rag, and now we have it, and this is the color that I wear. Yes. Okay. Definitely going to be buying that. I also really love this overall dress. It's a little bit more of a kidcore vibe, but I feel like I'm just going to feel way more like myself in a dress. I also think I'm going to go ahead and get this mage's striped hat. I do think I'm going to start to collect a couple costume items because I think it would be fun to dress up throughout the month. Okay, now this is what I'm talking about. I finally feel more like me. I really just need to find my glasses at this point, and I would love to have some shoes as well, but we'll get there. There's a lot of new stuff here in the Nook Stop, so I'm going to go through here. I want to get the Pro Camera app. I really love being able to go into first person view and just taking pictures. This is one of my favorite upgrades that you can get. I'm also going to get the Country Fence, which is a favorite fence of mine. I think we're really getting a lot of the good fences. I think if we can just get the Spooky Fence, we may be set. There are so many different DIYs I want to get, but I think I really need to prioritize getting the ultimate pocket stuffing. I'm really tired of my pockets filling up, so I'm going to go all out. I'm gonna splurge. We're spending the 8,000 miles to get the ultimate pocket stuffing, and then I need to start saving up. We have to spend a lot to be able to get the custom paths, and that's going to sneak up on us, and we need to be able to get that stuff immediately. And the last thing I want to do while I'm in here, I do want to pay off my home loan. The storage is just so small, so this is going to expand my home just a little bit. I don't know how much bigger I'm going to expand it, but I think this first home loan I can definitely justify. Tom Nook was happy for me that I paid off my home loan. I did go ahead and ask him if I could expand my house, so that should be there tomorrow. And now he's telling me about Project KK. So this is the whole thing. We have to get the island to 3 stars for KK Slider to show up. And the first thing we need to do is get more villagers on the island. And that starts with the campsite. So definitely one of the goals today is going to be to craft the campsite, go ahead and place it. And then I think the first campsite villager will show up in 2 days from today. I don't know yet about bridges. I feel like this is a big commitment, and I just don't know where things are going to be. So as annoying as it is for me to have to use my vaulting pole to get everywhere, I am going to hold off on getting any more bridges until I have a better idea of how I want the layout of the island to be. Nook's Cranny has absolutely nothing that I want to purchase. I am going to go in here and get my piece of candy. But other than that, I am not going to get any of this stuff. Biff is crafting today, so let's see what he's making. Ooh, the spooky scarecrow. Okay, that's a great one. I can't believe we still don't have the spooky tower yet, but spooky scarecrow is perfect for our farm-themed island that I don't know if it's a farm-themed island, but it might be. So, yes. And here is our bottle for the day. We got the golden dishes. I will not be using the golden dishes. I can already tell you that. I really feel like these bottle DIYs are just not it right now. I'm gonna go ahead and water my pumpkins. I've actually been doing a pretty good job of doing this every day, and we have been getting a lot of pumpkins. I'm currently hoarding them, but I think eventually I will start selling them if I need money. Right now, there's just absolutely nothing for me to buy, so all we're missing for the campsite is some iron nuggets, and I actually have a giant stack right here, so we can go ahead and craft this. Okay, campsite construction kit is done. Now, looking at my map here, I think I'm going to put my campsite on the back cliff, kind of in between those two tallest cliffs, like right next to the secret beach back there. I think that could be a fun little campsite area. Now, who knows if this is actually going to change at some point, but for now, I really like the location of it. I like to kind of put my campsites off to the side always. They're never like a main attraction. I guess I could change that up at some point. Maybe I do like a campsite entrance. I don't know. We'll see. I've gone through once again. I've collected all of the resources for my rocks, and the last thing I need to find is the money spot for today. I found it right here next to the campsite. I don't know how I didn't see this earlier. And of course, my shovel broke, and I'm nowhere near the crafting bench. Please tell me how my shovel breaks every single time I'm digging up one of these spots. I think I just need to start crafting multiple tools because they're really just breaking a lot. I'm also going to just ignore that lost item right there. I just don't have the patience to deal with it, so whoever it is, they can find their own diary or book or whatever. All right, I have all 4 of my money trees ready to go. Please take a minute and look at how cute Coco is being right now, just sitting in my little pumpkin patch, drinking her soda. I love that so much. Today is day 7 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. We are officially a week in, and today is the day that we're getting our first official Isabelle announcement. And let me just say, I have some things that I want to accomplish today. I came in with a goal. We've got stuff to do because I'm telling you, we've got to start making some progress here. So my 2 goals for the day are to invite our first campsite villager, and we have to get Abel's sisters. I don't know why, I just feel like it doesn't typically take this long to get Abel's sisters, but it is taking me forever. But no matter what, today is the day. I will time travel as many times as I have to because it has to happen. And of course, Mabel is not here today. I don't understand why, but she's not. So I think my goal for this specific in-game day is just to do a couple of the dailies. I don't want to spend too much time. We just need to start kind of speeding these days along. I'm taking way too long doing all of these daily tasks. So I'm going to go around, do a couple things. Hopefully, I will move quickly, and then we can just time travel. I am going to go ahead and grab a couple things in Nooks. I definitely want to get this lawn chair, and I think I've already spoken about this, but I do want to make sure that I'm placing any item that I get. I'm just going to place it out. I'm not going to try to put it in my storage. I need to start getting things placed because ultimately we do want to get this island to 3 stars as fast as possible. So we need to do a little bit of decorating. Flora is crafting again today. She is making the spooky table. I will take it. We are getting so many of the spooky DIYs. And I feel like Flora is always crafting. I've gone around, I've hit the rocks, I've cleaned out my pockets. I had to put some stuff in storage. I got some fossils assessed and I sold to Nooks. So I've done a lot here. The last thing I need to do is check the Nook stop. All right, we do have the iron and stone fence and the block fence today. So I'm gonna go ahead and get both of those. I don't think I have either of them. Our fence collection is coming along quite nicely. I guess while I'm here, I should go ahead and harvest these pumpkins and probably water them as well. And this is what I'm saying. This is how Animal Crossing gets you. Because you come here, You've got one thing in mind, and then all of a sudden, we're 30 minutes in, and I have gotten nothing accomplished. Went ahead and time traveled, and today is the day that we have someone staying at the campsite. Always a nerve-wracking day. I feel like the campsite villager kind of sets the tone for your island. And we do have Mabel here today, which is amazing. She is ready to make the Able Sisters an official building on the island. I'm so happy about that. So she's gonna give me the Taylor's construction kit. I need to find a spot, and because I am absolutely predictable, I'm gonna go put it next to Nook's, I think. But first, before we do that, let's see if she's selling anything good. This is an interesting selection. I guess I'll get the beak. Who doesn't need a beak? Perfect. So like I said, I am putting this right next to Nook's Cranny. I don't know if this is where it's gonna stay, but just kind of makes sense to me, and I feel like if I don't have time to move things around a lot, this would be a great place for it to end up. I am going to go ahead and purchase a garbage bin. I don't think I have one yet, and they're always handy to have in case you just need to throw away things quickly. And the garden faucet, such a good item, especially if I'm going to have a lot of farms. I really need to get Harv's Island and go there and do that whole thing. But I think it has to be 3 stars before you can start getting the bonus NPCs. I think I'm remembering that correctly anyway. We have the rope fence today. I will be getting that as well. I do feel like I'm wasting a lot of my miles getting all of these fences, but you just never know what kind of fence you're gonna want. I could need all of these different types of fences, or I could just use one fence. It's a coin flip. And this is the moment we're finally gonna figure out who the campsite villager is. Let's not waste any time. I just wanna see who it is. Ah! Oh my gosh. It's Shep. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I never get Shep. Shep is like best case scenario. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. I've never gotten such a good campsite villager in my life. Let's go. Now Shep does want us to go talk to Tom Nook really quickly first. All right, Tom, I did it. Shep wants to live here. Please give me his plot. I'm so excited about this. And I have the perfect location for Shep right here on the beach. A seaside view just like everyone else. I did find fuchsia crafting, so that's exciting. Any day that I remember to go find the person who's crafting, it's a good day. She is making the spooky treats basket. Very cute DIY. Very small. The spooky treats basket is very small, but I'll take it. If I'm being honest, at this point, I have to be pretty darn close to having all of the spooky DIYs. And I do wonder, once I reach that point, are they going to start giving me regular DIYs? Or am I going to have to time travel outside of October to start getting anything that resembles a normal DIY? Because right now, I'm appreciating all of the spooky stuff, but I need some different stuff too. All right, another day. I went ahead. We went forward again. We're moving and grooving. Shep is moving in today. It's a big day. My body will not allow me to go past these rocks and not collect the resources from them. I can't do it. So here I am, collecting resources again. Instead of just speeding through this, someone stop me. Sahara is visiting today. This is my first time seeing Sahara, so I'm gonna go ahead and buy a couple rugs from her just to have them. I have no idea what she's selling, but might as well. Pumpkin harvest do 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 do. Pumpkin harvest do 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 do. Pumpkin harvest do 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 do. Pumpkin harvest. I can't stop do 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 do. I can't stop do 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 do. I can't stop do 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 do. I can't stop. I cleaned out my pockets, and this one single room in my house has been driving me nuts for a little bit. So I just kind of got rid of a ton of stuff and rearranged it a little bit. Put down this large rug. I think at a later date, I'm going to spend a little bit more time actually decorating it, but I was just tired of looking at it when I walked in here. Okay, Flora, you need to chill out. Chill out. She's making the spooky tower. Are you kidding me? I've been looking for that recipe. Flora, are you joking? Why is she giving me all of the good recipes? After getting so mad at me too. You know what? Enemies to friends? Now that I have the campsite villager, I can finally purchase some extra land from Tom. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. He will only give me one at a time. I'm gonna go ahead and purchase 2 minimum, maybe 3. That'll give me either 8 or 9 villagers depending. And just like everything else, we're just gonna autofill. Because why not? 1 plot down, 2 plots down, and for now I'm sticking with 2. I'm gonna wait on the 3rd one and just see if we need it. Okay, 1 more day. We can do 1 more day, right? Let's do this. We finally have Able Sisters open. I'm so excited to be able to see some more clothing options. Although based on what they have out on the floor right now, I am not very optimistic about this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I will get some glasses. They've got a green shirt, some jeans. It's fine. Goes perfectly with my duck bill. I purchased a couple things from Nooks and then I came in here and they finally have the common flooring. And I know that's so silly to be excited about, but this is my favorite floor in the game. I'm so happy about it. Ooh, okay, I was placing some things out and I noticed this plot is sold. So let's go ahead and see who it is. Camo Frog! Oh my goodness. I love Camo Frog and he is another one who I feel like is great for this island. That is such a good villager, such a good autofill. Flora is crafting again. Does she do anything else? She's making a leaf mask. Okay, that could be cute. I mean, it's not great for designing anything, but why not? I did decide to stop in with Leaf just to see what he was offering. And he does have some carrot starts, which I'm going to go ahead and grab. I don't know, probably like 15 or so. Oh, and he also has hyacinths. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and grab, I think, 10 of each color hyacinth. And I think my strategy is going to be, I'm just going to kind of plant them next to each other and hope that some hybrid situations happen. I wouldn't mind having orange hyacinths, but I can't remember how difficult those are to make. And like I've said, I am not going to try for hybrids. We're just going to kind of go with it. I could make an entire island with just white flowers, and that'll be just fine to me. So I'm going to get these. I probably won't end up with orange hyacinths, but if I do, that's just an added bonus. But also, it's nice to plant some more flowers that will definitely help us get to 3 stars pretty soon here. I found some random spot on the island. I'm just going to go ahead and plant all of those hyacinths right here. Hope for the best. I just have random spots with everything growing right now, and I know for certain that I'm going to regret this, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Today is day 8 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And today we have one goal. There is only one thing we need to do today, and that is get this island to 3 stars. Now, obviously, in order to get the island to 3 stars, there's a lot of stuff that we're going to have to do. I really need to get a bunch of things placed out. We are going to have to do some daily stuff. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to time travel today, but it might be a couple times. We're just going to have to see how it goes. I think one of the biggest things is I do need to have multiple villagers move in. Isabel did tell us that Camo Frog had moved in today, so that's exciting. We do have another plot down, and I'm assuming that one auto-filled as well, and then if we time travel, that person will move in. But we definitely have some work to do. I'm finally putting down my common flooring, and I just can't tell you how much this changes the room to have this flooring instead of the pine wood flooring that it comes with initially. I just love this one so much more. Also doing a little organizing of my pockets. They're definitely out of control. It's getting out of hand. One of the hardest things about this is if I don't upgrade my house fully, I'm never going to get the storage shed, and that makes things really difficult. Somehow, Able Sisters just continues to have absolutely nothing that I'm interested in. I don't know how that's possible, but where's the cute dresses? Where's my glasses? Where's any of the stuff that I normally wear? And I guess while I'm in here, I should go ahead and try talking to Sable. It would be helpful to get the patterns from her because I don't plan on making my own. I have the carrot starts that I bought from Leaf, so I'm just going to go ahead and plant them right here because why not have a little farm right here in front of the shops? No better place. I do see CJ back there in the background, and I'm also going to completely ignore him because I'm definitely not going to go around fishing. Biff is giving us the retro gas pump. I actually really love this item, and I'm telling y'all, Biff is cute. I'm spending a little time watering flowers, watering my different crops that I have. I need these flowers to spread. I need them to potentially breed with each other. So I guess I can go ahead and water them. At this point, I've harvested so many pumpkins. I definitely need to spend some time taking inventory of what I have and figuring out what I'm going to be crafting, what I need to sell, all of that. Okay, it looks like our other plot did fill. Becky? Who is Becky? I think it's a chicken. I don't like the chickens. I came in here to visit Camo Frog. He's so cute. Look at him. I don't know if I've ever had him on an island, so I'm really happy about this one. Coco is crafting today. And she's making the spooky fence. Let's go. Yes. We needed this recipe. I think the only one that I'm really missing at this point is the pumpkin with a little hay bed attached to it that I can't remember the name of it ever. Other than that, I think I have all of the ones that I typically use. We're also doing pretty decently on our Nook miles. We have 8,280, so that's not terrible. We're gonna need a lot to get all of the different pathing options if I want to terraform and waterscape. I can't remember the exact amount, but I feel like it's between like 12,000 and 20,000 if you want to get everything. Maybe it's more than that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like terraforming is like 8,000. You need a lot. Let's go ahead and check with Isabel and see where the island is. I'm hoping we're at a 2-star and that this isn't going to take a lot of work, but one star? 1 star? Okay. Talk about humbling. Oh my goodness. Okay, our island is garbage. She hates me. It's official. It's good that her feedback is just that we need to get more people on the island. I'm working on that. So once we do that, I can just come back in and check, and hopefully we'll be at least at 2 stars by then. While I'm in here, I am going to go ahead and grab another plot from Tom Nook because if we need more villagers, I feel like I'll just go ahead and get another one. I think it's just 8 villagers that you need to be eligible for 3 stars, but it can't hurt to have another one, so I'm grabbing it. And we will put this plot down right next to everybody else. I really need to see how many materials I have as far as like rock materials go because I feel like I've been doing this a lot. And I haven't been going to any Nook Mile Islands, so everything I've been collecting has been on my own island. However, once I start crafting, I just know that it's gonna go so quickly. Like, you need so much stone for stuff. I just spent, no joke, like 15 minutes running around looking for this glow spot. I almost gave up. I almost was just like, you know what, forget it. I don't need it. But I do need it, especially if I'm gonna be consistently getting this every single day. So I just wasted so much time doing that. I can't believe I just did that. I did go ahead and time travel, and it looks like there is a fishing tourney today, which we will be ignoring. I don't see any point in doing the fishing tournament, so yeah, I don't think we need to. Definitely need to water my pumpkins. I'm starting to wonder, should I make my pumpkin patch any bigger, or should I just stick with this size? It's not very many. I guess I need to really see how many pumpkins I have and what I'm able to craft, and then decide. Ooh, look at this house. This is a nice house. Okay, Becky. It's a nice Halloween house. Becky is not very cute. I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she has a great personality. I don't know. I could learn to love her. Able Sisters needs to get it together. These selections are just not it. Come on. Give me some good stuff. I will go ahead and water my carrots as well because I want to make sure I have enough of those if I want to plant some more. I'm really regretting. I know a couple days ago I had the opportunity to get potatoes and I ended up not getting them. Why did I do that? I should have just gotten some. Nooks has some good stuff today. They have the clay furnace and they also have one of the upright lockers. So I'm definitely going to buy both of these. We'll also be grabbing the candy for today. I think I've been pretty consistent about doing that too. I don't know why I'm being consistent about that because I don't know if I really intend on playing the Halloween event, but I just feel like I have to. Candy's only 120 bells, so why not just keep buying it? We have the corral fence in the Nook Stop today, and I feel like that kind of has to round out the fence collection. I know that I have so many of them, and I've definitely gotten all the ones that I use all the time, so I think we're good. We also have the hand cart today in Nook Shopping. I am going to grab that. A lot of this stuff I'm really grabbing with the expectation that we will unlock the llamas over at Harv's Island because I'm going to need them to customize different items. And I had a much easier time finding the glow spot this time, so I'm pretty happy about that. I didn't have to wander around everywhere. I just kind of happened upon it, and that's the way I like it. Oh, I was walking by, the other plot did autofill, and it's Hamlet. I'm kind of indifferent about Hamlet. Just a very mid villager for me. I'm still very happy with my money tree farm over here. This just makes it so easy. Every day you're getting that 30,000 bells. So convenient. I'm obsessed. All right, here's my plan. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to put all of the materials that I can into my storage. And then I'm going to swap all of the items that are in my storage into my pockets. I'm going to go and place every item that I have out onto the island. And then I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that that's enough to get to 3 stars. Otherwise, we're going to have to start crafting things, or I'm going to have to get some items from the Nook Stop and then maybe go another day. But I'm really hoping that I've gathered enough stuff along the way to just get to 3 stars. I've already put out a bunch of fencing. I have a lot of flowers and trees, so I can't imagine that she would be frustrated by that. I know that I have 8 villagers now, and I think that's the requirement. We also have the 9th plot, so I feel like it's definitely going to be a possibility. But at the same time, I'm also highly anticipating that it'll say 2 stars, and I'll have to keep working. See, isn't this looking beautiful? We've got the washer, the toy box, and then I'll put another little set of items right here. Fortune-telling set, toolbox, cartoonist set, looks great. The mini cactus. Look how great I am at designing. Let's put a little bundle of stuff over here too. I've got the cypress plant and the lawn chair. Throw some stuff behind Becky's house. Public bench, elephant slide. Wow. Honestly, I feel like this should be 5 stars. Before I waste any miles on getting any of the Nook Mile items, I'm going to go ahead and check with Isabel and see what she says. 13 has a 3-star rating. Let's go. I'm telling y'all, oh my gosh, placing out everything you have in your storage is the way to go. Are you kidding me? And now KK Slider is definitely going to want to come perform. This is the best. I cannot believe that happened. I can't believe it happened so fast. I feel like we did just the right amount of stuff to get there, and I'm very, very, very happy. Today is day 9 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. We have 3 stars. It's official. And that means that KK Slider is going to be performing today, and more importantly, that means we're going to be able to decorate today. So that is my plan. That is my number 1 priority. We've got to start decorating. Look at all of us enjoying the concert. It's just so cute. So, so cute. And now is the time that Tom Nook is officially giving us the Island Designer app. I'm so excited. Getting the Island Designer app just unlocks so many opportunities, so much more stuff that you can do. Even without terraforming and waterscaping, just the ability to place down paths totally changes the game. So the first thing I have to do, obviously, is check out the Nook Stop, and we have to make some decisions here because there are a lot of options. Of course, we have the options for the waterscaping and terraforming, but we also have all of the different pathing options. Now, I do think it comes already with the regular dirt path and the ability to place custom paths, which we're not going to be doing because I can't design, but we do need to pick some paths. I also don't think that I have the simple wooden fence yet. I think I only have the ones that Tom Nook gave us initially, so I am going to go ahead and get that recipe. The first path that I'm going to go for is the dark dirt path, and the reason I'm getting this one is because I definitely want to have some different farms on the island and maybe just some little gardens, stuff like that, and I think the dark dirt path will really set that off. I'm also going to grab the stone path because, I don't know, I just feel like maybe I'll want to have something that's a little more put together looking. I think I'm gonna do the regular dirt path for my main pathway, but I just don't know for sure. So I wanna have this option. No one judge me, okay? I am gonna go ahead and get the hip reaction collection because I just need some more reactions, okay? This is a no judgment zone. Able Sisters does have a couple things today. I think I might go with this skirt with suspenders and maybe get these shoes that look like Doc Martens. I think this is kind of cute. The Nooks are just continually letting me down here. I don't know why they won't put some good stuff, but I am gonna go ahead and grab the candy. I'm really hoping that Nooks upgrades soon. I think I'm gonna have to time travel enough so that we've played for the 30 days for it to upgrade. So I may do like a big time travel and then come back. I haven't decided yet. We have Biff crafting today, and he is making the bamboo stop block. I don't know what it is about these bamboo recipes, but I have a lot of them. And then our bottle for the day is the grass skirt. These DIYs are garbage. If I can get that one spooky DIY that I'm missing, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and time travel to November just so I can start getting some different stuff. We have our first balloon for the day, and it's the wide chino pants. Those will go straight into storage. I am going to take the time to water my hyacinths because I am kind of hoping for an orange hyacinth in here. I'm definitely nowhere near close to having enough flowers for this island. I typically decorate with a ton of flowers and I really just don't have a lot. I probably just need to start getting some more flower seeds, honestly. One of my tasks that I wanted to complete today as well is I want to go to Harv's Island because I think that you have to go and talk to him at least one time before you will get the option to upgrade anything on Harv's Island. So I'm just going to go over there. We're going to talk to him really quick. And then I'm hoping that the next day I'll have the option to start unlocking the different NPCs. Harvey's really cute and I really do love Harv's Island. I'm glad that they added on to it because I feel like it gives it more of a purpose and I feel like more people will use it. All right, now like I said, today's goal is to get a little bit of decorating done, and we're gonna go ahead and start doing some more stuff to our entrance here. It's always easiest for me to start with my entrances. I think just because it kind of sets the tone for the whole island, and it just kind of gives me a place to work off of rather than just starting somewhere randomly on the island. The thing about this is because I'm using in-game path, I do feel like it's going to be a lot harder for me to decorate. I typically do things a little more natural with a bunch of winding paths and stuff like that. With this path, I'm definitely going to have to do things not necessarily symmetrical, but a little more linear, and I'm just going to have to try to make that work. So I'm starting out with this dirt path, and I'm just kind of doing straight off of the entrance and then having it tee right behind this fence. This is always how I kind of envisioned it as I was creating this other little section. And I think it's gonna work out, especially once we start adding more trees and flowers, it'll definitely all fill in. I'm also going to have to tell myself that not every inch of this island needs to be filled up. It's just gonna have to have some blank spaces and I'm gonna have to be okay with it. I'm gonna put a little bit of dark dirt down here. I think I wanna have just some tiny little gardens. And by garden, I mean just like a couple flowers placed back here. Part of me is kind of second guessing this fence option. I don't really know what I wanna do. I'm also going to be adding in several bushes, and that is another thing that I'm gonna have to take some time to either purchase or go to different islands to get bushes, like Cap'n Islands, because I'm going to need a lot of those. I'm trying to decide where I'm gonna have this path go, and I really have no idea. I guess I'm just gonna have it keep extending straight forward, but I don't know exactly how I wanna connect it to resident services, if I want it to go straight, then to the left, and then up, or take this one that's already going to the left and then make that one go up. I really can't decide. I tried putting this stone path underneath the swinging bench right here, and I hate it. So I'm gonna try the dirt path underneath and see if I like that any better. But that means that I'm gonna have to customize the swinging bench because the dark brown bench is not gonna look good on top of the dark brown dirt. Okay, I like the white bench there. I would definitely need something white on the right-hand side to balance it out, so I'm gonna go grab some flowers and see if that helps at all. I added some flowers and some more bushes, and I'm liking the direction it's going, but it still just doesn't feel right. I can't decide if it's the fencing or if it's the bench. I don't really know what's wrong, but something is just off. One thing that I noticed earlier when I was in the Nook Stop is I didn't have the fencing customization option, and I remembered it's because I haven't crafted 2 different types of fencing. So I'm just gonna make this country fencing really quick just to unlock that. Okay, perfect. Yes, that worked. Now we have the custom fencing in a flash. I am almost out of Nook Miles, so I'm definitely gonna have to do some Nook Mile grinding, whether that's off camera or later. I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but I definitely need to do something. I'm gonna pick up some of this simple wooden fencing. I just wanna test it out and see what it looks like. I think I'm gonna customize it to white first and then take it over there. I don't know if I can put just a couple pieces on the right side. I'm trying to balance out the white in that bench. I just don't know. I don't know what to do. So I put down a little bit of the white fencing on the right, and I really like it. So I think I'm actually going to keep it, and I'm going to change out the tall vertical board fencing on the left. And then I'm going to have to customize the bench again because it's going to be white on white if I keep it. So, you know, the design process is a long and tedious thing, but sometimes you just have to keep trying things until they work. So I went with this light wood option. I don't know if I love it. I honestly, just the swinging bench altogether might have to go. But for now, I'm just going to keep it because I don't really know what else to put right there. But just know that I'm not 100% convinced. Now, the right side of this build, I'm really liking. I've decided to kind of continue with this symmetrical fencing, and there's really been a lot of me walking back and forth trying to see what I can add, what I like, what I don't like. But I don't know, I really like the idea of this fencing kind of bordering this main pathway. I don't know how far I'll take it down, but I think it looks pretty cute. And then I did make a couple more pumpkin recipes, so I'm gonna put the spooky tower. And then I also had another spooky lantern to put down. For now, I've kind of decided that I'm going to take this path and I'm going to go straight down from resident services, and then I'm going to connect it in from that left path. I don't know if I'm going to keep it that way because the more I think about it, the more I'm thinking maybe some kind of neighborhood up here, but I'll really have to plan out where the houses are going. But I did just kind of want to see what it would look like to have some more of this pathing down. Aw, Fuchsia's teaching me how to laugh. That's so sweet. I've also decided to continue the main path forward and then connecting it to the left too. I don't know if these directions are making any sense, but to me it does. And I'm struggling because I don't know how symmetrical to keep things, and it's just a lot. We've got another balloon, and it's nothing exciting. It's 5,000 bells. I did want to take a quick look at the map, and I am excited to see some different paths on the map. I feel like that's progress. But then at the same time, I'm looking at all of the houses that are on the beach and just how much island we have to work on, and this is all I have done, and I'm a little bit stressed. Ooh, another balloon. 5 iron nuggets. I can't believe I stopped for that balloon. So this is how my entrance is turning out so far. I'm actually really proud of it. It's not much, but it's a start, and I haven't decided yet if I want to keep adding detail to this specific area or if I would rather just continue to extend out and then come back and add detail later if I have time. Today is day 10 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. And today is the day after we got the KK Slider performance, which means there will be a lot of different changes on the island today, including Cap'n. Cap'n is one of the NPCs I've been most excited about because I really need to start going on the island tours, and he's gonna have bushes and flowers and hopefully vines. I really need to be taking advantage of having him because I need stuff. So it looks like Fuchsia wants to leave, and I don't dislike Fuchsia, but I do think I'm gonna tell her yes, that she can go, and I think I'm gonna keep doing the whole autofill thing because why not? Able Sisters has the cat nose and whiskers today, so I'm definitely going to be changing out my duckbill for those because I want to be a cat. Nooks just has another hand cart, so I'm going to go ahead and grab that just in case, but I'm really getting tired of the lack of options in Nook's Cranny, so I think we're going to have to deal with that very soon. My storage and pocket space are definitely becoming a problem, and I really don't want to upgrade my house because I don't want it to be any bigger. I don't want any extra rooms to have to decorate because that is one of my goals, to have an entirely decorated house. But I don't know how much longer I can deal with only 120 spaces in my storage. I grabbed a bunch of pumpkins out of my storage and now I'm going to craft some spooky towers and spooky lanterns because I know those are two things that I'm going to use a bunch of them. And then I think I'm just going to drop them on the ground. This looks like the perfect place right here. Ooh, okay, I do have the book and the magazine in my Nook shopping today, so I'm definitely going to be grabbing one of each of those. Those are both just good to have because there are lots of DIYs that use them, and it's kind of a just-in-case thing. I know that I keep talking about the fences and that I have enough and I don't need any more, but at this point, I have to have the brick fence. And here is the lovely Cap'n. I'm very excited to see what kind of tours he takes me on. I did forget that he takes Nook miles, which is kind of annoying, but I know that I definitely have enough for a tour today. Okay, Cap'n. It is up to you to save this island because I need you to take me to the good stuff. Please. Okay, I mean, it's kind of a basic island. However, I do see it has some bushes and it has some mums, so I'll go ahead and I'm going to get all of the bushes and I'm going to grab all of the white mums. I do think that this is one of the best way to get bushes rather than just buying them all from Leaf, but it is also kind of a pain. We do have a bottle on this island too, and it is the boomerang, which I don't care about. These DIYs are killing me. I don't know how I'm gonna have enough stuff to decorate this island at this point. If it comes down to it, I literally am just gonna have to terraform a big lake in the middle of the thing and call it a day, but I'm really gonna have to start getting more items. I did decide to take the time and go ahead and get the resources from the rocks because you can never have enough resources, so I am doing that. I'm not gonna bother with the wood though. Okay, my pockets are full, we've got bushes, we've got flowers, I found the gyroid fragment. It's time to go home. This looks like as good of a place as any to go ahead and plop down these bushes. I really don't have any kind of system and I really need to start figuring it out, but I figure it's not enough bushes for it to matter, so on to the random spot they go. And this looks like a perfect place to plant all of my white mums. I'm obviously collecting resources from the rocks on my island. I'm not doing it as frequently as I was doing it previously, but I'm still doing it pretty consistently. And at this point, I'm trying to decide when I'm gonna have to destroy these particular rocks because they are kind of in the way. I've got this path that's gonna be coming right through here apparently, so I do think I need to get rid of them, but they're just so convenient. Like, it's right next to my house. I don't know if I can justify doing it just yet. Today is just full of indecision, and I've gotta get it together. I'm gonna go ahead and harvest my pumpkins again. I don't know why. I have tons of pumpkins already, but they're just too cute not to harvest them. While I'm at it, I'm gonna go ahead and harvest the carrots as well. The carrots, I don't know what I'm gonna do with because I can't craft with them and I don't really know why I have them, so I may end up selling these. First balloon of the day, tweed jacket. These balloons are trash. My DIYs are trash, my balloons are trash. Come on, game, help me out a little bit. Flora is crafting today and she is making the hanging terrarium, which is a fine DIY, don't get me wrong, but I need stuff for outside. You know, one thing I also noticed is that I thought that it was just that hay bale DIY that I don't have, but I also don't have the spooky tree yet. When do I get that? I was thinking that I want to put a house down over here and have like 2 houses at the entrance, but with this pond here, it's just not quite fitting right, and I really like the way the entrance looks, so I don't know. I'm gonna plot out a piece of land and I'm gonna kind of think about it, knowing that if I do it, I'm gonna have to get rid of the water. I also don't have the Nook miles to get waterscaping, so I couldn't do it today if I wanted to. So I went ahead and time traveled, and I did a big time travel. We're all the way in November now because I really need Nook's Cranny to upgrade. That was my goal with this. I know that By doing this, I've sacrificed a lot of things like my Nook Miles bonus at the Nook Stop, my money trees, all of that stuff, but we just need this to happen. Hamlet is crafting today. A bamboo wall decoration? Are you joking? Another bamboo item and another interior item. I can't with these villagers right now. I'm trying to look through here at the Nook Miles to see if there's anything that I can do pretty quickly. I guess I can chop some wood, but I am in a bad place when it comes to Nook Miles right now, and I don't know what to do. I think I'm just gonna have to really spend some time grinding for Nook Miles and for more materials and DIYs, but when do I do that? When is a good time to do that? And I knew that my money tree farm was gonna be ruined with me time traveling so much, and it's fine. I'm a little sad to see it go, but maybe if we get back to a point where I'm doing just one day at a time, I can start another one. For now, I'm just gonna chop all of these down. I'm gonna gather the money and the wood, and it's just one less thing I'm gonna worry about every day when I'm playing. I'm putting my money away, and I do have plenty of money. If I did wanna upgrade my house for more storage, I can pay off the loan whenever I want to. I'm just trying to decide if that's the best idea. I did time travel one more time. We do have an empty plot now, which should be full tomorrow because we are gonna let it autofill. But my Nooks is upgraded today, finally. So hopefully I start getting some good stuff in here. I think ultimately my plan is I'm going to play a couple days in November and then I'm gonna time travel back to October and I should start getting spooky items in the store, which will just be one more way for me to obtain those. There are just those 2 DIYs that I'm looking for, and then I might time travel to a completely different season. I don't really know yet. I have been consistently talking to Sable, so I'm hoping in the next couple days she's gonna start giving me some patterns. And I do think there are a couple different patterns that I can use to customize things, especially like the Zen cushion and the normal cushions if I can get some of those. I just think having some of her patterns will come in handy. Able Sisters has nothing in the store again that I want to purchase, so I guess I'm saving money. Today is day 11 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. I've figured out my problem, and my problem is that I don't have a plan, ever, with anything. And to make matters worse, I still don't have a plan today. So I honestly don't even know if today is going to be productive at all. I feel like I kind of have it in my head that I need to do a lot more planning and prepping and all of that before I can make anything else work. But I really don't know if that's the right strategy. I think in the next couple days, I just need to come up with some different build ideas to do and just start building. But today is not the next couple days. So I'm gonna go around, I'm gonna do my typical daily stuff. I'm in Nooks shopping, as one does. We are in the upgraded Nooks now, so we have more things to choose from, which means more things for me to buy with all of the bells that I don't have. But it's gonna be fine. We're doing great. Also have absolutely no idea why I keep coming to Able Sisters every day, but I just feel like I have to change my outfit every single time. He's sick. Should I ignore him? I can see the comments now.
Caito, you can't ignore him. Go get him some medicine. You have to.
I got him his medicine, okay? I was gonna do it anyway. You can't just leave him in there sick like that when you know that you can just go to the store and he's better instantly after taking this magical medication. Next time if you're sick, I'll come cartwheeling over to your side. I would love to see that. Hamlet is crafting today, and he's crafting the spooky tree. Let's go, Hamlet. And I don't have any space in my pockets. Okay, my pockets are out of control. I can learn this one DIY recipe. I'm gonna get this other one, and then we can learn it. And then I've gotta figure out my pockets. I'm so excited about this spooky tree, though. I have resorted to dropping pumpkins on my floor because I don't have any more storage space. However, I am being stubborn and I haven't upgraded my house yet. I'm kind of leaning towards, yeah, I'm gonna upgrade it again. But I think I want to do a little bit of research and see how much storage space I gain for every upgrade and see if it's worth it. I also have this little crafting area out here, so I dropped some stuff down, and yes, the storage is annoying, but I could figure it out if I wanted to. Harvey, are you serious? We did this yesterday. You were supposed to be expanded. I guess I have to go in and do the actual thing inside, which is so annoying. All right, tutorial done. This better be expanded tomorrow. I'm doing another really dumb thing and I'm going on another Cap'n tour. Even though I have like no miles, like I should not be doing this. But at the same time, I feel like I should. We got just another basic island. I am gonna go around and get the bushes, maybe some flowers, maybe some resources. But I guess I don't even really know what I'm looking for on these islands, and I should probably stop doing them until I know that. But I guess getting the bushes from here isn't a bad deal. We have so many bushes now. It's still not gonna be anywhere near enough, but it is nice to have a few of them on hand if I need them. I went ahead and time traveled again, and my mailbox is out of control. I keep buying stuff and then forgetting about it. And I'm actually not going to empty it because it is kind of acting as a separate storage, which I need desperately. Aw, the boys are selling a spooky tree, which I will be grabbing. These spooky items are expensive. I'm also gonna grab this paper bag and probably the dish set too. When is the hedgehog going to give me the patterns? This is getting out of hand. I have talked to her so many times. We just keep having these conversations over and over. I just want your fabric. Should I spend my miles on another Cap'n tour? No, I shouldn't. Did I spend my miles on another Cap'n tour? Yes, I did. And it's just another basic thing. I really don't know at this point how we haven't found a single island that's not just this typical island, but it's fine. Oh, we did find a log dining table recipe. That is enough to make this island trip worth it. That is a great DIY. We have so many bushes now. Are you kidding me? Okay, I really mean it this time that I need to take a break from the Cap'n Islands, okay? Yay! Harv's Island did expand. Let's go. I'm gonna pay off Lloyd here. I want the llamas first and foremost. I have some things already that I want to customize. So I'm gonna go ahead. I have the 100,000 bells. I'm gonna pay this off. I'm definitely gonna get the llamas, and then I think the next one I'm gonna get is Leaf. I did time travel one more time for the day. We've got this money spot right next to resident services. I'm gonna go ahead and grab it, even though I'm not really focused on the money spots, but when I'm just seeing them, I am grabbing them. I do have a couple. We also have Leaf here today, so I'm definitely going to check out what he has a little bit later on. I feel like I should do something about my entrance. I just don't know what yet. Our plot did autofill, and it's Plucky. Is that another chicken? This is ridiculous. Able Sisters has the cat ears today. I am definitely going to be getting those. Now that is one cool cat. I think this spot is the perfect place for the spooky lantern set. I don't know why I'm struggling so much right now with trying to figure out where to place things or what to do or where to decorate. I don't know. Maybe I should start terraforming. I'm really going to consider it. I'm also going to go ahead and put down some dark dirt underneath the pumpkins up here just so it looks a little bit more like a purposeful farm. We've got a balloon here. The spooky lantern set! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Let's go. Okay. Finally. I think that was the last one that I really needed because we got the spooky tree today too. I am going to go ahead. I'm buying some sugarcane starts just in case. I don't think I'm going to plant them anywhere yet. And I'm also going to buy some bush starts because I just know that I don't have enough. And I'd rather buy the bush starts now than have to keep going to Cap'n Islands because I need to get miles to get some different Nook Mile items actually. So I need to start saving up. Looking through here, these Nook Mile items are pricey. There are a couple different things that I would really like to have. The windmill, the wind turbine. I would love to have the flower bed, and there's all of these DIYs as well. So I am going to go ahead and get the brick well DIY because I think it's one that I'll use more than once. But like I said, I've got to start saving up my Nook Miles. I'm down to 10, which is embarrassing. I've made the executive decision. I am going to be moving a house up here at the entrance, and it's actually going to be Hamlet's house. Hamlet has just like a cute, neutral exterior to his house. I think it'll look nice at the entrance. Worst case scenario, I don't like it and we just have to move it again, but I'm going to try it out. I went ahead and time traveled one more time because I wanted to see what the house looked like. I love it. I love it right here. I'm wondering if I want to have another one on the left side so it's still kind of symmetrical. I think that's what I'm going to do. I chopped down the tree in front and then I placed a tree kind of behind the house as well. I really like it. I think it turned out nice. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how I want to decorate like the front yard area. I put down some dirt pathing and just added like a pumpkin and a bush, but nothing too much. Today is day 12 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And I am currently in desperate need of Nook Miles. I'm honestly in desperate need of a lot of things, but Nook Miles is probably number 1 on the list. And of course, I don't even have enough bells to purchase anything in Nooks right now. So I'm gonna go to my ABD, I'm gonna see how much money I have because it's probably not a lot. Now to get back to the Nook Miles, I really need to start earning them again because I need terraforming, I need waterscaping. I think I've decided that that's going to be the best route for me for this island. I'm going to do some waterscaping and terraforming and see where it goes. But I need 12,000 miles for that. I have 360. And that's because I stopped doing all of my daily tasks. I also literally haven't been fishing or bug catching or collecting fossils. I haven't been doing any of that stuff. So while I'm doing all of the other activities that I typically do today, I'm also going to be frequently checking in on my Nook Miles Plus tasks and just kind of seeing what I can do. I'm also not going on any Cap'n Island tours today. Mark my words. I'm not going to do it. I have also made the decision that I am going to be upgrading my house. I need the storage. I've caved in. I can't do this anymore. I looked it up and it doubles your storage, so I'm gonna go with it. I think it does add an additional back room to your house, but honestly, that's fine. I can decorate 2 rooms, right? I'm back in Nooks and I have my money this time, and I have my eyes on this painting right here because I think it could look spooky. 38,000 bells for this painting. I have 15,000. I think that's it. I just paid off that loan. I don't have any money. I guess I'll just buy this clothing rack instead. I'm broke. Okay, are my hedgehogs like glitched or something? Is it because I'm time traveling? I don't even read what they say, but like, are they saying the same things every time I do this? How do I not have the right amount of friendship to get fabric? We do need some money, so I am going to go ahead and harvest my carrots. I need to get back to harvesting things. And then, of course, you try to do one thing and then your pockets are full. Camo Frog is not crafting, but he's cooking, which means, I believe, that he's making the spooky cookies again. Yes. Why is he doing that? I don't know. I don't need that spooky cookie recipe again. I already have it. And I don't even have the ability to cook. I did find the bottle for today, and it is the steel flooring. Another very useless recipe. So things are going well. I do have this spooky table. I'm just going to throw it up here next to my entrance because I think it could look nice over here. I don't know if it'll stay, but I really like the spooky table. I am starting to get a little bit nervous about this because I don't know if it's necessarily a bad habit. But I would say that I decorate in a certain way that is not conducive to 30-day island decorating. And that is that I typically do more of like a clutter vibe. And I think I'm just gonna have to tell myself that it can't be like that. So even if I don't think an area is finished, it might just have to be finished. And then I'm just gonna have to move on. And then I'm thinking at the end, we can kind of come back and add more stuff if I have time. But right now, I have basically done nothing. And that's why I really have to work on getting these Nook Miles because I need terraforming and waterscaping. I did time travel, so the first order of business is my storage. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to put everything that I can into storage. Then I'm going to go through my storage. I'm going to pick out anything that I don't see myself using, and I'm just going to sell it. There's no point in me keeping these random items that I just know that I'm not going to use, so I'm just going to get rid of them. Nooks has some good stuff today. I really want a bunch of this stuff, so I'm hoping to get a little bit of money and that we can afford something. I want that scooter. We're going to start small. I'm going to get the kettle first. The kettle is just the perfect item to decorate with, and I don't know if I have one yet. The scooter is 13,000 bells, so I am going to go ahead and grab it. Probably not a great financial decision, but we'll live. And I'm also going to get the retro stereo. It's actually one of my favorite items in the game, and I always have them in my house. Ooh, I forgot. I do have some money trees, so that's nice. We do get a little bit of money back. See, this is what happened. I stopped doing everything. I stopped doing the daily tasks. I stopped getting my money trees. And that's where everything started to go downhill. Oh, Blathers is telling me about Brewster. I totally forgot about that. And Blathers is encouraging me to go on a cabin tour, even though I said I wasn't going to go on a cabin tour today. Should I? Nook Shopping has this marigold decoration today. I am going to go ahead and grab one of those. I definitely feel like that's something I could decorate with. And this is actually my first time seeing Kix. He is offering some cute shoes, a couple bags. I don't think that I need anything though, and I really just don't have a place to store it. Is she serious? Is she really over there making spooky cookies? Today we have a visitor staying at the campsite. Let's go. We're definitely going to go check out the campsite villager, and depending on who it is, we'll determine if I invite them or not. I don't have all 10 plots down yet. So if we want to get them, we could just invite them pretty easily. It's Punchy. Oh, this is awkward. Me in a cat outfit. With Punchy here. Oh, I love him. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to invite him. I'm going to go ahead and grab his plot from Tom, and then we'll do the whole invitation process. I actually know exactly where I'm going to put the plot because I do know what Punchy's house looks like, and it would look perfect at the entrance. Okay, so Punchy's house is pretty neutral, and I think I'm going to put it right next to Hamlet's house, so I do kind of have to rearrange things here at the entrance. I cannot tell where I need to put this. I do think it's going to kind of change how I want to do this pathing right here, but that's okay. I definitely want to have the two houses up here, but I can't see when I place it down what it's going to look like. I think this is the spot. I don't know. Wait. No, that wasn't the right spot. It's too far back. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to move it again. And not just again, but like again and then again. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to move it and then I'm gonna have to move it back. I can't believe I did that. What a horrible, horrible, horrible mistake. It's really not that big of a deal and I'm just being dramatic, but also annoying. We need to have a conversation. And the conversation is about the entire campsite villager process. It's horrible. I hate it. I don't mind these little games if I only had to do it 1 or 2 times, but if you keep getting it wrong and then you keep having to do it, it's so infuriating. I can't even begin to explain to you how infuriating it is. And not only do you have to do the game so many times, but then they'll also just randomly tell you, oh, hey, I'm interested in moving here. And then you say, oh, okay, yeah, come live here. And then they change their mind. They're just like, no, actually, never mind. So now I'm just stuck in here playing this game until I either get it right and Punchy is like, okay, yeah, I want to live there. Or until I get it wrong enough times that he feels bad for me and then he decides to move in. Punchy finally felt bad for me. So now Punchy is moving in and I'm so happy about it. I guess it was worth it. Now that Punchy's moving in, I don't know how I feel about cosplaying as a cat, so I'm going to pick out something different to wear. Today is day 13 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And today is the day that we get terraforming. Now, I don't know if I'm going to have enough miles to get terraforming and waterscaping, but we're definitely going to get terraforming. I spent some time getting some miles off camera, just like in my own time, so I have enough now. I'm definitely going to be getting terraforming. I have decided that I'm going to be terraforming and waterscaping on this island. I was kind of going back and forth on it for a little while. Like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I had a no terraforming 30-day island? But if I'm being honest with myself, terraforming and waterscaping may just save me. I don't have the items that I need to fill up this island the way that I like to, so I really, really need cliffs, water. We're gonna have trees and flowers. Like, I just need that kind of stuff to help me out. All right, let's do it. Cliff construction permit. You are mine. I am very excited about this. Don't judge me, but I'm also gonna grab the barbed wire fence. I can't help it. Kix is here again today, and I actually am going to buy these white impish wings. I just think they're really cute, so I love them. I just love how tiny they are. Oh, they're so cute. So I do have a couple ideas of things that I want to do with my terraforming, and the first one that we're going to be working on is a cliff right here. When I was first designing the entrance, this pond was kind of turning into a problem, but I decided that I can keep it, and I'm just going to put a cliff behind it, and then I'm kind of envisioning like a waterfall leading into it, just so the pond has a little bit more purpose. But then also these cliffs are going to help me out with some different height variation that I feel like the entrance is desperately lacking right now. We're also just going to have to ignore the fact that the museum is right here. I really should move it, but I'm kind of trying to just figure out where I want to put it so I don't have to move it twice. And I think that's ultimately what all of this comes down to. Like, I just need to make some decisions, stick with them, and just hope it all works out in the end. Like, I don't have time to plan things out. If for some reason I build something and it's just absolutely not gonna work, we can cross that bridge when we get there. But in the meantime, we gotta just build and move on. It has been so long since I terraformed, I feel like, and I forgot how long it takes. I feel like I've been terraforming for like 30 minutes, and I just have the tiniest little area of cliff. This bottom section is going to have to be pretty substantial because I know that I do want to put another tier on top of it, and I think that I want to have the waterfall on that second tier, so that means that it has to be even bigger because if you want to have a waterfall up there, you have to have more space. So this is going to have to be pretty big. I might just have to put it like all the way up next to the museum and just hope that it's enough area. I'm going to go ahead and start building on the second tier just to see how much space I'm working with. And immediately, just by placing one row of cliff, I know that it's not enough. For now, I'm just going to have this tiny little section of cliff on top. I am trying to be conscious of the different sides looking different. Like, I don't want these cliffs to feel symmetrical. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm rounding the edges. Just your typical terraforming rules. You know, if you want it to look more natural, you're gonna round it. Make sure they're not exactly the same. Not too many cliffs going the same way in a row. I'm just keeping all of that in mind while I'm doing it. I did get some Nook miles for using this too, which is great because I am trying to work my way back up to 6,000. Because we do need to get the waterscaping permit as well, but I don't know if that's going to happen today. I'm just going to keep terraforming, and then we'll figure out the waterscaping when we get to it. I do think I want to put another cliff here in front of resident services, but behind, I think that's Punchy's house. I don't think I want them to connect with each other, but I also don't know if I necessarily want a path going in between them. Like, I think I just want it to feel disconnected, but not something that you would necessarily walk through. Does that make any sense? I don't know. I feel like I always kind of have this idea in my head of like how you would navigate an island that I created the proper way. And I just know that when people go to my islands, they're like, what is going on here? Like, just going to all of the different areas that I would never assume anyone would go to, because oftentimes I don't complete everything. Like, I try to block things off so that you don't have to access them. And I know that people end up in those spots. I finished this cliff behind the houses and now I'm just going to add some different trees. One thing I'm going to do later probably is come back in and kind of change out some of the trees for stunted trees. Also, once I get my waterscaping permit, we can also play with the idea of doing some cliff trees because I'll be able to do that then. But for now, I'm just kind of trying to get the initial vision. So I just wanted to kind of put something up there. As I'm building this, I know what a lot of you are probably thinking. This is supposed to be a spooky island, and you're making a literal cottagecore pumpkin entrance. And I get it, but this is all I have. I will have my 2 spooky sections that I promised, but beyond that, I don't know how spooky the whole thing is gonna be. Maybe when it's nighttime, it'll feel more spooky. We can call the neighborhood haunted if we want to. But even if it's not living up to the name of a spooky entrance, it is Halloween themed, and I do like the direction that it's going in. I think I can make it work still. You're just gonna have to trust me. One thing that's been bothering me for a long time is this bench on the left. I don't like it, especially now that I have Punchy's house behind it. So I'm gonna actually change this out to another pumpkin patch to balance the one on the right side. I'm obviously going to change some things up, make it a different size, put some different things in there. And who knows, I might eventually change this, but the bench is definitely not working. Now, like I said earlier, I just need to start doing things, commit to it, and hope for the best. So I'm going to go ahead and extend this path out to the left. Do I have any idea what's going to go over there? No, of course I don't. But we will figure it out at some point. I've decided to add another cliff over here. I considered putting some more houses right here, but I actually think I kind of want to stop the houses, only have the 2 right here, and then maybe have the other neighborhoods like a little bit further out, branching off from this. So I'm going to put a cliff. I need some more height on this left-hand side of the path. Nothing too fancy, but I do think I'm gonna have to start moving a bunch of this stuff that I have over here, so that's gonna be annoying. I can't tell you how many times I keep running back and forth through this one section, and all I'm trying to do is decide where I'm gonna put my trees, but like every tree position matters because I don't like it when there's a tree directly behind another tree unless there's like a third tree. Like it all has to make sense. So I keep having to run through and see where all the other trees are to make sure that I can plant trees in certain spots. And then I have this tree right here that I do want to be stunted, but I don't think I want it to be this small. I want it to be the next height. So I'm gonna just place it there and then hope that I remember tomorrow to stunt it. Chances are that I won't remember, but one can hope. I did get a spooky standing lamp out of a balloon. I didn't even know that I was missing that recipe, but that is a nice surprise. I've gone through and added a couple different items, added a barrel and a pumpkin, some more spooky towers, just some random stuff like that. I feel like it's kind of coming together. Do I feel like I could add more stuff? Yes, always, but it's actually starting to feel like an entrance at this point. I've decided this path coming from resident services, like directly off of it, I actually want it to have a meadow feel to it. So I'm just gonna plant a bunch of flowers here. I'm going with the white cosmos and yellow tulips, and then I'll probably plant some weeds in there too to break it up a little bit more. I don't know why I'm doing this, but it feels right. I'm definitely gonna need more flowers because I keep running out. I might also extend the meadow onto the cliff above it on the right-hand side. I think that would actually look really nice, but I don't have enough flowers to do that. So I'm just gonna do what I can for now, just so I remember the idea, and then we'll have to finish it later. I am gonna take the time to clean up this crafting area. I don't know if I'll do another thing like this and have it outside anymore. I think I'm just going to deal with the fact that I have to keep going into my storage every time I want stuff, just because I'm kind of tired of having this stuff on the ground, and I'm already extending the build over to the left anyway, so it just all needs to go. And I have the storage to put it all away now, so that's really nice. I am extending onto this cliff right here. I don't know exactly how far out I want it to go, but I know that I want it to feel a little bit more substantial, maybe have a second tier to it at some point, but it doesn't have to be perfect right now. I just kind of want it to be a placeholder for whatever is going to be here in the future. So here is a little walkthrough of the entrance so far. You can tell I've made some changes here. I've added some items. Of course, we've added the cliffs in the back. I've got the start of the meadow, which leads to resident services, a pathway that's gonna go out to the left, and then some more cliffs. No waterscaping yet, but I'm hoping to get that very soon. I just have to get the miles for it. But I'm really happy with this progress. I feel like we did a lot today. Today is day 14 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. We've actually been making progress. I want to keep that momentum, so I'm not going to waste any time. We're going in resident services. I'm going to get my bonus Nook miles for going to the Nook stop, and then we should be pretty close to getting the waterscaping permit. Okay, we are literally 110 away from the 6,000 that we need, so we should get there pretty quickly. They do have the bandages in Nook shopping today. I'm gonna go ahead and grab those. I've been looking for them. Y'all know I always wear the bandages. Oh, we got some Nook miles? We got Nook miles for shopping. Let's go. Okay, we can go right back in. We're gonna get waterscaping right now. Now I know it seems like I'm really excited about waterscaping, and I am. But at the same time, I'm also very nervous about it because I am not that great at waterscaping, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I'm not the worst, but I'm also just not the best, you know? Like, it's hard for me to work with rivers more so than it is for me to do the cliffs, but I'm gonna do my best. I have some ideas. I mean, nothing grand, but I know that I wanna put a waterfall over here. There's another waterfall that I wanna do over on the other side of the neighborhood. So we've got some things to work on today, which is good, because that means we're gonna make more progress, and we need to be making progress at this point. Like, we're almost halfway done with this challenge, and I literally don't have a finished entrance. I am once again begging y'all to trust me, or at least send me words of encouragement. I worked a little bit on the waterfall first, and now I'm thinking that I want to put a pond on the left side. I don't know if it's just going to be a pond or if I want water leading into this as well, but getting a pond to look natural is not easy to do. It takes a lot of back and forth. It's also hard to not make a pond look like other things. So I'm just gonna do my best. I just want a small, natural, not suspicious looking pond. Okay, I think I did decent. It looks good enough. Obviously, as I'm doing all of this, I'm kind of running back and forth through this neighborhood entrance over and over and over. And I keep seeing certain things. I think I do want to extend these little garden sections. You can't even call them gardens. It's literally like 2 flowers. I think I'm going to put some more of them. I haven't quite determined how far out the fence is going to extend or where this path is going to go, but I think adding a couple more will just make them seem more purposeful and just a little bit more structured at the same time. I'm really trying to give a balance between like the sense of structure that a neighborhood would have, but also natural at the same time. Like, I don't want it to feel over-structured or symmetrical. I've added the flowers. I don't have enough tulips to do tulips along the whole thing, but I'm just gonna put mums and then I'll decide later if I wanna do different flowers or change them out for tulips or what I wanna do. I now have an idea of maybe doing a waterfall from this tiny cliff that I have that leads into like a stream that's broken up by the pathway. I'm gonna try it and see what it looks like. I don't typically do things like that because I don't know how realistic it's gonna look or if it even makes sense. Like, what, is the water going underneath the walkway? I don't know, but maybe it'll look good. I have no idea. I feel like I need just a more substantial waterfall leading into this pond, and I'm not going to be able to make it come from the water that's on the opposite side of the path. So because of that, now I'm building a cliff to the left-hand side of the pond. I'm going to have a bigger waterfall leading down into it, but then also have the little stream that goes across the path at the same time. But because I'm building this cliff, now I'm having to get rid of a bunch of different stuff. Like, I'm having to dig up these trees, and then I've got just items placed out over here. I think today is the day that I'm gonna have to finally move the pumpkin patch as well. I'm just putting it off for as long as I possibly can, because digging up stuff like that is just annoying. You know what I mean? Like, if you have to move a substantial amount of items at one time, it takes so long to do it. It almost reminds me of I don't even know how to go into this tangent. You know how when you go to the grocery, like grocery shopping is so annoying because you go and you have to touch the groceries so many times. Between the point of getting them from the store to your house, you are interacting with those groceries so many times. You're taking them off the shelf, you're putting them in your cart. You're taking them out of your cart to get them scanned. They put the bags into your cart, so you're kind of interacting with them again. Then you've got to take the bags out and you have to put them in your car. Then you drive home, you have to get the bags out and take them in your house. Then you have to take them out of the bags and put them away in your pantry or wherever they go. That's too many interactions. I didn't ask for that. So that's how I feel about this pumpkin patch. It's going to be too many interactions. I'm trying to make this waterfall make sense. Like it's going to be small, but I don't want it to just be the waterfall. Like there needs to be a body of water up here. But I think if it's small, it's okay because we're going to have the other one. So it'll be fine. I also think I need to put some trees up here, but fitting trees on a small cliff when you also have water up there is not easy to do because you can't put trees next to the side of the cliff and you can't put trees next to water. I don't know if I have it in me to do a cliff tree today. All right, now is the time. I have to move the pumpkins. I'm digging them up and then I'm gonna go put them somewhere else in the hopes that I don't have to dig them up again for a long, long time. I've expanded the cliff on the left pretty substantially. I'm also trying to plan out this path, although I still have pumpkins and a fossil or gyroid in the way, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Like I just need to be able to see it a little bit. I was thinking about doing the beautiful island ordinance, but now I'm unsure because it says we'd ask folks to pitch in on weeding, and I use weeds to decorate with, so I don't really know what that means. Like, if I plant the weeds, does that count? Like, are they gonna get rid of those? Because I don't want that. But I do think it helps with getting more flowers and potentially hybrids, so it may be worth it. I found this random spot next to my flower patch that I'm gonna plant the pumpkins. It's kind of behind resident services, so I don't think I'll be decorating it for a while, but there's honestly no telling. I finally moved all the pumpkins and I was able to finish up this path right here. I'm really liking how this is looking. It actually feels really good to run through here. And I'm almost wondering if I need to just keep going with the path and just make something up. Like, how do I want it to be? I'm thinking about having it extend out on both sides of resident services. And then I think I'm just gonna keep this bridge right here. The less stuff that I have to redo, the better. Okay, so I kind of have the skeleton of the path here. It's not perfect. It doesn't line up perfectly, but who says islands have to be perfect? I've started working on the second tier of this cliff because I do want the waterfall to be substantial. I want it to start on the second tier and then flow down, and we'll just kind of see how it looks. I also have plenty of room if I need to make the cliff even bigger, but I'm hoping that I've already made it big enough. I actually already like the way that this waterfall looks right here, so I'm hoping that I can make it look good on the second tier too. I'm thinking, what if I make it just like one of those corner waterfall things, and then it leads down, and then I just curve the edges? Oh, I actually really like it. If I fix the cliff edges, I think this looks good. I don't know, does it look weird or does it look good? I can't get over how loud waterfalls are, by the way. I think I like it. Like, you're not gonna see too much of it as you run by, but I feel like you see enough. I'm going through and rounding all of the corners off of this because they look tragic right now. Like, it just looks really bad. Taking a look at the map, I mean, it's not cute, but it actually does look like I have a substantial town at the front. So I feel pretty good about that. The other thing I've been seeing as I'm running through here is Punchy's house. And you know, initially I kind of had a crisis about where I'd place this house because it is technically one square back compared to Hamlet's house. And I thought that I cared. But I actually think I kind of like it offset, especially if I can get the decorations right. I think it makes sense to have it a little bit further back. I'm adding in the natural cliff elements and all of the foliage everywhere, so I actually think it's fine. I don't think I'm gonna waste my time moving it and then moving it back, because what if I did that and then I hated it? I have been going through to add some more pumpkin stuff through here. I even stunted the tree. I did remember to do that. I don't know, y'all. It's coming along. I'm feeling more confident. Sable is finally giving me her patterns. I just wanted to do a little update on that because it took her forever, but we're there. Today is day 15 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And I think today is the day that we need to do something other than the entrance. I feel like I've been really focused on that, but we just need to do something else. Nooks actually has a spooky chair today, so I'm gonna go ahead and pick that up. And then they also have the sewing machine, which is one of my favorite items in the game. I don't know if I'll use it or not, but I am gonna go ahead and grab it. I don't really have anything specific in mind for today, so I think what I'm gonna do is extend the pathway from this bridge. I think we determined yesterday that I am gonna try to keep the bridge. I also think I am gonna try to keep Nooks and Able Sisters on this little island right here. And I don't have any plans on removing the rivers that we already have on the island. So let's extend this path out and then maybe I'll work on something in front of Nooks. I think for now, I'm just gonna have the path going straight across, and then I guess eventually I'm gonna need a diagonal bridge that goes from this island to the section where I have a bunch of the houses down there right now, but I don't know how I'm gonna make that pathing work exactly. That is my one biggest complaint with the in-game paths, is anytime you do anything that's like on a diagonal, it makes it almost impossible to connect the pathing because you can't do diagonal paths. I know I have different options, like I can do the little circles or whatever, but I just want to be able to place an actual diagonal dirt path. You know what I mean? I'm going to go ahead and remove the tree here. And for some reason, I'm thinking about just putting a bunch of the dark dirt in front of Nooks. I have no idea why that's what I'm going to do, but that's what I'm going to do. As I'm putting down all of this dark dirt, I'm kind of regretting it. I just don't even know what I'm doing here, so I don't know what's happening. But sometimes when I don't have anything in mind, it ends up working out. So I'm just gonna stick with it. And if it looks horrendous, then we'll just start over. I am gonna get rid of the stump because I can't put pathing underneath it. And then if I decide that I wanna put another stump later, I'll just grab a cherry tree, plop it down, and chop that down. Okay, I have the dirt path down. Now what? So I'm thinking because it's dirt path that I wanna make it feel kind of natural, not necessarily a farm, but maybe putting some pumpkins down in front of it, maybe some flowers. I don't know. I have no concept of what this is going to end up being. I was thinking, what if I put the log stakes down like around the tree? You know how when you go to parks and stuff and they'll have like that one tree that feels substantial because it has like stuff around it? I was thinking about using the log stakes like that, but they don't really connect right. So what if I put them in front of it instead? I'm gonna start adding in some bushes and flowers just to kind of see what that looks like. This entire build is just indecision and uncertainty, which typically doesn't lend itself to a nice design, but it's all I have right now. I've decided I'm gonna match the log stakes on the left side, or not necessarily match them, but like mimic the design on the left side. I'll also probably put a tree down on this side too. It doesn't look bad. You know, one item that I haven't used at all yet is the spooky tree. And I think the shopping district is the perfect place to start using them. I just always imagine it as they put out these Halloween decorations, and I just really like them. I think the spooky trees look really good. Timmy and Tommy have come out here and they've decorated so nicely. I'm gonna put down a spooky tower and then a spooky lantern. You're gonna see me placing these items literally everywhere. You can never have enough. I've learned that by making a bunch of different Halloween islands. You can never have too many spooky towers or spooky lanterns. I'm honestly tired of my pockets at this point, so I am gonna spend some time getting rid of all of the stuff that's in them. I think I have more storage space than I feel like I do, so I've been purchasing stuff, and I've also been kind of picking up random stuff that I had placed out on the island, and I'm just gonna throw it all into storage, clean out my pockets. I grabbed some more flowers, and now I am crafting some things. I decided to make a spooky lantern set. I'm also gonna make a log stool, and I'm thinking about putting the spooky treats basket on top of it because that item is just so cute and small. All right, log stool right here in the front, and then the spooky treats basket on top of it. So cute. It's like they have a little candy bucket out here. Oh, I love it. I don't know if it's too much log stuff going on. Like I've got the log stakes and the log stool and then the spooky trees. Is it too much? I'm adding the spooky lantern set, another spooky lantern, and a spooky tower to the front of this build, and I feel like it's finally kind of coming together. I still don't know what it is, but whatever it is coming together. I've decided I'm going to do a path of the weeds leading up to Nook's Cranny. I just feel like I needed something going down the center, and because I don't have any custom designs, I feel like the weeds will work. I honestly felt like I needed more pumpkins in the build, so I am just going to plant random pumpkins around. So at this point, it feels like a pumpkin patch that's just been decorated in front of Nook's. I don't know. What would you call it? What is this build? Whatever it is, I actually think I like it. I don't know. It's interesting. I think it's fun. Especially once all of the flowers and pumpkins grow in, I think it's gonna look really nice. I wanted to take the time to see what the island is looking like at night because I'm assuming that when I save this as a dream address, it'll be later in the day, like into nighttime. So I just want to kind of check in. I've been doing all my decorating during the day, and I thought it would be interesting to see everything lit up. And I think it looks really pretty. This area over by Nook's, it has a ton of different lanterns. And I feel like it's going to look even better once I have Able Sisters decorated too, because that will be lit up as well. I did find the bottle on the beach for today, and it is the coconut wall planter. I cannot win with these DIYs. I'm either getting interior DIYs or random gold DIYs. We are most definitely going to have to time travel to a different month, and I'm just going to have to hope that that helps. After going in literally every villager's house, Coco is the one crafting today. And she's making a golden piggy bank. I cannot make this stuff up at this point. Interior or golden stuff. That's it. That's the DIYs. I'm also going to take a little bit of time to clean up all of this random stuff that I had placed out. I think I still have plenty of storage space. I'm going to go ahead, pick it all up. That way, the next time I'm decorating, I won't have to deal with any of it. I really don't know if any of this stuff is stuff that I'm going to use, but unless I need the space in my storage, I think I'm going to just hoard it all because I'm scared to get rid of anything and lose out on items that I'm going to need to fill up the island. I also did unlock the llamas. I don't think I've gone back to see them yet, but they are there. So if we need to change the color of anything, that is also an option. Today is day 16 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. I'm going to get it out of the way, and I'm going to apologize for my voice, which I've been losing for the past couple of days. So here we are. I can talk, but it's not great. And today I do actually have a goal. I don't know how successful I'm going to be, but I think one of my main focuses is I'm going to try to plan out as much of the pathing as I can, as well as adding some bridges and planning out where some of the villager homes are going to go. Another thing I need to focus on is I need to start stocking up on flower seeds. I'm already really running low on flowers, and I really haven't used too many of them, especially now that I know that I'm going to have that meadow in front of resident services. So I'm on the lookout for white cosmos, which they do have at Nook's today, and yellow tulips. So I'm going to be on the lookout for those. I forgot that I haven't purchased the ladder setup kit recipe yet. I'm going to go ahead and grab it. I don't know how soon I'm going to need it, but I do think I'm going to use some of these instead of trying to get a bunch of inclines because I just don't have the money. She is struggling with bells, Nook miles, talking. Everything's a struggle right now. Camo frog at Punchy's house. Very cute. They're just hanging out. That's adorable. I thought at one point that I had come back here and cleaned off all of the different cliff sides, but now there's tons of weeds back here, and I guess maybe I just never cleaned them all off. I don't know. I do think one thing I'm going to try to do is grab some of the cedar trees. So first things first, I'm just going to get some cherries so I have something to eat so I can just dig up the whole tree. I'm someone, when I'm decorating, I like to just use a fully grown tree or whatever size tree I'm actually going to use in the build rather than planting a sapling. I like to see how it's gonna look instantly, like that instant gratification. But also, if I plant a sapling, I'm not always positive that it's gonna grow in the spot that I want it. So I just like to know that a tree can go there. You know what I mean? I'm gonna grab some of these cedar trees. I actually wanna put them up by the entrance. I think in addition to the hardwood trees that already exist up there, I don't wanna get rid of a ton of those because I do like how full they look, but I'm thinking about going with like a combination. I'm gonna put one here first behind Hamlet's house. I know that doesn't seem like an ideal spot, but I do think it needs a little bit of height right there. As you're walking by, I feel like you're gonna notice it. So I put one in front of Punchy's house, and then I have another one at the entrance on the right-hand side. And I actually don't like the one in front of Punchy's house. So now I'm gonna spend some time kind of playing musical chairs with the trees here to see what combination I like. All right, I think right here next to the pumpkin patch on the left, it balances the one from the right, but it's not in the exact same spot, and I like it. There's just something about the hardwood trees at the entrance that I don't want to part with. I feel like just because they're so much bulkier and they like fill up more space. At least the leaves feel like they fill up a lot more space to me. I keep coming in here to look at the different Nook Mile items, but I'm too scared to commit to anything. Part of me wants to get the rounded street lights, but I feel like if I get them and then I don't use them, I will be annoyed that I wasted them. I know for sure that I want to get some wind turbines as well, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to like stockpile Nook Miles and then come get a bunch of stuff at one time. Next up, I'm going to be working on the pathing, and I feel like this is going to be the biggest task that I have for today. I'm just going to kind of guess where I want things to go. And I want this path to go consistently around the island, especially this section of the island. Like I just want it to kind of be, a circle is not the right word, but I just want it to go around the whole thing. Does that make any sense? Also, the more that I'm talking, the more I'm noticing how bad my voice sounds, and I do want to apologize. So if you're sticking with me through this, I really, really appreciate it. There is something so satisfying about putting down in-game path. I enjoy placing in-game path so much more than I enjoy placing custom paths, even though I probably do like the look of custom paths more. But I don't know, the placement of an in-game path is so nice. I feel like it's also a lot less stress. Maybe because you're just kind of confined to what you can do with the in-game path, and that's that. Like you can only do so much with it. I keep wasting my time hanging out for these balloons and they're always garbage, so I don't know why I'm doing it. 5 pieces of clay. I told you, it's always bad. So this section is a little bit difficult for me to place the path down because the museum is not going to be here. However, I don't know where the museum is going, so I'm scared to move it until I know exactly where I want to put it because I don't want to move it twice. That's what I'm trying to prevent at this point. I really want to just commit to where things are going, only move them once, and that's that. Another issue I'm having is how I'm going to get path to go up to this one section of the island at the top because this river is all diagonal. And like I could waterscape the river, but do I really want to do that? So I'm either going to have to do the little circle path thing or the path is just going to have to look weird because I'm going to have a diagonal bridge right there. Okay, I tried one of the little circles and I hate it. I hate how this looks so much. So I'm going to try just connecting it and then rounding the corners and seeing what happens. Okay, I mean, I won't know until I have the bridge there too, but like, I think once I decorate around it, it'll look better and it'll be fine. I have laid so much path today and I'm still not done. I do have my path going behind resident services all the way around. And then we've got the bridge connecting over to the Nook Shopping Center. I am also trying to go through and round the corners as I go because I just think that's a cute look. Let's do a little update on the map. I mean, I've done a lot. There's a lot of pathing there. You can see kind of the holes that exist in the pathing, and those are just trees that I need to go and dig up. But just basing it off the map, it looks like I've decorated a lot more than I actually have. I'm thinking in this area right here, I'm going to extend the path. And this is right off the entrance to the left. I think I'm gonna have 2 villager homes right here. That's really just an extension of the neighborhood that's right at the entrance. I'm also trying to plan out exactly where these houses are going so I don't have another crisis with where I actually place them, even though I do think I'm gonna have these houses offset anyway, but I just wanna make sure that I'm putting them exactly where I want them. We have another balloon, a pet bed. I don't know why I'm even focusing on the balloons at this point. I've decided that one of the houses that's going to be in this new tiny neighborhood of 2 houses is going to be Coco. So I'm going to grab her house from Tom Nook, and then we're going to move it. All right, Coco, yes, you're going to move in this spot right here. Coco's house isn't exactly my favorite, but it is fairly neutral, so I think it'll be fine. I am going to go ahead and plant a bunch of these flower seeds because I do want more flowers to grow. And just like I said about the trees, I like to have my flowers fully grown in when I'm decorating an area, just because I like to see exactly what it's going to look like instead of just having the seed planted. I'm also going to go ahead and grab a bridge that's going to connect the main piece of land to the piece of land to the left. I don't know how to describe it, but I do already have a walkway going over that direction, so I know that I want to put a bridge right there. All right, the bridge looks perfect. I am going with the log bridge simply because it's the cheapest option, and I don't want to try to focus on making money. So this entire island is going to be log bridges. And if I do any inclines, they will probably also be the natural incline. We are going cheapest of cheap. I did quickly run into Able Sisters. I'm going to go ahead and grab the patterns because it took us so long to get here. I'm going to keep getting these patterns from Sable. I went ahead and extended the path in front of Able Sisters, and then I think I'm just going to put down some of the stone path right in front of Abel's. I don't know if that's what it's going to end up being, but I just felt inclined to do it, and right now, whatever I feel like doing in the moment is just what it's going to be. I did go ahead and time travel. I wanted to see what Coco's house looked like, and the new bridge is here, and I think they look great. I'm really happy with this. I do think we can go ahead and find the second house to place here, but I've just got to figure out which one. Oh, Plucky wants to leave? I'm going to let Plucky leave. I really actually do like Plucky's house, but I'm just going to let her go, and we'll see who moves in. All right, this is the house right here that I'm going to put next to Coco's. I feel like they have a similar vibe to them, and I think they'll look pretty good right next to each other. So, Shep, you are moving in next to Coco. I don't even have 10,000 bells to my name, so I had to find a money rock to make enough money to even consider moving the plot. That's how things are going right now. We did get the money. I got the plot from Tom, placing it where it needs to go right next to Coco's house. And even though I don't have the money to pay it off, I am going to go ahead and grab another bridge because I have another location that I know that I want to put one. We'll just go ahead and get it and I'll pay it off whenever I can. Okay, right here next to the shopping district is perfect. These paths are actually working out quite nicely. We have another balloon here. Oh, okay, the mush wall. I'm definitely not going to be using that, but it's better than what I have been getting. You know what I forgot? Isabel told me in the announcements today that we actually have a campsite villager. So let's run in and go see who it is. Yeah, that's a no. I'm just really not a huge fan of the monkey villagers. Today is day 17 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. I feel like yesterday was so productive. I got so much done. At least I felt that way. And now today is just one of those days where I don't have anything specific planned. So now I'm just walking around aimlessly, hoping that something is going to spark some creativity, inspire me to work on an area. I don't know. I did happen upon the glow spot for today, so I am going to try to bury 10,000 bells. However, I don't have 10,000 bells. So now I have to run around and try to find the money rock again just to get enough bells to bury this tree. I've really got to figure out this money problem, but honestly, I feel like that's something for off camera. Like, I don't want to worry about it today. I'm just trying to think in my head, like, how much money am I realistically going to need? I'll obviously need money if I'm buying any flower seeds or tools from the shop. I need money to move buildings and make bridges. I do still need to pay off Leaf at Harv's Island so I can get his shop. But I was actually making quite a bit of money when I was doing all of my money rocks and money trees consistently. So maybe I just need to start doing that again. I finally found the money rock. It was the last one that I hit. but at least now I can go and bury some money and move on. If I had a decent amount of bells, I would probably also buy some stuff from the store today, but I really don't have any, so I am going to buy a shovel because I'm lazy, but I think that's it. I also probably should have mentioned that I'm still having issues with my voice, so I do apologize again for that. Hopefully it's starting to sound a little bit better, but I can tell that it's not great. Able Sisters actually has something that I want today. I'm going to grab this frugal dress. I don't know why I like it so much, but it's one of my favorite outfits in the game actually. Another thing I've been meaning to do is these paths, specifically the ones right at the entrance, have been looking just really plain, and I want them to feel kind of overgrown. So I am going to put some weeds down. The one thing that I do worry about with the dirt path specifically is everything can grow on it, which I like, but at the same time, it's also inconvenient. If you have flowers right next to it, they're going to start spreading onto the path. So I'm just going to have to be mindful of when the island is finally done, I'm going to have to go through and clean up everything and make sure all the flowers are where I want them to be and they're not overgrowing onto the path. I've run through here a few times and I've decided that I'm going to work on this little section right in front of this pond. And I think what I'm going to make is a pumpkin patch. A pumpkin patch is just an easy thing to fill space. I feel like it'll come together fairly quickly, and you can make it as big or as small as you want to. So I'm literally just going to kind of contour it to the size that I need right here, and I think it'll look cute. I'll probably end up having quite a few pumpkin patches and just different farms all over because, like I said, they're just an easy way to fill space. I was going to have the dirt just in between the barbed wire fence, but I don't like the way it looks, so I'm actually going to extend it and have it underneath the fence too. I feel like when it was just in between, it just didn't feel substantial enough. Okay, that definitely looks a lot better. I left the front the way that it was because I like the separation of the lighter dirt and then the grass, and then the dark dirt. I just like that bigger gap right there, but everywhere else, I put the dirt underneath the fence. So my plan is just to add some different pumpkin stuff around. I've got the spooky lantern set, I have the pumpkin tower, or I guess it's called the spooky tower, and then I'm just gonna fill this area with pumpkins. I did put a mixture of different pumpkin colors, I added some weeds, and then I'm also going to put a couple of the spooky lanterns. I'm going to actually place them down. I like the way that it adds just a little bit of variation with the size of the different pumpkins. It's not very functional, but it looks cute, and that's what matters. I ended up putting a barrel in the back, kind of behind the spooky tower, and I feel like the pumpkin patch is pretty much done. I wish that I had a stool, like one of the wooden stools, but somehow I haven't gotten that DIY recipe yet. And I don't know how I'm going to finish this entire island without that recipe. I have the log stool, but it's just not the same. Another thing I've been doing is just grabbing some flowers, running around, and kind of planting them in different places. I know that eventually I'm going to want everything to feel as full as possible. So I'm trying to do my best to kind of fill things in as I go, even though there's just a lot of work that needs to be done. I was considering adding the white mums to this meadow area at the front just so I could start to fill it in a little bit more because I don't have any more yellow tulips. But I don't like the way that the green on the base of the mum is different than the green of the tulips in the cosmos. So I'm just going to leave it the way it is. I'm just going to hope that I can find some more yellow tulip seeds at some point. I almost forgot to come over here and check on Shep's house, which did get built. And I'm going to add the dirt path, kind of like the front porch area, the same way that I did on the other two neighborhood houses. I really like the way that it looks over there, so I'm just going to continue it right here. I time traveled just so I could do a couple of the daily activities again on a different day. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to end this white fencing. So I think I'm just going to put a tree stump right here for now. I think there's a tree on the other side, but I think the tree stump will work. I just don't know what else is going to go over here. I'm honestly thinking that I might end up putting some terraforming on the right side of this path, but I'm trying to wait a little bit to make sure that I know where all of my buildings are going to go before I do that. Because I could also see an instance where I need to put another villager home over here. So I'm just going to kind of have to wait and see. Definitely going to be purchasing this doll for no particular reason. And I also wanted to buy the chessboard, but it's 95,000 bells. Like, are they serious? Another way that I've been filling space is just by planting pumpkins randomly everywhere. The entire island is just going to be pumpkin themed at this point. I think I want to fill up this area behind Nooks with some more spooky trees. I don't know how many of them I want to put back here, but I definitely want to have another one. I don't know why I'm like this. Like, why can't I just finish one area and then move on? Like, it's this constant back and forth. Some of it has to do with the fact that I'm just kind of running out of stuff to place. But then some of it is just I get so distracted or just not inspired to continue with a certain area. And then I'll run by it and I'll be like, oh, you know, it would look great right there. Whatever item, you know, another spooky tree. And then I put it down. And then I go to another area and I do the same thing. I don't know. I think we're going to have to get more focused than this. I did find the money rock again today, which is great because we are definitely in desperate need of the money. And I also found the DIY bottle, which is a log bed. I'm really hoping for the wooden stool. I'm going to grab a bunch of these bushes now. I kind of wish that they weren't this bright green color. I don't know what time I'm going to save the dream address. I don't love the bright green, but I know that I got all of these from Cap'n Islands. And that's going to be one of the easiest ways for me to find bushes. So I think I'm just going to have to deal with it. But I'm going to take them and I'm just going to kind of go place them around randomly. Bushes, trees, flowers, pumpkins are going to be everywhere. I feel like the way that I design is just super chaotic. Like, there's really no rhyme or reason. I don't know what's going on. I did find Biff crafting today, and he's making a leaf. Is that just a little thing that goes in your mouth? They have got to start getting me better DIYs. Today is day 18 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. It is a rainy day on the island today, and I actually kind of like it. It's making me wonder, how am I going to save this dream address when I finally do finish? And I don't know, I'm kind of vibing with the rainy weather. I feel like it makes it feel more spooky. I typically always save my dream addresses during the day in the sunlight. I think in the past, my Halloween ones, I've done like during sunset, so the sun goes down as you're on the island. But the rain is nice. We do have Coco crafting today. She's making a log extra long sofa. I will definitely take that. I really do like that DIY. So this is one of those days where I don't know if I have any set plans necessarily. I know some things that I need to get done. But am I actually going to do them? I don't know. I found the DIY bottle, which is the iron hanger stand. I don't even know what that is. But like I was saying, I don't really know what I'm going to accomplish today. I keep putting off all of the things that really need to get done. And I know how to do them. Like, I know how to make money. I know how to get Nook Miles. I know all of these things. I've played this game since it came out. It's just actually doing it. I'm just feeling very lazy about it. One thing I do want to do though is I do want to make enough money where I can pay off this bridge, because until I pay off that bridge, I can't get any more bridges, and I do need some more bridges eventually. Here's the problem though. I keep coming into Nooks and I keep buying stuff. Like this picnic basket. Obviously I'm gonna buy it. The greenhouse box, 17,000 bells. I only have 33,000. Of course I'm gonna buy it. How can I not? I still can't find any more yellow tulips, so I don't know what I'm going to do about that, but I do continue to check every single day if I have them in the shop. We did end up making a pumpkin patch yesterday, so I think today I'm actually going to fill in this pumpkin patch and just have some more pumpkins going. That way I have more pumpkins to harvest over time. And eventually we'll need more pumpkins for crafting and just having more pumpkin patches around the island. So I think it'll just be good to have more to pull from. I did find the money rock, which is great. We need that. I need to be finding the money rock literally every day. I'm just so poor. Just found the money rock? Why not come and buy some things at Abel's? I keep messing around with my outfit. I don't know exactly what I want my character to look like. So I just keep buying more stuff and then changing my clothes over and over. One thing that I do want to do that's been bothering me for a little bit is move the museum. But first, I need to move all these flowers out of the way because I think I want to put the museum in this spot where they are. So I have to dig everything up, move it somewhere else, And then I'm going to put the museum down here and just hope that that's where I end up wanting the museum to be. Okay, yeah, I think this is going to be a good spot. I want it to be close enough to resident services. I am still going to kind of hide it with some trees and stuff, but I think it'll be good. I am predicting that this is going to be one of those days that's kind of full of time traveling. As you can see, I did time travel. It's much brighter today. And then once I see the island when it's daytime, I like that too. I don't know how I'm ever going to decide on a weather pattern or time of day for this stream address. I've been going around, I've done some of the dailies, I've been collecting Nook Miles, and now I'm just finishing up watering these pumpkins. I think one thing that I want to focus on is actually finishing the pathing on this side of the island. Something about doing these paths makes me feel like I've actually completed something. One of the areas that I don't really like is this section up here that is going to eventually lead across the river. Now that I've moved the museum, I can actually change this, make it straighter, and just make it look a little bit less awkward. I finished up the pathing, I added some trees in front of the museum, and I actually time traveled again just so it would kind of reset my daily tasks. And now Becky wants to give me a reaction. Thank you, Becky. Ooh, Nooks has the black garden bunny today. I'm definitely going to be grabbing that. I'm actually going to place this bunny right outside Nooks. I think it's going to be perfect here. And this is one that I'll probably buy several more of them at a later time. The villagers have contributed basically nothing to this bridge, so this is going to be one of my goals for the day. I'm going to go ahead and pay down about half of it, and then we need to earn some money to get this thing paid off. It's taking way too long. Poppy is crafting today, and he's actually making the wooden bookshelf, which is a great DIY, even though I'm pretty sure it takes a lot of materials to craft it. I time traveled again, and I keep coming over here to check this plot, and it's just empty. Every single time, it's empty. So I don't know if I'm actually going to have to go find a villager on an island, or if it will eventually fill it. I'm not really sure. Okay, we finally have the bridge paid off, which means we will be able to have more bridges in the future. I just need to figure out which ones and where I'm going to put them. I did a bunch more of the dailies and I time traveled again. And now Leaf is here today. I'm really hoping he has yellow tulips. Oh, he gave me the hedge recipe. I didn't even realize I didn't have that one. Oh, that's amazing. The hedges will be perfect. We've got lilies and windflowers. Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and buy some orange windflowers just so I can have some orange flowers just in case. But I really don't know if I'm going to use them. There's already a lot of orange with all of the pumpkin stuff, but I'll grab them and then I'll decide later. I have been finding several of the money trees as I've been time traveling during these days, but my money tree section has kind of gotten out of hand. I haven't been chopping them down like I'm supposed to, mainly because I haven't been finding them every single day. So I need to figure this out. I'm just gonna go ahead and chop down all of the trees. I think I've been planting the other ones kind of behind, and I'll just kind of clear this area out and then we'll just have fresh new money trees. Coco is crafting again today. And she is making the Western style stone. Let's go. This is a 10 out of 10 DIY. This is the DIY that looks like a tombstone. This is going to be perfect. Thank you, Coco. Should I get this? Does this need to be the new me? I can't tell if I like it or I hate it. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna pull out the Island Designer app and I'm just gonna start going. I feel like with the Island Designer app, I make the most progress, and I don't want this to be a wasted day. Like, it's not. Even if I weren't to do anything else, I have been doing stuff. I've been doing dailies, I've been getting Nook Miles, money, we moved the museum, like we've been doing stuff. But I feel at this point in the process, if I'm not doing something big, then I'm not making enough progress. Does that make sense? So we've got the Island Designer app out. I'm gonna start just laying some pathing. I've decided that this section is going to be a continuation of the neighborhood. I'm gonna have the entire front half of my island all be neighborhood. And then you've got the shopping district on that little island that's kind of in the middle of the bigger island. Does that make any sense? I don't know. And then the back of the island, I think I'm going to have a spooky forest, the campsite, maybe something else. I don't know yet. I haven't gotten that far, but the front is going to be the neighborhood. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put down paths and I'm just going to make it up. We're just going to put down paths, hope that it works out, and I'm going to plot where all of the villager homes are going to go. I am hoping that I can at least leave this one home in the top left and not have to move it. I think every other villager home that's going over here is going to have to be moved. Even the other one that's in this section, I just don't like the exact location that it's in, but that's okay. It's only 10,000 bells per home. I've also decided that we need more cliffs. Cliffs are a great way to fill space. I don't know why I'm not adding more of them. So I've got this big, giant open area, and just like that, the space is completely full. I'm gonna add a couple trees just so we can get some more height in here. And there you go. That area is basically done. I mean, obviously we need flowers and bushes and stuff, but such an improvement. I've plotted out for 5 of the houses to go in this neighborhood on the left. So that means I have one house that's going to be left over, and I'm going to put that one on the far right, which is the exact location that I almost built a cliff the other day, but then I didn't because I said that I may need to put a home there. So right here, which is right by the other houses in this section, I'm going to put a home down and then just a path right in front of it, and that will be the end of the neighborhood. Now this is obviously going to be a long process, getting all of these houses moved, and that's for another day, but we at least have a plan at this point, and that's half the battle. Today is day 19 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And I have a big goal for today. I want to move every single building and have every building placed where I want it. Is that too much to do in one day? I don't know. It's going to include a lot of time traveling. I want to make sure all of my paths are exactly how I want them. I think we can do it. I came in here to see if Hamlet was crafting, and he's actually sick, so now I gotta go get him some medicine. When I see them feverish and shaking, I just can't not go get the medicine, so okay. Hamlet's all better. Let's move on. As I'm running around, like always, I am going to be looking out for the glow spots because it's one of the easiest ways for me to make money right now without having to actually do anything. After going in literally every villager's house, I finally found Becky crafting, and she is making the Cosmos shower. I do really like this DIY, but I don't think it's one that I'm going to be using on my spooky island. Let's just go ahead, jump right into it. I am grabbing Camo Frog's house, and his is going to be the first one that I move. I have this spot on the eastern side of the island, and this is where I'm going to put Camo Frog. I don't think there's really any rhyme or reason to who is going where. I'm really just trying to fill in some spots. I will say one thing. I don't know how I'm feeling about the museum location, so I may have to move that again. I found the bottle on the beach for today, and it is the pile of Zen cushions. This is a great DIY. I do think I actually have the Zen cushion, I think. So this will be great. I did my first time travel of the day. Camo Frog's house is now moved. I am going to do a little bit of pumpkin harvesting. I need to do just tiny money-making things just so I have 10,000 bells every day to move the houses that I need to move. And I know what y'all are thinking. Why don't you just go diving for money? Well, here's the thing. I'm lazy. I don't want to actually have to work for my money. I just want it to show up on the island. That's why I like pumpkin harvesting. That's why I like the money rocks and the money trees. Come on. Those are the easiest ways. Are they the most profitable? Absolutely not. But am I having to spend much time doing them? No. I would rather just run around aimlessly and then complain about having no bells when I need to pay for things. All right, next house, let's grab Flora. I'm gonna go ahead and move her. She is one of the houses that's actually in the way, so I do need to move her house so I can put another house where her house is, but like not in the same exact spot. So Flora's house is just going a few feet over from where it exists already. Becky is crafting again today. She is making the Imperial Pot. I guess that's an okay one. I did go to Blathers and I got a bunch of the fossils that I had stored up assessed. I'm going to go ahead and sell all of them. I'm not donating anything else to the museum, so any fossils that I find, I do get them assessed and sell them. It's another way that I'm making money pretty easily. Okay, I know I didn't need it, but why do I love this item so much? Looking at my map, I have 3 more villager houses to move as well as my house, and then I'm still kind of up in the air about the museum. I'm grabbing Becky's house this time, and I'm gonna put her right here next to Flora's house. So Renee actually ended up moving in, and I actually like Renee. She filled my empty plot. I think she's cute and I like her house. Biff is crafting and making a bamboo stop block, which I think I already have, so that does me no good. I got more fossils assessed, I did more pumpkin harvesting, I time traveled again. I really feel like I'm living in Groundhog's Day right now. I don't know why we can't move more than one villager house during one day, but day by day it is. I am trying to go through, I'm cleaning up just some of the placement of the trees. I still have some trees that are blocking the path, so I need to go ahead and dig those up and just clean up the paths on this side. There are just so many little things that I haven't been doing along the way that now need to be done. I also just don't know how I feel about this area right here. I don't like that there would be one house directly behind another house. So what I'm thinking is I need to change up this pathway and really just have one more house over here. And then I just need to find another location for the last villager house. So I am gonna go through here. I'm gonna modify the path and kind of give this house in the middle just a little bit more breathing room and have the path going around it a little bit and just see if I feel any better about it. I'm also going to add a pathway here in between, I think this is Becky and Flora's houses, just because their yards feel a little bit too disconnected is not the right word. Like they feel too connected and I need to split them up. I came back over here to look at the museum and I don't like it. And what I think I don't like about it is just the rest of this area is so residential, and then randomly the museum is right here. So I think I'm gonna move the museum to the back of the island. We have this pond area in the back, and I think I'm gonna put the museum back behind it. I think it'll fit back here. I think this will be a good spot. So I'm just gonna commit to it. I'm gonna do it, and then I think I'm gonna move my house where the museum is. Okay, I placed the museum. I already feel a lot better about it. I keep checking the map just because I feel like the more I look at the map, the more progress I feel like I'm making, and it just makes me feel better about where we are. I am going to modify the paths over here next to resident services again. I feel like I'm literally putting them back where they were when I still had the museum over here. I don't know. I'm sure they're a little bit different, so it's fine, but I feel like I've redone these paths multiple times. I'm really just trying to make more room for another house to fit right here. I think this is where the last villager home is gonna go, and then my house will be kind of to the right. This time I am grabbing Biff's house, and he is going to be the last villager home on the west side of the island. Now I'm going through and I'm adding these little front porch dirt path things in front of all the houses. And I'm gonna go through and clean up all of the pathing, make sure nothing's in the way. I still have some trees, bushes, things like that when I just didn't move them in advance. I'm gonna continue cleaning all of that up. Shep is crafting today, and he is making a straw umbrella hat. That is definitely not one that I care about. The last villager house that we need to move is Renee's. And like I said, she is going in this spot right next to resident services. I feel pretty good about this. It feels so good to have all of the villager homes moved. I'm gonna add a front porch here for Renee. And then I do have a lot of cleaning up to do with the path around her house because I do have the pumpkin patch back there. I'm just gonna have to find another spot to put it. I feel like I've moved that thing so many times, but we're gonna move it again. I think once I finish this section of path, it will all be done. There may be one other spot on the other side that I didn't finish yet with the bushes, but we're getting really close. Okay, yes, I was right. I have this one other section here with the bushes. I'm gonna clean these up, fill in the path, and then the last building that I need to move is my house. And we are putting my house right here. This is where the museum was, but I just feel like my house makes more sense to go with all of the other houses. I forgot that I can't put down path underneath my mailbox unless I continue upgrading my house. So I guess I'm not getting a front porch, but that's fine. I do need to add one down here for Camo Frog. Here is a final look at the map and the progress that we made today. All of the houses are in place, all of the buildings are in place, and we have pathing almost everywhere. I think in the back half of the island, I don't plan on having any paths, but it just feels so good to run around through here. Everything feels very structured, and now I feel like I can really focus on decorating these areas, and just knowing that they're in their permanent location makes me feel a lot better. Today is day 20 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And today, I need to get some terraforming done. I don't have any big plans as far as my terraforming goes, but there's definitely a couple different areas that I want to work on today. I also decided that it would be a good idea to time travel forward an entire year, and I don't really know why I did that, but I did. So here we are. One thing that I want to do first is I want to grab a bridge that's going to connect the main land area to the back part of the island where we have the museum. And of course, the bridge will not fit. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of waterscaping here. I did end up going with the log bridge because I've said this before, I'm getting all of the cheapest bridges. If I get any inclines at all, it's going to be the cheap incline, but I honestly may just use a bunch of ladders. All right, the bridge looks perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and pay it off. I think I have the money and I'm just ready for this to be built. I don't know how many more bridges I'm gonna need. I think probably like 2 or 3 more. Another thing that I wanted to do today was come to Harv's Island. I really wanna make sure that I'm getting the stall for Leaf. I haven't been here at all since I unlocked it and I paid off the one for Reese and Cyrus. So I'm gonna have to talk to them really quick. Then I'm gonna pay off the one for Leaf. And I'm really just hoping that eventually I will find yellow tulips again. At this point, I've honestly forgotten how I found them the first time. Like, were they seeds? Were they on a random island? Like, I literally don't remember. But as of right now, they are the most elusive flower. I paid off the Leaf stall and I decided to try my luck with the Harriet haircut, and this one's not for me, so I'm gonna go back to what I had. The first terraforming project that I have today is this cliff on the western side of the island. It's behind the neighborhood on the left, and it's kind of right off the bridge from where the shopping district is. I know none of that is really helpful, but just trying to give a little bit of a picture as to where I am. But on the far left, like the westernmost point, is where my peninsula is, and what I was thinking is I would carve out a little section on the main level. I want to call it an alleyway. That's not the right word, but a walkway on the main level to the peninsula. I'm really just trying to kind of break up some of these large cliff areas and make it a little bit more interesting, just some more places to walk through. And I feel like the smaller the cliffs are, the easier it's going to be for me to decorate in the long run. I did have to take some of those trees, and you never waste a tree. So I'm going around the front part of the neighborhood, which is already decorated. I'm placing some of those cedar trees in here and also just kind of moving some of the hardwoods that I have too. This is the kind of tedious stuff that I just keep putting off because I know that I need to do it, but it can be such a pain. And at the same time, I'm trying to make sure that I still have some room to do other builds if I have time. So I cleared the space on top of this cliff, and now I'm just kind of doing a zigzag pattern leading from my pathway to the peninsula. I just want it to be somewhat visually interesting and easy to navigate. Okay, and after rounding all of the corners, this is what it looks like. I think it's cute. This is perfect. This is exactly what I had in mind. You can easily access the peninsula and this beach, and I even like the way that it looks on the map. It just kind of breaks up that cliff. I have similar ideas in mind for my other 2 terraforming projects. I don't even know if you can call them projects because it's literally doing the same thing, just in 3 different spots. I decided to stop in at Nook's, and we have some great items today. I obviously am going to be getting that pile of bones. I don't know what that item is called. I'm gonna get that. I want the desk and I want the Schefflera plant. We'll be purchasing all 3 of those things. The next spot that I want to work on today is the area next to the campsite. And I do plan on doing a spooky forest type of area back here. However, I still want the secret beach to be accessible, and I could technically have it be accessible via a ladder or an incline, but I think I'm gonna keep with the theme of having the carved out cliff. So I'm clearing out the cedar trees right here. I'm gonna just move them to different locations. And then I'm gonna do that same thing where I have the cliff carved out. That way, when I go to build my spooky forest, I'll have the terraforming already done. I do really love terraforming. Knocking down cliffs is just so much fun. I love how much you can personalize your island and just make it whatever you want it to be. I don't think I'm really that great at it, but it is really fun to do. And after spending a little bit of time, I have everything carved out and all of the corners rounded. Again, I love the way this one turned out as well. And there's a big open space for me to work with for the forest. I also really like the way that it looks on the map. And the last area that I want to work on with the terraforming is right here by the museum. I just want to do the same thing where I'm carving out the cliff to make a walkway to the museum. I don't know, I just really like the way that this is breaking up these cliffs a little bit. And to me, it just feels a little bit more natural. This also makes it so I can access the museum a little bit easier from the back section of the island. And I don't know if this is all of the terraforming that I'm going to be doing, but I think with those 3 sections done, that kind of completes the main terraforming on the island. So I'm feeling good about it. I feel like we are continuing to make a lot of progress, and I just have some momentum at this point. I decided to stop in at Nooks and I bought some regular hardwood saplings as well as some cedar saplings because when I'm decorating, I like to make sure if I'm digging up a tree from a spot that I know that I still want a tree, I replant a sapling. Does that make sense? Like if I'm decorating an area, I want a full-size tree. So I'll grab a full-size tree from another area, either that I'm not working on or that I've already decorated, and then I'll plant the sapling because I know that a tree will grow right there, and then I'll plant the fully grown tree in the area that I'm working on. I hope that makes sense. So that's what I'm doing. I'm moving some trees around. I'm also going to be adding some white fencing in front of some of these villager houses, like I'm putting some in front of Renee's house, in front of my house, and in front of Camo Frog's house, just to kind of keep it consistent with what we have going on at the entrance. I think eventually I'll probably do the same thing to the villager houses on the western side of the island too, but I could also see myself doing something completely different over there. I haven't fully decided yet. I went ahead and time traveled and our bridge is built and I feel really good about this. I'm not 100% positive where the next bridge is gonna go, so I'm gonna wait to build it. I don't wanna put it in the wrong spot. It amazes me every time how much just putting down a couple trees can completely change an area. Like I've just been adding trees next to Able Sisters and it makes it feel full and more complete instantly, like without doing anything else. I decided to come back to Harv's Island since I did time travel. Leaf is here. He doesn't have any tulips. He has wheat starts and I'm gonna grab a couple, even though I probably don't even need them, but I'm really getting frustrated about the tulips. Like I do not understand. These red cosmos have been sitting here for the longest time, and I know that I'm not going to be using any red flowers on the island, so I'm just going to take them, I'm going to go sell them and just get rid of them. Okay, this vintage dresser is expensive. It's 34,000 bells, but I really like it, so I'm going to grab it, and I'm also going to grab the glass jar as well. I just love spending my money here. I did finally finish up the fencing around my house, and I'm going to extend the path a little bit further out. I think I'm finally at the point now where the next couple of days I'm going to be able to spend it just decorating these yards. And I think once I start doing that, things will really come together. Ooh, I just popped a balloon and we got the mush partition. That is a good DIY. I may actually be able to use that. Today is day 21 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. And the last couple days, we've definitely been making progress. I was feeling good about things. But as I run around, there are just a lot of empty spaces. I need to make some good progress today because we only have a little over a week left. And I have to be done with this island. So I'm thinking one thing I need to focus on today, I need to do a little bit of cleanup. I've kind of just got flowers and random stuff everywhere. But I think my big focus is going to be designing a couple of the houses in one of the neighborhoods. And I think I'm gonna focus on the ones on the right-hand side closest to the entrance, just because I've already done the entrance and I just wanna continue with that area right there. The more complete I can get that section, the better I'm gonna feel. I did decide to stop in Able Sisters again today, and she does have a pattern fabric for me. I don't know how many more of these she's actually gonna have, because I feel like I've gotten quite a bit of them. I'm also going around and watering all my crops, just because I know that I'm gonna need money and I'm gonna need pumpkins. I feel like I have a lot of pumpkins in my storage right now, but I just know that it's not gonna be enough. The same with materials. Like, I always feel like I have plenty, but it's not going to be enough. I just know it, and I'm really dreading having to start collecting materials again. I did forget that I actually turned on the beautiful island ordinance because I need to get more flowers, and I just noticed that I finally duplicated my tulips and I got an orange hyacinth. So very exciting. Hopefully we can continue to get more of those. I think it might be too late for the orange hyacinth, but I am going to water them. I'm going to hope for more of them. But the yellow tulip is exciting. I've also been going back and forth about putting clear paths down on top of my dirt path. And I know that that would prevent the flowers from getting onto my path. But honestly, I'm in desperate need of my flowers duplicating. So I don't want to prevent them from doing that at this point. I want them to duplicate. And then as I get them, I will just dig them up off the path. And then I'll have more flowers to decorate with. I'm just going to have to make sure that when I go to save my dream address, that I do a complete run through of the island and clean everything up one time, but I really don't think I'm gonna have too much to clean up. I did find the bottle on the beach for today, which is the bamboo stop block, which I think is my third time getting this DIY. I don't need it again. Please stop. Please. Poppy is crafting today. He is crafting the clacker cart, which I don't envision myself using, but it is a new DIY, so I can't complain too much. I've been putting off using any of my Nook Miles, but I do think I'm going to go ahead and grab the silo DIY. That is one DIY that I do plan on using at some point, so I'm just going to go ahead and get it. But I think I'm just going to continue to hoard my Nook Miles and then purchase a lot of things when we're getting closer to finishing the island. I'm going through, I'm selling off a bunch of stuff to Nooks because I need to clean out my pockets. We definitely need some money. And then I think I'm going to go ahead and start working on the neighborhood a little bit. I also need to come in here to my storage and I'm going to grab a couple things. I'll definitely need materials to craft with. I really hate that it doesn't just pull from your storage when you're crafting, but that's fine. I'll grab what I can. So I know that this is going to come as a shock, but I actually have nothing planned. I think I'm just going to continue with the theme of pumpkins in front of the villager yards. And again, I know what you're thinking. That's not spooky. But you know what? It's all I have to work with. I'm working with what the game has given me, and pumpkins is what they've given me. And I do want to point out, while you may not think this is spooky, these items all have spooky in the title. So who are you going to believe? Animal Crossing or yourself? I look at this neighborhood and I think, wow, look at all of these spooky decorations. I'm so frightened right now, right? Right. Okay. Now that we're on the same page, I have crafted a bunch of different pumpkin things, and I'm gonna start placing them in front of Camo Frog's house. There is this one little section where I want to put something down here. I think I'm gonna put the spooky lantern set and then just have a pumpkin on top of it. You'll notice that I do a lot of the same things over and over. Spooky lantern set, spooky lantern on top of it, spooky lantern set, pumpkin dropped on top of it, a barrel with a pumpkin or a spooky lantern on top of it. But it's all about how you place them and how you're placing them in relationship to each other. I don't know. I personally like the feeling of a lot of things. Like the abundance of pumpkins feels good to me, and to me, it's visually appealing. So that's just how I like to do it. I do have this spooky standing lamp to put here in front of Camo Frog's house, and I actually really like it. I don't know how I feel about the bats on some of these items. Sometimes I wish they just had the pumpkins, or I wish they had like the pumpkin stuff as one set, and then they had bat stuff as another set. And then, hear me out, I wish they had ghost stuff. And I also wish there was like spooky, scary stuff, but then also cutesy Halloween stuff. And I know Animal Crossing is basically all cutesy stuff, but I think they could have gone both directions with it. Ultimately, I just wish we had more items altogether. I haven't talked about this in a while, by the way, and I would like to just point out the perfection that is the barrel item in the game. It's the perfect height. The barrel and the spooky tower are two of my favorite items in the entire game because they are kind of this mid-size. They add the perfect amount of height to any build that you're doing, and they just layer so perfectly. And the barrel is even better because you can have the barrel with nothing on it, or you can put so many different things on top of the barrel. If you just want a tiny little item, you can do that. If you want a big item, you can do that too. So you can really play around with the height of things on top of it to fill a space as much or as little as you need to. I just feel like I need to hype up the barrel again because for a while I did, and I haven't done it in so long, and the barrel just deserves so much love. Camo Frog's yard is actually pretty tiny and it's not taking too much to fill up this space. A couple pumpkin things and then flowers, bushes, and I'm basically done. I am noticing that I'm running out of flowers pretty quickly, and that's making me nervous because I use a lot of flowers in my build, so I'm definitely gonna have to get some more flower seeds at some point. And I'm also doing that thing that I do where I just kind of run around aimlessly and plant them in random spots. Because for some reason, I can't just focus on one specific area and finish it. You can see here that I'm putting another spooky lantern set with a pumpkin dropped on top of it, but this time it's turned the other direction, giving it a slightly different effect. You see? See what I did there? This is me trying to convince you that I'm good at decorating and that all of this looks different, but also cohesive at the same time. This is me spiraling in Animal Crossing as I try to decorate an island in 30 days, and I don't know if I'm gonna finish. This is me questioning everything I've done up until this point. Why did I decide to do this? But it's gonna be fine. We are going to do this. I chose Renee's house to decorate in front of next, and I'm actually going to give her a little farm plot because farm plots fill space. So we love farm plots. So I'm just doing a mixture, an assortment of pumpkins here. And then once they grow in, I'll probably have to move them around a little bit. I like when I do these little farm sections, either for there to be different colors or for there to be different combinations of how many vegetables. A pumpkin's a vegetable, right? How many vegetables are in each sprout? Does that make sense? So like, they can grow in 1s, 2s, and 3s, but I don't want all of them to be 3s or all of them to be 1s. It has to kind of be a combo. I think I just like to make everything complicated for myself. Okay, Becky has been pacing over here, contemplating her life choices for a while. So I am gonna go over here and talk to her. I actually was considering letting her stay, but I'm just gonna let her leave. Why not? It's fun to see who's gonna autofill. Okay, bye Becky. I added this little log stool and watering can, which I think is super cute. And then I do have this spooky scarecrow, which I think will work perfect here because we definitely need to add a couple of the Halloween items over here. And this one's perfect because it's a scarecrow, so it goes with the farm. I added some flowers and another barrel, and now I'm just doing the typical spooky tower. And then I think I'm gonna do one of the trick lamps over here, which is basically the spooky lantern, but in a slightly different size. But it kind of just looks like a normal pumpkin that's a little bit bigger than the pumpkins that they have in the game. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about Renee's house, and now I think the last house that I have on this side of the island is my house, so we might as well decorate that one too. I think for my house, I'm gonna do a couple of the spooky trees. I've been kind of going back and forth on this if I want to have a ton of spooky trees in this section of the island, if I don't know, but I just feel like they'll work really well here. I do think I'm just gonna do another spooky lantern set pumpkin combo here, but this time with a white pumpkin instead of the orange pumpkins that I have been using. I know, revolutionary designing here. One thing I'm really struggling with my house though is the inability for me to put pathing underneath where the mailbox is. So I've just got this big grassy area and there's nothing I can really do about it because I'm not using any custom paths, and it looks weird if I just have like a strip of dirt path. So that is something I'm trying to figure out. Like, what am I gonna do in this spot? I added a couple flowers and then I went ahead and time traveled because I do have just some trees and stuff that need to grow. And I needed them to grow for me to be able to see kind of what I was working with. You know, I forgot that I have these two houses over here, which is technically on this section of island. This is Shep and Coco's house. So I'm going to add a little bit of fencing. I don't know if I'm going to decorate their whole yards today, but I just want to get kind of a general idea of what these were going to look like. I came back down here to Camo Frog's house and I decided to add a spooky tree and a bush in the back of his house, and I really like the way that looks. I can't even tell you how many times I've been running through this section today, and it's just one of those things where like sometimes I run through and I'm like, I really need to add something in that one spot, and if I don't do it right now, then I'm gonna forget about it. It's kind of like, you know, when you're cleaning your house and you clean up one area, but then you see something else that's dirty, so you kind of stop to work on that. So then you're not doing the thing that you originally planned on doing because you're working on the other thing that you saw while you were doing the first thing. That's me decorating an Animal Crossing island. That's also me trying to clean, but I do the same thing here. I decided to put a tiny stump here on the dirt path, which you can barely even see, but I love tiny stumps so much. If you're not using tiny stumps, I need you to start because they're just the best. And then I'm also adding one right here in front of this pumpkin farm because look how cute it is. It's just so small and adorable. Tiny stumps are my favorite. Okay, back to my house. I'm adding some more spooky trees over here, and then I'm going through and just adding some flowers and bushes around. I'm really just trying to fill all of this space the best I can. It's also difficult decorating around my house because there's only certain spots that I can put trees. It's so close to the water and then also so close to the beach that it's just limiting in that way. I'm trying to get the trees in front of my house situated, so I'm adding one kind of to the right, and then I'm going to chop down this one that's right in front of my house just because I feel like it's blocking the view a little bit too much. But I like the idea of having the stump there just so it still feels full. Another thing that I've decided to do today is dig up all of these trees. I'm trying to have a space on my island to grow trees and stunt them, so I have trees of different sizes to work with when I'm decorating. But every time I try to do this, they're always in the way. Like it always happens to be in a spot that I want to work on. So I'm gonna dig these up. I don't know if I'm gonna keep them in my pockets or move them somewhere else, but I'm also gonna move the money trees. And then I think I'm gonna build a cliff right here. So my plan with this cliff is it's not gonna be anything special. It's really just to fill this space. I thought about putting trees here, but I don't know. I think a cliff will just kind of work better to guide someone through to make them continue to follow this path up through the neighborhood. Cliff is complete, and I'm just gonna add a tree on the side. I don't think I'm gonna decorate the cliff too much today, but at least I have it and I know that that's the plan. I'm feeling pretty good about how this looks as you're running through with the cliff right there and the pumpkin patch and then straight up into Camo Frog's house. I think it's cute. It's a cute little neighborhood. Today is day 22 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. Yesterday, we did a lot. We got a lot done with the neighborhood, but today, I think I kind of want to switch gears a little bit because I do have an idea actually today. And it's an idea for the back of the island. I've been kind of going back and forth and trying to figure out what my plan is. And here is the thought that I have for the back section of the island. At least like the back middle where the campsite is. What I'm thinking is the front of the island is like a very happy Halloween farm town. Like they've just been decorating for Halloween, right? But I want the back where the campsite is to be completely monochromatic, like black and white, almost like drained of life feeling. Now, there are some pros and cons to me doing this. I thought of it because I wanted to have a use for my white pumpkins that I've been collecting, but then at the same time, I don't know if I have too many white pumpkins. So if I do it, I'm probably gonna have to start collecting a lot more materials, and we'll probably just get started on it today. Like there's no way I'm gonna be able to finish it. So the first thing I'm gonna do is go through my pockets. I'm gonna clear out some things that I don't need, grab the things that I think that I do need. And this is one of the most difficult parts for me in all of this is The amount of times that I have to like come back in my house, go to my storage, get stuff, crafting things. I'm so used to going to Treasure Islands and just getting what I need. Crafting everything yourself is a little bit draining. There's also the issue of, I don't know why they did it this way, where I have to craft with my orange pumpkins first. That's why I've been doing just a lot of the basic orange stuff, because in order to get any other color, you basically have to use double the resources. I don't want to have to use double. So I'm just crafting a bunch of spooky trees. I'm going to make some spooky towers as well. And at this point, I'm really just kind of trying to get the vibe for what I'm doing, because I do think this is going to be a pretty big build and I'm going to need a lot more resources. And I think it's going to be the focal point of the back part of the island. I have the campsite, which will be this, and then I have the museum, which I'll probably do something different with that section. But then everything else I think is just going to be like natural woodsy for absolutely no specific reason at all. I just think the island would look great having a forest on it. And it has nothing to do with the fact that that will take limited effort and fill up a lot of space. I don't know yet about the trees here, if I want to have a combination of cedar and hardwood trees or just have the cedar trees. I'm leaning towards a combination just because, I don't know, only cedar trees, it's just hard to do. Like, it just feels very samey. And not the same way that a hardwood tree feels if you do a bunch of those. I don't know. Me and cedar trees just have issues. I'm also going back and forth here trying to figure out how exactly you're going to approach this area. Because if I vault directly across, that is where Nook's Cranny is. So you're not going to come straight forward when you come over here. There's not going to be a bridge directly across. You're going to kind of have to come in from the left. And I think that changes how I will design the area, because otherwise I would just have like a big grand entrance. But because you're having to navigate from one side, I just kind of have to change how I'm doing it. I've added in just a couple spooky trees, and I think this is going to work. Like, I know this is really nothing. I've done nothing, but I think it's going to look good. It's going to be a lot of work because in order to make a spooky forest, which is what this is going to be, in order to give it the full effect, it really needs to be full. So I'm going to have to get a ton of items, but I think it's going to look good. I actually really like the monochromatic look of these pumpkins back here, especially if it gets dark or if it's raining and they're lit up back here. It's gonna look so good. I'm also eventually gonna have to figure out how you get up onto the second level where the campsite is. I'm leaning towards just having a ladder up. Is that being too lazy? I just don't know if I want an incline. After vaulting back and forth a couple times, I have decided that I wanna have another bridge. I don't have the money for the bridge, but I am going to go ahead and place it. And it's right here, which is kind of behind resident services. And I think this will work perfect for what I'm doing, because you can either go to the left, which will be the direction of the spooky campsite forest, or you can go to the right, which will be the museum. If I can get like an angled signpost or something, that could look really cute on the other side, but I don't think I have that DIY yet. Now, as far as the paths go, I did have an idea. If I grab the Island Designer app, I'm only using the in-game paths, which is limiting, especially when you're doing something like this. But I think what I'm gonna do is actually have a path that goes from the bridge and then to the right, and then that'll lead to the museum. And then I'll have the path going to the left, and then I'll have bits and pieces of path that kind of lead you through this curved tunnel section, like through the cliffs, and it goes back to the secret beach. And I think it'll give the effect that the path kind of got worn down and broken up. Obviously, if I was using custom paths, this would probably look a million times better, but I don't know. It's kind of fun to use the in-game paths and just see what you can make work with them. Another thing I need to do is clear out some of these flowers. I don't think that I want any roses on my island. I especially will not be using pink or red or even the yellow. Like, if I was gonna keep any of them, it would be the white ones. But I'm gonna just clear them out, get rid of them, and eventually I'll get rid of all of them, but for now I'm just gonna work on this one section. I did time travel forward a day just so some of my trees would grow in, and the money spot happens to be on my path here, so that's nice. I am gonna grab that, I'll go bury it. I will never not take the time to fill in my money spot if it's just sitting there right in front of me. Now, because I can't stay focused, I have noticed a few things as I've been running through. I've got flowers that are growing onto the path, so I'm going to go ahead and clean those up. I've been filling in my meadow area a little bit. It is nice to kind of do these tasks to take a break from a bigger build that I'm doing, just because it can be draining just looking at the same area for a long period of time. Even though I really haven't done that much yet. I stopped in Nooks and I found this examination room desk and I had the idea, I'm going to grab it and I'm going to try to put it back in my spooky forest because I also have the little bones item and I have the tombstone item, which I think is called like a Western style stone. And I'm thinking, what if... I typically don't do like lore or anything for my islands because I'm just simply not that creative. But like, what if this person is staying in the campsite in the back of the island and they're like researching the villagers who live at the front of the island and they're conducting all these experiments and that's like their research table and then they've just got all of these bones and that feels creepy, okay? I think I'm finally getting the spooky section. This is one of the big spooky builds. I found the perfect place for the desk right here next to the campsite. I don't think I'm gonna focus too much on this spot right here today, but just know that eventually I would like to have like camping stuff. I wanna have a chair for the desk. Like I want it to feel lived in right here, that there's someone actually like living here, working on stuff, and they're just doing these weird experiments. I dug up a couple more flowers. I went ahead and sold those. Now I need to customize some of the items I have already into the monochromatic version. And I think at this point, I'm kind of running out of items. And I'm really going to have to work on getting more stuff before I'm going to be able to do much more. I grabbed the creepy skeleton things. And I'm also going to go ahead and make the Western style stones. And I want to customize them to the mossy version. Ooh, I placed my first tombstone. It looks so good. I really like this. I think once it's full and like overgrown feeling, it's gonna look really good. This skeleton item is just so good. I love it so much. I think that was a 2.0 item, wasn't it? All right, I know it doesn't feel like much running through here. It's only a few items, but for me, I can see the vision. I know what I'm trying to do, and I just know that I have a lot more work to do on this specific area, but I just feel good knowing the direction that it's going. Today is day 23 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. We've had a few days of me being pretty productive, and today is just one of those days where I'm just all over the place. I can't focus on one particular thing, and I have nothing planned. So today is going to be strictly a cleanup day. There might be a little bit of decorating here and there, but I definitely don't have any big builds planned, and I kind of just need to get some random things done around the island to better prep myself to do builds over the next couple of days. I do have a lot of money from my money trees, which is great because I still have this bridge that I need to pay off. So I'm definitely going to go over here. We're paying off the bridge. After this is paid off, I think I want to have one more bridge maybe, but this one is such a crucial bridge. I've been waiting for it to be paid off so that I can finish up my pathing over here. Very excited about this. I did decide to come into Nook's Cranny, and I'm not positive if I have one of these garden faucets yet. I'm going to go ahead and pick it up because I need to go to the llamas at some point and start customizing some things. I forgot that Becky moved out, but there's still no one in this plot. I'm going to leave it open for a few days, see if anyone decides to autofill it. And if they don't, then eventually I'll go to an island, but for right now, I don't want to waste my Nook Miles. Camo Frog is crafting today, and he is making the golden decorative plate. I literally cannot comprehend why I'm getting so many gold DIYs. I've been running through here, and for some reason, I've decided to stop in this one little section, do a little bit of decorating. I've talked about this a couple times, but this is just kind of one of those things that I do. I'll just kind of run through. I see an area that I want to work on, and by work on, I don't even mean like finish it. I just kind of run through and I'm like, you know what would look good right there? If I planted a pumpkin. Or, oh, you know, that flower doesn't quite fit. Let me move that. Or maybe I should put a bush in that spot. I can guarantee you it's not the most productive way of designing. And if I want to get this island done, I really think I need to have a better focus on what I'm doing. The positive of doing it this way though is it's pretty low stress. I can kind of just run around and do whatever as I'm getting resources and materials, as opposed to if I do something else, I'm gonna have to get everything in advance, and that's kind of where I'm struggling right now. One thing I am gonna craft a little bit of is the spooky fence. I have some plans of using the spooky fence on the back half of the island. If you saw what we worked on yesterday, I have a spooky area in the back, which is near the campsite, and it's a monochromatic spooky forest type of area. And I think I want to use this spooky fence near the bridge as you're walking across and entering into that spooky forest. I'll probably use it in other places too back there, but I know for sure next to the bridge is the one place I want to use it. I placed a spooky tower, spooky lantern, some pumpkins, stuff like that. And now I'm actually thinking that I'm going to add a path right here that breaks off of the main path and leads to the beach. This may be a bad idea because I don't know if I'm actually going to decorate the beaches. But the good thing about pathing is it takes up room and it makes it just feel fuller and more finished. So like just adding that one path right there, now this area looks done. I really technically don't have to add anything else. I will because it's me, but I don't have to. Since I added that other path, now I feel like this is going to be a good spot to add a path to. Same thing, I'm just breaking off the main path, doing a straight path down to the beach, and it's just filling up this area really nicely without me having to do much work. I only have a couple bushes left, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab all of them, and I'm just gonna place them random spots around the island where I feel like I could use some bushes. I think I still have some bush starts left in my storage, so I'm not completely out of bushes, but I'm running low. I'll either need to buy some more from Leaf, or I'm gonna have to start going to Cap'n Islands again. I've also decided that I'm going to be placing some mushrooms around just in some random spots. I think I'm going to do this, and I'm also going to try to craft a couple mushroom items too. I think having the mushroom stuff will add a little bit more variety, and I just like the way they look dropped. I think they're really cute. Typically, I would put a custom design underneath them to add a little bit more interest, but that is not an option on this island. I mean, it is, because I could make my own custom pattern, but I'm not going to do that. I've decided to come to Harv's Island. I'm going to go talk to the llamas, and I'm going to see which things I can get customized. I picked out a couple different things, especially like the hand cart and the garden faucet. Those are definitely things I want to get customized. The process of customizing things with the llamas is so infuriating to me. Like, I just want to select all of the things that I want to customize and choose how I want to make them. And if I have the money to do it, just let me do it all at once. Why do I have to go in and out of the dialogue over and over? I don't get it. Leaf is selling potatoes and tomatoes, and I kind of want both of them, but I don't have any money and my pockets are full. So I'm not getting them today, and I'm just going to kind of keep it in the back of my mind. I think that he keeps the same starts throughout the week. If I'm wrong, I'm sure they'll come back, or I can just time travel back to this day unless I go too far forward. And, that's not the worst case scenario. It's fine. But I would like to get some of them. I think that I want to add a pumpkin patch here behind resident services, but I just don't know exactly how big or how I want to do it. And I don't know, it's just not feeling right in this moment. So I'm just gonna leave it, move on to something else, and then eventually I'll come back to it and I'll either take it out or finish it. I time traveled for the first time today. Our bridge is finished. I'm so excited. It looks so good. And now I'm just quickly going to finish up this path. I was just waiting for the bridge to be finished so I could connect it pretty easily. I need to connect it on both sides, and then I need to have the path going out to the right towards the museum too. Okay, so right here is where I'm thinking that I want to put the spooky fence. And already I think this looks so good. It just kind of shifts the mood. Like, as you walk across this bridge, I want it to be pretty apparent that this is not the same vibe that you get from the front of the island. The front of the island, like I've said, is a Halloween town. They're just enjoying their Halloween season. They're decorating. It's all fun. But then when you come to the back of the island, there's some stuff going on. So I really want it to feel different enough from the front, but not so disconnected that it feels weird and it doesn't feel cohesive. I hope that all makes sense. Ooh, I finished up the path going to the right and then I added this tree and a bush. It's looking so good. I don't know what I'm gonna do in this section between the cliffs leading to the museum. I don't know if I want to do the same staggered dirt path that I did leading to the secret beach, or if I just want to have nothing. I haven't decided yet. I did want to take a quick look at the map and just kind of see where we are. The map is feeling pretty complete to me, if I'm being honest. There's obviously going to be a few more additions, a few more changes, but I think this is a pretty nice map. Now, Isabel did tell me there was a campsite villager today, so let's go in here and see who it is. Okay, and it is Julia. I don't think Julia is the right fit for this island. I think her name is Julia. Now I just panicked that I don't actually know her name. I think that's right. With the beautiful island ordinance turned on, I'm finally getting some more tulips. And my meadow is really coming along. I'm adding some of the flowers up here on the cliff because I want it to feel like this entire area is a meadow. And the flowers have just kind of overgrown everything right here. I like it right here next to resident services. So I'm just going to let the flowers continue to kind of expand and grow out. I don't know how far I'm going to let them go, but we're getting there. Honestly, even if this is all of the flowers that I get out of it, I think the feeling comes across. Running through, I've just randomly decided that I'm going to put a hand cart right here. No idea why this is the area that I decided to put it, but it is. And I'm also going to add a bird bath. I think I just like the height of the bird bath behind the hand cart. I don't know. It's close to the farm, so I guess maybe it makes sense. I'm not really sure what to do on this cliff right here. I'm assuming I'm just going to add flowers, bushes, and just call it a day. So I am just adding the trees first, and then later on I'll add everything else. Nooks today has this table, and I don't need this. I guess they call it a desk. I don't need this desk, but I am going to buy it. It looks a little worn down. I can see myself potentially using it. I've officially made the decision that I'm not going to be using any red or yellow hyacinths, and I've basically given up on the orange hyacinths. I'm going to keep the one that I have, and if that one duplicates enough and I decide to use them, then I can. But I'm not going to try to get any more hybrids from these. I'm just ready to get rid of them. I want this space to be cleared up. I really want to just clean everything up now. So I'm going to clean these up, and I'm also going to clean up the roses on all of the cliffs. So red, yellow, any of the flowers except for the white ones, and then the one orange one that I have, I'm just going to trash all of them. I'll probably go sell them at the box so I make a little bit of money from them, but I just need them gone. Now for the roses, I'm getting rid of all of them, even the white ones. I've just made the decision. I don't need them. I'm never a fan of roses. They're honestly my least favorite flower in the game, so they have got to go. I'm also collecting mushrooms while I'm doing this, but I'm just gonna go through. I'm doing all of it today. We're getting rid of all of these roses. I'm tired of looking at them. And at that point, the only thing left on the cliffs will be the weeds and the trees. And I may just leave the weeds. I don't mind the overgrown look, so I don't know if it's really necessary to clean them up. As I've been cleaning up the roses, it has been interesting to see the hybrids that have come of this. Like I had a pink rose, and then I also have a purple rose over here. Neither of which I'm going to use, so I am going to get rid of them, but I do think it's really cool that they just kind of pop up on their own like that. Now, last but not least, I'm going to dig up the white hyacinths. And I've decided that white hyacinths are strictly going to be in the back of the island. I don't have too many of them. I can always get more seeds and that's fine, but I'm going to use what I have. I'm going to put them near our spooky forest build. And I feel like that just kind of goes along with the theme of what I've been doing. I think I'm going to have white hyacinths and white mums on the back of the island, and then the front I'll have the white mums, the yellow cosmos, white tulips, and yellow tulips. I'm always kind of particular about my flowers and my flower placement. I like a lot of them, but I like for them to be purposeful within reason. Like sometimes I like when they're just scattered everywhere and there's no rhyme or reason, but for the most part, I'm very particular and I really do spend a lot of time placing them in exactly the spots that I want them. I decided to time travel one more time. I'm just kind of going around cleaning off the flowers that have overgrown onto the path and just seeing where I stand. I didn't want to go and cover up all the holes, so I just figured time traveling would be easier. It feels so much cleaner. It's so much more refreshing to run through it now. And I feel like I've just kind of set myself up for success for tomorrow, and hopefully I can be productive in creating a build tomorrow. Today is day 24 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And I need to be upfront with you all. I recorded a whole bunch of footage designing different areas, doing some different daily tasks. I made a big farm area, and then my recording software decided to freeze and none of the footage saved. So we're gonna do a little bit of that's what you missed on 13, and I'm just gonna kind of go over what I worked on, and then we're just gonna move on. We're gonna keep going. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're doing great. So you may notice a new villager singing in the plaza. That is Brofina, because Brofina moved in. I have had more chickens move into my island than I've ever had, ever. So we got another chicken. I also did a cabin tour, and on that cabin tour, we had Brewster. I went ahead, I did the Brewster dialogue. I think he's probably hanging out in the museum at this point. I never go in there, so I don't know. I also ended up getting some white pansies, I think, the ones that kind of look purple, and I put them in the back of the island in the spooky area. I'm gonna add another flower back there. But the biggest thing I did was I made this farm behind resident services. I had kind of started the idea of doing a farm yesterday, but then I decided I was gonna do just a bunch of different random crops, put them all in here, and this is what I came up with. I hate that I lost the footage of me putting it together, but it's fine. Y'all can see it. It's just some dirt pathing, some fencing, a couple items. So those were the biggest things that I focused on. I think I also took a trip to Harv's Island and I bought some bush starts and just some different seeds from Leaf. But other than that, those were the big things. That's the big things that I got accomplished. So one thing that I want to focus on now, I need to go around. I've been doing some time traveling and I have flowers overgrowing the paths and just kind of spreading in places that I don't want them. I need to clean those up, but my pockets are full, so I gotta kind of get organized, and then I want to start cleaning things up, because ultimately it is good that the flowers are growing and spreading because I need more of them. I've just been kind of picking them up off the path as I see them. I did get these gyroid fragments from the Cap'n Island, so I'm just gonna go over here, plant them, water them, just keep them out of the way. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the gyroids at this point. I've really just been setting them over here on the beach. I don't know. I'm gonna clear out my pockets because I'm not planning on using these seeds anytime soon. They've just gotten a little bit out of hand. One thing that I do want to work on today is this area right here with Shep and Coco's house. I'm gonna add some spooky decorations, and I feel like Shep and Coco, they have really gone all out with their decorations. Some of the villagers do a little bit less, some of them do a little bit more. Shep and Coco are really into it. I've got these paint cans. Like, Shep has been out here working hard to get his yard looking perfect for the Halloween season. That is the vibe I'm going for. I think just adding the items like the spooky arch and the standing lamp and the spooky tree too gives such a different feeling, a different effect than the pumpkin items. I like them both, but I do like to do a mixture of the two. I am going to harvest some more pumpkins here because I am definitely running low and we have a lot more pumpkin things that we need to make. So I need to really be harvesting and watering anytime I get the chance. I have a full neighborhood on the other side of the island, plus the spooky section in the back. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more overwhelmed I get with how much I have left to do. I'm slowly filling up this area. I've got bushes and flowers. I'm really liking how these yards are coming out. I think they're really cute. Am I doing too much? I don't know. It's almost like my brain cannot not decorate this way. And it's really just gonna be a race against the clock to figure out how much I can get done in the next several days. I do think adding things like this, I'm just gonna put 2 pumpkins here, just a tiny little pumpkin patch with the dirt underneath them. Another easy way to add space, and you really don't have to think about it. You just plant it, move on, it's done. As I'm running through, I'm really trying to look at these sections and figure out, okay, if I just add 1 or 2 more items, can I just be done with a section? Because every time I finish one, it just feels nice to kind of check it off the list. I also really need to start decorating the cliffs. I'm gonna start out with just adding bushes, flowers, and weeds. And then from there, I'm gonna figure out if I wanna add any items. I have a feeling that I'm gonna wanna add some different pumpkin stuff up here, but we're gonna start out basic and see how I feel about it. I typically like to continue whatever I've decorated down below and extend it onto the cliffs, especially when I have these cliffs that aren't accessible. I feel like continuing with those decorations makes it just a little bit more interesting to look at. But because I'm so limited on what I have, I just don't know if it's worth putting items up here that I could be using in my main builds. The amount of flowers that I've dug up today just to move them to another location is kind of mind-boggling. Like, there's a lot. I'm trying to finish up Shep's yard here, and I'm doing a combination of the orange and yellow pumpkins in his yard. I know that it feels like a lot of orange, but I kind of like it. I like just the overwhelming feeling of orange pumpkins. It just screams fall. If I do too many different colors, like if I were to use all 4 pumpkin variations in this front section of my island, with the way that I decorate, because it's so cluttered, it just turns into chaos so quickly. Like, I think because I'm using the same colors, it still feels like a lot, but your eye isn't all over the place. Like, I feel like it's still nice to look at. I think I'm done with Shep and Coco's yards for now. I might want to add a spooky tree kind of in between their houses, but I don't think I have enough hardwood actually. I need to do another round of collecting materials. I just haven't done that in a while. I haven't been chopping any trees or doing anything like that, but I can do that another day. I can do it off camera. I'm just gonna move on to a different section. I have a bunch of bigger areas like this. We've got this space in front of the waterfall here, and these are the areas where I'm just planting trees, because the more trees that I plant, the less space I have to actually decorate. I'm also trying to be mindful of the cherry trees because I do not want to have any cherry trees on my island. I've kept some of them with the intention of using them for their fruit, but as I'm going along, I am chopping them down or digging them up and getting rid of them. It just kind of depends on where I am on the island. I have really used so many stumps to decorate on this island, but I love them so much. I wish we could put something on top of them. My meadow is almost done. I can't believe we finally have enough yellow tulips. I think I'm just going to extend it all the way along the left side of resident services, just up into the path, and then all the way down to the house that's underneath it. So not many more to go. It is definitely going to get finished. I found this little section in front of Camo Frog's house, which was just kind of strangely open. I could have just filled it with flowers and stuff, but I thought that would be too boring, so now I'm gonna put a little pumpkin farm right here. I like the way it turned out. I feel like just having that dark dirt there really fills in the space. At this point, nothing that I'm doing is an original idea. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so much I can do with the items that I have in the game right now. Like, I have pumpkin stuff, and that's really about it. So farms are kind of the ultimate solution. Today is day 25 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And I need to be so honest with y'all right now. I once again have 0 plans for today. But that's okay. 0 plans can sometimes lead to great things. We're going to get right into it. I'm going to check out what Leaf has today. The problem is that I don't have a ton of money and I really need to be saving it. You know, there's a lot of things that I feel like I keep saying that I need to be doing and I'm not really doing them. And as I run around and I see all of the blank spaces, I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. You just don't even realize how big these islands are until you're decorating a full one. And then there's just so much. I also think part of the problem is that I'm getting really consumed in the details of everything. Like, I want every little area to be perfect because that's just how I am. And I think I just need to start letting go a little bit, doing some bigger areas, and then I can focus on the details later if I have time to. I have some materials in my pocket. I'm going to craft just a few spooky things. I'm going to go around to some empty areas and just kind of start placing stuff. I'm just hoping, like, I'm just going to walk around and something's going to inspire me, because sometimes it's just hard to force yourself to create something when you don't know exactly what you want to work on. You know what I mean? I do have this area behind resident services that I'm really struggling to kind of conceptualize exactly what I want here. So I'm just kind of adding a few little spooky things. I just don't know how to connect it with what I have going on behind it, which is the farm. Not that they have to be connected, but I don't know. I don't know how to make it make sense. I am adding a couple pumpkin things here on this cliff. I don't know if I'm going to add them on every cliff, but I did decide to put some here just because this particular space just felt really empty. Like as I was walking through here, it definitely needed something because there's a lot of stuff going on the left and I needed something to balance all of that. Is everyone tired of watching me place spooky towers, flowers, and weeds? Raise your hand if you are. I feel like that's all I'm doing at this point. I'm also going to be adding a pumpkin patch right here because that's my new favorite thing to do. Just like everything else, I will hyper fixate on a particular detail on an island, and this one, for whatever reason, is these little pumpkin patches. I am putting them everywhere. I think what it is that I always need something to break up the big areas of grass. And because underneath the pumpkin patches, I put the dirt path, I just feel like it does a good job. Like if this were a typical island, I probably wouldn't have a pumpkin patch here and I would do just like a custom code instead, with something on top of it. So this is kind of my replacement for that. I got enough hardwood to craft a spooky tree because I have the perfect place to put one, and it is between Shep and Coco's house. I really just need something to fill this spot, and I think they're too close together for an actual tree to go here, so spooky tree it is. I'm in Nooks buying a ton of saplings because I really need some more trees. I keep using up every tree that I have on the island, so I'm buying some more, and this is turning into a forest farm island pretty quickly here. I went into my storage and I just grabbed a bunch of random stuff, and I actually think here behind resident services, I'm gonna add a swinging bench, because I don't know if you remember, but early on, I had one of the swinging benches up at the entrance and I never could make it work. And I really want to have one. I really like this item, but it just didn't work at the entrance. So I'm going to try it here and see how I like it. The only thing I don't like is the color of it. Like I'm wondering if I need to customize it. I just don't know yet. If I do the white version, I feel like it's going to blend into the fence. If I do the dark brown, it's going to blend into the dirt path underneath it. So I may do that other brown. Like I feel like this one might be too light. I'm also going to put a hay bed behind it. I just think that'll be cute. And I really do think I'm going to need to customize it at some point. Again, I'm going to kind of let it sit and see how I feel about it, but I think it's too light. So I've got the swinging bench on the other side. I'm going to put a patch of dirt here, and this one is actually not going to be a pumpkin patch. This is going to be a garden. I think I'm just going to have 4 flowers here, maybe some yellow tulips or something. So maybe I'll start doing some of those instead of just pumpkin patches. I'll have some little gardens around. I time traveled. We have the glow spot, which is right in front of my house. I love to see that. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that really quick. Still just aimlessly running around. I wanted to time travel because I wanted to see trees and flowers growing in. I kind of run out of things to do in that one particular day. Still kind of searching for inspiration at this point. And it's kind of like, it's not that I'm out of ideas because I know things that I want to do in a bunch of different spots. I'm almost just searching for which one I feel like I can do right now. Every day that I time travel now, I spend like 10 minutes going around and cleaning up all the flowers off the paths. And I know that may seem annoying, but it's actually kind of great because it just replenishes my flowers every day, and then I can use those for whatever I'm gonna decorate. Biff is crafting today, and he is making a pear wall. I don't know if I could care about a DIY any less than the pear wall. I think the hardest part about this challenge so far is just the lack of access to items. Like I'm getting what I can. And I know that if I dedicated more time to time traveling, seeing multiple villagers during the day to get DIYs, I could definitely be getting more stuff. But who has the time to do all of that? So that really is the hardest thing. I'm just trying to decorate an island really with what I have. I was fortunate to get most if not all, of the spooky DIYs. And then I have a couple random stone things to work with. And I've got like the beginner DIYs. But beyond that, I really don't have too much. I came in here to craft a log bench and I was just kind of going through here. And there's really just not that much to work with. Maybe I'm overlooking something that's just groundbreaking, amazing, fabulous. I could see myself crafting some hedges. I think hedges might be nice. Maybe I'll do like a hedge neighborhood for the other side. A hedge neighborhood? What even is that? What am I even saying at this point? I know what I mean in my head, but I'm just not making any sense. After walking around aimlessly for about 20 minutes, I planted some more flowers. I was still doing some stuff. I have made the executive decision. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to spend some Nook miles. You know, sometimes you just need a little bit of retail therapy. So that's what I'm calling this. This is my Nook Mile retail therapy. I'm going to get some stuff. I'm getting the simple well DIY. I'm going to get the fountain DIY. I'm getting the park clock. I'm going to get the phone box. I'm actually going to get 2 wind turbines and I'm getting a pergola. I just spent a lot of Nook miles. But I'm okay with it. I did have to time travel in order to get my Nook Mile items, so I went ahead and did that. And now I have to move this stuff that's in front of my house to even access my mailbox because I can't move my mailbox yet. And my mailbox is a mess. It's absolutely out of control. I've been using this kind of as a second storage and just not grabbing anything until I absolutely needed it. So I'm going to go through here and I'm going to grab the things that I think I'm going to use. There is some stuff in here that I probably won't even use at this point. Like I got it early on and now it's just... I'm past that point. Look at all of the presents we get to open. It's like Christmas morning. I'm putting all of this stuff back in front of my house and I just realized that I probably should have opened every piece of mail so that my mailbox would stop beeping at me. But then again, I'm gonna get more mail in the future and it's just gonna beep at me again. So probably a waste of time. Now my plan is I'm gonna start just placing some of these Nook Mile items. I don't know if they're gonna be in their permanent locations or not, but a lot of the stuff I got was bigger like statement items, especially something like the pergola. That's a huge statement and it takes up a lot of space. So I'm thinking the pergola will look nice here in front of Able Sisters and Nooks. I want to make this area just kind of a community area, maybe even like a big garden. Maybe I'll grab those orange windflowers and make it like a park meadow space. I don't know yet. The carrots need to be moved at some point, but I actually really like this version of the pergola. I got really lucky with that. I did decide to come to the llamas because I prefer the red wind turbines to the blue ones, so I am going to go ahead and customize those. And I know it's unpopular. I feel like once the windmill came out in 2.0, everyone just abandoned the wind turbine. But I actually really like the wind turbine, and on a lot of my islands, I use them, and I always use them in multiples. 2s, 3s, I don't know. I just like to have multiple wind turbines kind of layered in front of each other. I always think it's really cute. It's one of my favorite things to do. So I have the perfect place for the wind turbines, and that is in my meadow because a wind turbine always just looks cute surrounded by flowers. This area could use a little bit of height in it too. I do have the trees, but the right side has the cliffs, and I think the left side is just lacking something. So I think the wind turbines are actually going to be perfect right here. My shovel broke, so I had to come into Nooks, and they have this antique mini table, and I think something about it feels spooky. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to grab it. And then they have this tray that has the keys on it. I'm also grabbing that. After moving around a ton of flowers to get this to work, I have the wind turbines here and I love them. I'm telling y'all, this is one of my favorite things to do and it just looks so pretty if you surround it with flowers. I'm really happy with that decision. That is 8,000 Nook miles well spent, in my opinion. At some point, I bought this pine tree, and I remember it being really expensive. And I thought that I would use it, but I actually kind of hate it on this island. It just doesn't go. So now I think I'm not going to use it. I'm just trying to decide, should I sell it or should I keep it? I don't know. I also had a bunch of Zen cushions that I had purchased at some point. So now I can make the pile of Zen cushions. And when I got this DIY, I was actually really excited about it because this is such a great DIY. and it still is. But it's a much better DIY when you can get a bunch of these from Treasure Islands, because actually ordering and obtaining multiple Zen cushions is really just a pain. I did craft the pile of Zen cushions and I customized it with one of Sable's patterns. I think eventually I'll put it out here in front of Abel's sisters, so I'm just gonna leave it here for now. I don't know, I feel like I'm finding it kind of hard to work with. So I also got this telephone booth and the park clock, both in black. So I was glad to see that they were matching. And I think I'm just gonna throw them here in front of Abel's sisters. I just don't really have a better place for them, and they make the most sense to go here on this island where the shopping district is. Another item that I ordered multiple of was the bunny garden decoration, and I'm just kind of going around and placing those in random spots too. Today is day 26 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. And I do have plans for today actually, because there's something that I've been putting off that needs to get done, and if I don't do it, I'm gonna forget, and it's actually one of my goals for doing this challenge, and that is to have the interior of my house decorated. Now, walking in here, you can see that I have done a little bit of decorating, and that was really just to get things out of my storage because I was running out of storage space. I was tired of just kind of hiding this stuff away. But here's the thing. I don't have a ton of stuff, especially indoor items, and I don't want to waste my materials crafting stuff for my interior. And you may also notice that I only have 2 rooms. I have this main room and then the back room. And of course, I planned it that way because I don't like decorating interiors, and I knew that I didn't want to grab a ton of stuff. So I've been struggling with my storage space this entire time just because I didn't want to have to do a lot of interior decorating. So I am going to start off with the main room here. I like the wallpaper. I like the flooring. I probably am going to keep the rug, and I probably will just use a ton of this stuff and just kind of rearrange it a little bit. It needs to feel a little bit more full, but I think I am gonna have just a bed, a desk, maybe a seating area or something in here. I don't know. It's gonna be a whole eclectic hodgepodge of stuff because I'm not going out of my way to purchase anything else, to build anything else. I'm really gonna have to make it work. I've started rearranging a couple things. I do really love this locker item. It's kind of like a metal locker. I kept the bed in the same place. So I think I'm gonna have bed and desk on one side, and then actually like the wardrobe and a clothing area, like a little closet section, all on the left. And then the right is just gonna be a bunch of random stuff. I also have this medicine cabinet that I wanna use. So I'm just gonna see what I can put together here. Okay, this is turning out okay. So we have the bedroom section on the left, and then we kind of have a workstation on the right. And it kind of is a weird workstation. You've got the medicine cabinet, a projector, the plasma ball, like just a bunch of random stuff over there. I don't have a couch. All I have is this plastic bench, and I don't love that, but it's all I have. So this front right corner, I really don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I don't have anything good to put right here. So I'm hoping over the next couple days, maybe I'll find something and I can just stick it here. But yeah, I feel pretty good about the rest of the room. It's just this front right section that doesn't feel finished. Maybe I'll hang a couple more things on the walls too. But overall, it looks okay. It doesn't make much sense, but it's okay. Now my plans for the back room are simple. Dark wall, rug, baby doll. Lights off, that's it. I do think I want to grab the common flooring, which is the darker wood floor, but that's all I'm going to do. I ordered some more common flooring. I went ahead and time traveled and put that down. It looks so much better. I mean, as good as a room can look with just a single doll in it. But if this isn't creepy, I don't know what is. Okay, so I feel pretty good about that. The house is basically done. I just need to finish that one section. You may call it a cop-out, but I say work smarter, not harder. It is technically decorated, okay? I need to go around and do my daily flower cleanup here. And I do have a couple other things planned for the day. They've been on my to-do list for a while. I need to do an island flag. I don't want to have the green flag anymore. And I need to do an island tune as well. Both of those will also give me Nook Miles because I haven't done either of them yet. Another thing I'm going to do is something that I've been putting off for a while, but I'm almost done with the island. So at this point, I feel like I've got enough flowers or the flowers are going to continue to grow in other spaces, that if I'm done with a section, I need to go ahead and make one of the transparent patterns, place it down in the areas where I don't want things to grow. So that's what I'm going to do, especially up at my entrance. There are just certain tiles where I don't want anything to be, and I'm going to put down this pattern. Super easy to make. Then you just have to name it and you're done. So these are kind of the areas I'm talking about. I've got this area at the front where I have my flowers placed exactly where I want them. Flowers, weeds. I don't want it to grow anywhere else. I'm not going to put them on the dirt path just yet because that's the easiest place for me to see where the flowers have overgrown and for me to just pick up those flowers really quickly. It's the side areas that are more difficult because as I'm running by, it just looks like flowers were supposed to be there. But you know that I'm very particular about where I'm putting my flowers. So all of that to say, we're at the point where this pattern makes sense for me to use it. This area in front of Nooks is another great example of where I need to use the transparent pattern because it has that overgrown feel, but I don't want it to be too overgrown. And everything is just kind of placed exactly how I want it, and I don't want anything else to grow here. I'm adding some flowers and weeds up on this cliff, but I feel like I'm gonna regret it because when the flowers are duplicating on the cliffs, it's so difficult for me to notice and for me to go up there and grab them. I should probably save the cliffs for the very end, but I didn't, so here we are. I'm starting to have thoughts of what am I gonna do if I don't actually finish the island? Because at this point, it's a high probability that things aren't gonna get done. We only have a couple days left. There's a lot of island left to decorate. I'm really just out here doing my best. But sometimes I think I forget just how long things are gonna take. You know, like you go to one section of the island, you have a plan to work on something, but then you have to keep going back and forth to get flowers or to get tools, to get materials, go in and out of your storage, on and on and on and on. And then it ends up taking you like an hour to create one area when you just thought it was gonna take like 20 minutes. So do we think I'm gonna finish in time? That's the real question. I think it's time for me to do the flag and I'm not excited about it. I don't like doing pixel art. I don't like doing custom designs. I'm not good at it. I know what I want to do, but it's not going to look good. And I'm just going to have to accept that. So all I really want is just the number 13. That's it. So I think I'm just going to do basic colors and just kind of try to make a 13 look as good as I can. I don't know. I have no concept of pixel art. I don't know what I'm doing. We'll just see what happens. This took way too long for it to look this ugly. I actually like the way it looks pixely more than I like the way it looks on the actual flag. Because you know how the pixel designs in Animal Crossing, it tries to smooth everything out for you? I wish it wouldn't do that, or I wish I had the option to turn it off. I think I'm also just going to add a little dash design on the outside just to make it a little bit more interesting, although I don't know if it's going to make it very interesting. Okay. There we go. I hate this, but I'm just saving it. We're moving on. The flag is done. It's great. Okay, Isabel, here is our new ugly, ugly town flag. I hope you like it. I'm also going to change the town tune or island tune, and you actually get 2 gold stars if you can guess what this song is. I just noticed all of the flowers overgrowing the path right here. I honestly may have to start putting that transparent pattern down on the path. I don't know. I can't tell if I have enough flowers already or if I need to keep getting more. Today is day 27 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. We are in the final stretch. I need to get some stuff done today. So I'm thinking my plan is to go around, do a little bit of flower cleanup, and just kind of assess where I am and then figure out what my biggest priorities are to work on. I feel like there are some areas where I could just leave them how they are and it would be okay, but then there are some areas that are just completely empty, and that's a problem. I'm at Nooks right now trying to sell some stuff, but I also just desperately need to go through and empty out my pockets. Like, for some reason, I'm just carrying everything around and I don't need to be doing that. I went back to my house, I put everything away, and now I'm just cleaning up some more flowers because there is a lot of overgrown flowers onto the paths right now, which is actually a good thing. I do need these flowers to decorate, so I'm happy about it, but also it just it's time consuming to go around and dig all this stuff up. So I'm actually at the point now where I don't know exactly where I'm going to be putting these flowers, so I'm going to store them on the beach. I've been trying to avoid this for as long as I could because I just know that that means I'm going to have to dig them up again for a second time when I want to use them. But I think this is going to be best. And that way, when I know that I need flowers, I can just come here, grab them, and go place them. As I've been going in and out of nooks today, one area that's been really bothering me is this area on the island with the shopping district, like the area on the other side of the path in front of Nooks and Abel's. I definitely need to decorate this space, and I actually have an idea for it, so that is on my list of things to do today. First, I'm gonna harvest the carrots, and then I think I'm gonna move these carrots to the neighborhood that I haven't started working on because I think I'm gonna do a bunch of different farm areas over there. Like everyone's gonna have their own farm plot where I can make it work. There's actually not too much room over here next to these houses, but I do have a section right here. I think I'm gonna put the carrots down right here. I don't even know whose house this is, honestly. In the next to Biff's house, I already have the wheat, but I'm going to dig them up so I can put dirt path underneath them, and then I'm going to replant them right here. I'm also thinking that a farm plot can go here on the right side of this house. I don't know. Honestly, maybe 2 farm plots can go here. I don't know if I have the seeds for it yet, but I'm just going to plot out where I think they're going to go, and then I will put stuff here later. I'm also going to extend the one that I had on the left side just so I can have some more carrots. It'll fill up a little bit more space to have it a little bit bigger. Finally, time to move these orange windflowers. And these are the flowers that I'm actually going to move over in front of Nooks in that spot. I don't have orange flowers anywhere else on the island, so I like the idea of using these over there. And I think I'm just gonna have it be like a small little seating area, maybe a couple benches. I have that pergola in the middle, and then I think the rest of it is just going to be a big, I want to call it a flower garden, but I actually think it'll be more of a meadow because it's just going to be flowers everywhere. So I'm really just running around and randomly placing these flowers. I'm definitely going to need something else to break it up. I think I just need to pick a white flower to put over here and then some weeds. Maybe the mums, because I have the mums on the other side and I could kind of tie those in. So mums, orange windflowers, and weeds, and that'll be it, maybe? I am in desperate need of materials at this point, especially hardwood. I am so low on hardwood. I think a lot of the spooky items actually use hardwood, and really just a lot of the DIYs that I have access to need hardwood. So I think I'm completely out at this point. So I am taking the time today to go around and harvest some wood here. I'm not happy about it. I'll just say that. I don't love harvesting all of the materials for the items that I need. I'm just really not used to it. Like, I'm so used to going to Treasure Islands and just getting every item that I would ever need or any resource that I would ever need. So this challenge is really, really difficult. I got enough hardwood and now I'm crafting another log bench. I'm going to put this one in front of Able Sisters just to kind of mimic the one that I have in front of Nooks, just to make this feel like more of a park area. I think that's all I'm really gonna put here. I'm just telling myself at this point, it doesn't need to be fancy. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be done. But also, the designer in me is having a really hard time because I just really want it to look good. This entire series has just been y'all hearing my inner monologue and what's going on when I'm trying to decorate, especially if I'm trying to do something up against a time crunch. This is what's going on. It's me questioning everything that I'm doing. It's me trying to tell myself that I'm doing a good job. And it's me panicking about whether I'm going to get done in time or whether I'm going to be able to decorate as well as I want to. And hopefully it's not coming across as me complaining, because that's not it. I'm just expressing my feelings about where I stand. I'm gonna add these pumpkin items right here next to the pergola. I just wanted something to make it feel festive, for lack of a better word. I wanted it to kind of mimic what's happening in front of Nooks. I kind of hate whatever I've done with Able Sisters, but at this point, I don't know if it's worth me trying to go over there and change it. I ran through here and I saw an empty section, so I'm gonna plant another pumpkin patch right here. I have decided to put down some of my transparent tiles on this one section of path at my entrance because I noticed that there were some times when I wasn't seeing the flowers here, and that makes me nervous. Like, the thought of missing a flower and saving my dream address and there being something overgrown in the wrong spot. Like, if a flower had overgrown onto the path and I didn't notice. I don't know. It just has me stressing out a little bit. I'm definitely going to be running through all my paths to double check before I save the dream address, but there's always that chance that I'm going to miss it anyway. I think I've done all that I can in front of Nooks right now. I feel like this is going to be one of those areas that I just kind of keep coming back to, letting it overgrow on its own, and then also adding in things when I see empty areas. So now I think I'm going to do a little bit of work on the neighborhood. I know that I'm not going to finish it today because it is a big space, but I had mentioned that maybe I'll start adding hedges over here, so I do actually want to try that today. I went to my storage and grabbed some weeds because I thought that's all you needed for hedges, but you actually need tree branches and stones too. So now I need to go back and get those. I'm going to craft quite a few hedges here just because I know this neighborhood has a lot of space to fill, and I'm thinking hedges are going to look good. It's going to be a great space filler. So I'm thinking that I really want the hedges to go all the way around the houses. The hardest part about this is just the houses have the 2 spaces on the left-hand side and then the 1 space on the right-hand side. So it's just deciding how exactly I want the hedges to look. I thought that maybe I was going to have a farm behind this house, but I actually think I'm going to take it away because I want the hedges to wrap all the way around here too. And I don't know if it really made any sense for me to have that farm back there anyway. Okay, I'm liking how the hedges look. So it makes sense around Brofina's house, and then I think that's Flora's house right here. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to fit them around the houses that are in the back because I just don't have as much space. I decided to come back over here to the Nook section and just add a couple more flowers, a couple more items, just because I had them in my pockets. I also ran to my storage and I do actually have some seed starts here. So I have some tomato seeds and some potato seeds. I don't have enough, but I'm going to go ahead and plant what I have. And then once they grow, I'll just plant more and more until I fill it up. I really quickly time traveled again. So I am going around doing a little bit more flower cleanup, but I just kind of wanted to see how things were growing in. I don't know. Sometimes if I time travel, I can just get a better view of what things are going to look like. I'm also going to come over here to my farms and I'm going to water these tomatoes and potatoes because I do want as many of these to grow as possible. That way I can fill in the farm plots completely. Today is day 28 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. I'm stressed. Look, I'm not gonna lie. The pressure is on. I can feel it. There is so much to do. I am in over my head, okay? This island is nowhere near done, and I've got 3 days to finish it. So we need to figure this out. One thing that I feel like I need to do a better job of is I need to keep going through my DIYs, making sure that I'm actually crafting items to use. Now keep in mind that I don't have a ton of DIYs, so I am really limited on what I'm able to use. But even within those limitations, I feel like I'm still not using enough of the things that I have. So I really want to focus on using things like log stakes. I've got fencing that I can use. I've got destination signposts, stuff like that that I can use to fill space. And I really want to make sure that I'm doing that. I really like the idea of this black destination signpost right here. I think I would like to work on this area back here a little bit because I think I would feel better maybe if this section was done. And I'm using the word done pretty loosely here because I know that this island is not going to be as decorated as my typical islands, and I've come to accept that. I will say too that I'm also struggling with really making certain areas spooky. I know one of my goals was to have 2 designated spooky areas, and like I have this one, but there's really only so much I can do when I don't have very many spooky items. Like I have the items that say spooky in the title of them, but I don't have custom patterns. I can't put like blood everywhere. So I'm just gonna continue doing what I can. We're hoping for the best. I'm going through and I'm putting my transparent patterns down on every single one of these dirt path spaces because I don't want weeds or flowers to grow on them. I really want them to stick out. I'm also trying to sort out the flower situation back here because I did have flowers that had kind of spread everywhere, and I really just like to have my flowers in particular positions. Typically not 2 of the same flower right next to each other. Sometimes I do it, but typically I don't. So I'm just kind of mixing up where the flowers are, but still having it feel overgrown. I ended up getting this candle, the glass holder with candle, and I brought it in here to my house to put behind this doll, and I think it's perfect. The effect of the light behind the doll, creepy. Spooky, Spooky build number 2, maybe? Does that count as a spooky build? Look, at this point, it might just have to count, okay? I'm also making a couple changes to this main room in my house. I wanted to add some more things to the wall, so I'm hanging up some of the outfits and then probably some more of the KK Slider albums. I just want it to feel a little bit more full, plus this opens up some space in my storage too. Okay, I'm feeling better about this. It's getting more and more complete. We still have the front right section of the room that needs a little bit of help, but I do think I need to get a couple more items for that little area to work out. I'm crafting and customizing a bunch of the different pumpkin items, and I'm doing the monochrome customization here because I am going to work on the graveyard campsite area. I really think that just adding in some more of these spooky pumpkin items is going to complete this section pretty quickly. I wish that it was a lot easier to make the spooky trees because I would love to have more of them, but I need to get a lot more hardwood if I want to do that. So that may be something I need to work on off camera, just doing some more resource grinding because I need hardwood. I also decided to get some more of the spooky fence, and I'm going to put that back here too. I think fences are something that I'm really lacking. I did a good job of using them at the beginning of the island when I was working on the first neighborhoods that I did, and then I kind of strayed away from it, and I need to get back to doing it because fences will really just set off an area. I think they look great, and I like to use a good mixture of them. So I think continuing the spooky fence over here really looks good. This cliff over here on the left side is actually just going to be forest. There aren't going to be any decorations up here. I'm just going to have trees, maybe weeds and flowers, but not too much. This is not going to be an accessible cliff. I mean, unless you jump over here. But when you tour the dream address, you're not going to have a ladder. So I'm not going to make this somewhere that you're supposed to be climbing around and going through. I'm also not going to have a vaulting pole, and I'm hoping that's going to limit where people can go when they're touring the island. Is that cheating? Am I cheating by not fully decorating this cliff? I don't know. I think some areas just don't need to be decorated. Trees are decorations too. I decided that I wanted to have a path up here leading from the ladder to the campsite because there is going to be a permanent ladder that will take you up here because I think it's important to be able to have access to the campsite, and I just wanted that to be clear so that people could find it. Now, I don't love the color of the ladder. I think at some point I am going to change it. I feel like it blends into the cliff too much, but I think this is good. I'm just using that same spaced out dirt path, like the one single space, and I think it looks nice. While I'm here, I'm also going to add some dirt path underneath the desk just to make it stand out a little bit more. I grabbed some more of the spooky fence, and I'm just kind of enclosing this graveyard area. I'll probably add some flowers and weeds on the other side of this, but I just wanted it to feel a little bit more closed off and restricted. I really need some more bushes, and I keep coming to Harv's Island and checking with Leaf, and he just always has these hollies and plumerias, and I don't want those. I want the tea olives or even the azaleas, but he doesn't have them. I time traveled, so of course, any day that I time travel means more flower cleanup. This is just my life now. Time traveling, cleaning up flowers, planting flowers in other places. There will never be a day that I estimate the amount of flowers that I need for an island correctly. Like, it just doesn't happen. I just don't understand the amount of flowers that I'm gonna need ever. And look, this is my first time in a long time not having any help with my flowers, okay? I'm having to dig up all of these by myself. I'm having to get my own shovels. I had to plant, grow, move every single one of these flowers. That is some dedication, okay? I think this spooky graveyard, campsite, whatever this is back here is really looking nice. And I think with the right weather pattern, the right time of day, it's really gonna bring this alive. That's one thing that I really feel like is missing when I'm filming these, because I always play during the day because I'm just not good at playing at night. It's really hard for me to see at nighttime during games, so I just typically don't do it. And I don't know exactly what time of day I'm gonna set the dream address at, but it's not gonna be this. So keep that in mind. I do think that the weather pattern and time of day will 100% alter the vibe and feeling of the island. I seriously can't with Leaf right now. and these bushes. Like, I do not understand. I think I'm just going to end up time traveling back to October because maybe he will have tea olives in October. I don't know. I don't know why I thought that they rotated. Maybe they don't rotate. I got this operating room cart at Nooks, and I thought it would be the perfect item to put back here by the campsite. I don't know what's going on back here at the campsite, but I wouldn't want to live here. The thing that I knew was going to happen that I wasn't excited about happening happened, and all of the flowers on the cliffs that I've planted have spread, and now I have to go on the cliffs, modify them, make them look the way that I want to. But this time I am going to add in the transparent patterns so it doesn't happen again. So I need to go in, dig up all the flowers that grew, add weeds if I need to, and then I'll just put in transparent patterns so it doesn't happen. I'm really trying to go through and finish off all of the cliffs that I created. So any of these small terraformed cliffs, I just want to add pumpkins, flowers, bushes, transparent patterns so I don't have to deal with them anymore. I just want them to be done. This meadow is really filling in and it's almost done. I do think that I need a couple more yellow tulips. I mean, I think I could get away with just the white cosmos that I have over there, but I think the yellow tulips would really break it up a little bit more and make it look better. I've shifted gears to the neighborhood because this is another big area that really needs a lot of work. I grabbed some hardwood tree saplings and I'm just kind of going in and placing those where I think that I might need them. I figure if they don't grow or if I don't like where they've grown, that I can just go back, dig them up later and put them exactly where I want them. But I do think that trees will really help to fill up the space and just add a little bit more height because this area desperately needs it. I did time travel back to October and Leaf does have the tea olives. Let's go. I'm gonna grab a lot of these. And by a lot, I mean like 30 probably. And I don't even know if that'll be enough. I use a lot of bushes. So I'm gonna grab a lot. I'm gonna spend a lot of money on these. And hopefully I won't have to buy any more. But at least now I know. I am gonna put some pathing down here by the bottom of this ladder. I think it'll just make it a little bit more obvious that you need to walk this way to climb up the ladder, hopefully. It makes it obvious anyway. I am in desperate need of hardwood and I hate doing this, but I am going to collect some resources. So I'm going around chopping my trees. I knew that I should have done more of this at the beginning. I felt like I was doing a decent job at first, collecting materials. I just didn't realize exactly how much hardwood I was gonna need. I think I have wood and softwood left, but hardwood, I have nothing. I'm spending a little bit of time just running around to random areas, planting flowers, planting weeds, planting bushes. Sometimes I just need to be doing that stuff because that has to get done too. It's not just the big areas that need to get done, it's all of the little tiny things too. Collecting even more hardwood. I'm out again. I have this one section by the museum here that I still have a bunch of roses that I must have missed when I did my whole cleanup thing. So I do need to take these, get rid of them, throw them out. I'm not going to use them. I will say that I have literally no idea what I'm going to do in front of the museum. I feel like all of the other spaces, I have a general idea, no concept for what's going to go in front of the museum. I have no idea. Maybe like a pumpkin carving area. That's not really spooky though. And I know that I was supposed to do another spooky area. Could a pumpkin carving area be spooky? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen there. I have been playing Animal Crossing for so long. And I don't know how many bushes I've planted. It's like I keep planting flowers and bushes and pumpkins. And then I'll go to another area. And why does it look like there's literally no flowers or bushes or pumpkins or anything? Like, how is it possible that there's still so much empty space? Like, am I okay? What is happening? Like, is this island just endless? Like, does it keep getting bigger? What is it? I crafted a couple spooky items. I'm gonna start adding them to this neighborhood over here. Arches, trees, standing lamps, all the things are going over here. They have their farms, but they're still festive. I time traveled again. So you know what that means. We are cleaning up more flowers, and this time is the most unfortunate type of flower cleanup because these are flowers that I'm probably not gonna use. At least the ones that I have to clean up that are white flowers or the yellow tulips, I know that I'm going to use them. Purple mums, I'm definitely not going to use. I found another cliff over by my house that I must not have gotten to. And now I have to do the thing again where I go through and I dig them up and I plant weeds and I put down transparent patterns and I put pumpkins. Are you entertained yet? I'm going to add a couple more pumpkin patches over here because I just don't think we have enough. I do like these ones that are like right along the pathway though. I think they're really cute. I thought that I had done a lot more in this neighborhood than I have. There's a lot of work left to do. Oh no. Today is day 29 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using No Nintendo Online. That means we have today and tomorrow, and then this island needs to be done. And my biggest project for today is definitely the neighborhood on the left. However, thinking about it, there are definitely multiple big areas that I feel like aren't done. The neighborhood, I think the campsite area still needs a little bit of work, and the museum I haven't even started yet. So there's things that we have to get done, but the neighborhood is definitely going to be my main focus. I really want to get that finished today. And we're also going to be doing a bunch of our typical daily stuff. Flower cleanup, organizing, decorating some little small sections. The typical stuff that I do every day. This is my life now. Nooks has a spooky arch today. I'm obviously going to be grabbing the spooky arch. My favorite of the spooky items, personally. I'm in Nook shopping right now, and I am going to grab a couple more of the creepy skeletons. I think adding a couple more of those to the campsite could be good. And then I have this double sofa in here. I'm going to grab one of those because I think that will be perfect for my living room in the house, or like the main room. So I'm gonna order those and then I'll pick those up from my mailbox eventually whenever I end up time traveling today. All right, before I go to the neighborhood, one of my biggest complaints, or just areas that I don't love, is Able Sisters. I don't know what it is about it. I think it's just because it's empty and I haven't figured out what to do here. So I'm gonna add some spooky stuff and I'm gonna hope that that fixes it. Otherwise, I may have to change out the pattern underneath here. I think maybe that could be part of it. But I'm gonna try items first. Okay, I added the spooky arch, some log stakes, a spooky tower. I think this looks a lot better. I think one of the things was it was just missing all of the browns. And I had the browns everywhere else, like they're in the park that's across from it and they're in front of Nooks. So I think tying that in really just made it 1,000 times better. So I'm very happy with that. In addition to that, I'm also adding just a couple bushes in the park area. I just felt like it needed a little bit more to kind of fill it up. So we've done a little bit of decorating in the neighborhood. I did in front of, what's that chicken's name? Brofina's house? I think this is her house. Look, I don't even know what villagers are on this island. I don't know what's going on. Everything is just a blur. This whole island is a fever dream, honestly. So I've been working on Brofina's house and I just need to continue. Like everything just needs to kind of move along here. I'm thinking I'm gonna put some barbed wire fencing around the farms. I've mentioned this before, but I think fencing is just such a great way to fill space. It also adds a bunch of different texture, especially if you use different ones. I did craft some barrels, so I'm gonna try to use some more of those too. Let's hype up the barrel again because it's just such a great item. Come on, let's hear it in the comment section for the barrel. I'm still trying to add the area with some more trees too. And I'm at the point now where the areas that I wanna put trees, I don't know if I can actually fit a tree. So I always have to dig up the full size ones and then plant it there. Like if there's ever a spot where you're not sure if a tree can grow, highly recommend just digging one up and trying to put it there and then put the sapling in the spot where you got the fully grown tree because you know that it can grow there because it has before. I was scrolling through the Nook Mile items to see if there's anything else I want. I think I'm going to grab a lighthouse because the peninsula, I haven't done anything. So even if I just throw a lighthouse on there, I feel like I can call it decorated, right? I time traveled. I'm going to craft some more items, especially the log stakes. I'm really enjoying just kind of placing those around the island. I'm going to make those. I also need to do some flower cleanup because I did time travel. I feel like I'm getting distracted again from the neighborhood, but we're going to get there. I came into Nook's and there are these Nordic shelves. And they're pretty expensive. Like 16,000 bells is a lot. But I feel like if I put them in my living room, that will be enough to fill that space. Because I also bought the couch earlier, and that should be in my mailbox. So the couch and these shelves and then a couple items, done. Having to move every item out from in front of my mailbox every time is such a nuisance. Like really, really frustrating. But I'm grabbing all of the things that I ordered. We have a bunch of creepy skeletons, a couch, and a lighthouse. What an assortment. I added the shelves, and then I had a footrest, a couple items on the shelves, and then the couch. And I think my house is done. I feel good about the house. I will obviously remove the pipe before I save the dream address, but I'm keeping it for now because I need to quickly move back and forth between inside and outside. I decided to come back here near the campsite, and I'm just placing a bunch of these creepy skeletons back here, and I love them. I think they look great. I'm even gonna put one back here on the secret beach. I'm also putting the lighthouse on the peninsula because that's where it's gonna go. I think we can call the peninsula basically done, right? I've gotten distracted by the campsite area, and I'm actually going to block off and kind of enclose the space even more on the top. So I'm just using some spooky fence to do that. I ended up time traveling again, and now I'm finally working on the front of Flora's house. I crafted a bunch of spooky stuff. If I never see another pumpkin again, I think I might be happy about it. No, I love the pumpkin stuff. I love this island. Making your own island without having access to any help from anyone in regards to actually helping with the island, in regards to getting items, no treasure islands, no custom patterns. It truly is a labor of love. So at the end of this may be my favorite island ever because I did it so quickly and all by myself, with everything that I've created and earned on my own. I decided to add a campfire and a lantern near the campsite, and I love them. And there's actually a campsite villager today, and I went in there to check who it is, but I forgot to record it. It is Klaus. So I will not be inviting him. No, thank you. My pockets are out of control, so I'm putting stuff in storage. I'm gonna reorganize my pockets. Do y'all look at other people's pockets and judge them for it? Because I just feel like I'm getting judgment about my pockets. They're never organized. They're always like this. And when it gets to the point where I feel like I have to organize it, that's when I know it's really, really bad. And while we're on the topic of pockets, how do y'all organize yours? Because I put all of the tools at the top, and then everything else is just kind of whatever. I don't care too much beyond that. What is the perfect pocket organization? I am going to add a couple trees out here by the lighthouse just to fill up this peninsula space a little bit more, but I don't know how much effort I'm going to put into decorating this space, honestly. Okay, Flora's house is really coming along. I've got the spooky standing lamp. I added a couple more like normal items in front of her house too. I've got the water pump and the wash basin. I wish I had clotheslines, but I literally don't even have the clothesline recipe. I still don't have a wooden stool recipe, but I liked adding just a couple typical items mixed in with the spooky stuff. Okay, I think Flora and Brofina's houses are done. Is it Brofina? I need to actually check what villager it is. I think it's her, right? When in doubt, add a 4-tile pumpkin patch. Maybe I should go around and count how many of these I have on the island once I'm done with it. I'm back at leaves because I needed more bush starts. I'm gonna grab a ton of these again because I hate coming back over here to Harv's Island, but at least I know now. Like, it's easier to access them now that I know that in October I can just come here and easily get the ones that I want. I'm gonna go around and add a bunch of bushes just everywhere. I try to space them out a little bit, but I don't mind it when it feels really full of bushes. I think the bushes are really nice. Does anyone remember when we didn't have bushes to decorate with? That was a time. I am gonna add bushes up here on this cliff as well. I do want to have the typical cliff decorations I've been doing. Bushes, flowers, weeds, pumpkins, all of that. Today is day 30 of designing a spooky island in 30 days using no Nintendo Online. This is it. Today is the day the island has to get done. Am I worried? Yes. But are we gonna be okay? Also, yes. So I have two big concerns for today. Number one is the museum. Haven't even started it. Number 2 is the opposite side of the island with the peninsula. I just feel like that part is pretty bare. I haven't really done much. And like that's okay, but I would like for there to be more. So I do have some things to work on along with cleaning up, doing all of that stuff. Like there's just a lot on the list to do today. So it's going to be all over the place, but we'll get there. We're going to get there. I'm kind of just delaying the inevitable right now. And I'm just going through working on the easier sections, and then I'm gonna do the other stuff. So like the campsite, for example, I really just need to fill it with a couple more flowers, put weeds in certain spots, and then I think it'll be done. I also had planned on amiiboing in a villager to put here, but I'm kind of just not feeling it. And so if there's not a campsite villager that day, like I just don't even know if I have it in me to amiibo someone in. That's the point that I'm at. Maybe one day in the future before I delete the island, I'll amiibo someone in, re-upload the dream address, but like, unless there's someone visiting, can't do it. Okay, so here's the thing about the museum. I have this pond here, and I kept telling myself that the pond was a good thing, that I was just gonna decorate around it. I wouldn't have to do too much work, but I feel like the pond is actually restricting me and it's making it so I don't know what to do here. So I'm getting rid of the pond. It's going. I think I have an idea of what I want to do here, and I'm actually not gonna show y'all what I do until I tour the island at the end. So the pond is going. I'm gonna start building here. I have to do a second spooky build. I already have the campsite, which is my first one. In order to meet my goals, I need a second one. This is gonna be it, but you're gonna have to wait. Issue number 2, this spot over here feels so empty. I haven't done anything. I'm gonna add some pathing, just like I've been doing throughout the island in these curved spots. I've just been kind of placing individual dirt squares to give the illusion of like a stepping stone pattern. And I'm gonna lead it all the way to the peninsula. And then I do think I need to do a little bit of decoration over here, but nothing fancy. Like it's gonna be really, really basic. I've time traveled several times today. This was another time. I'm really trying to figure out which day I'm gonna be saving the dream address on. I think I found it. I think this is the one. And I'm just adding some different fencing, like behind resident services. I'm just kind of going around in different shifts. Like I'll do like one round I'm going to do flowers, and then I do fencing, and then I do weeds, and I'm just running around aimlessly and placing random stuff places and just literally spiraling and melting down and panicking. I had to time travel again because I keep trying to get more flowers to grow. I added a couple spooky items next to the lighthouse. I love the way they look. I'm gonna finish it off with a flower bed, I think. Maybe add a few more flowers and then call it a day. I am doing my final cleanup. I need to get rid of these gyroids on the beach. They have to go. I'm just trashing them at this point. Like nothing on this island is needed anymore. If it's not in the build, it's done. Trashing these, I'm going to get rid of this palm tree as well. I think I need to add a couple weeds on the beach and then we're done. I checked in with Isabel because I actually forgot that this was one of my goals for the challenge, and we have officially hit 5 stars. We met that goal. I'm so happy about that. We can just check it off the list. I did it. It's done. I finished the island 13. I am so happy. I'm so glad that it's done. I'm excited to show y'all. So we are going to do a quick tour of the island here. And first things first, I'm going to show you my map. I did save the dream address, so that'll be on the screen for you right here. If you want to check out the island, I would love to see it. I would love to hear about it. Let me know what you think. I think the map actually looks pretty cool. The in-game path always just looks amazing on maps, so I'm very happy about that. Here is my entrance for the island. I love the way that this entrance turned out. I used in-game path throughout the island. I didn't do any custom patterns other than a transparent pattern to help prevent flowers from spreading too much. That's all that I did. So very happy about this. All I have at the front is 2 villager houses. It'll take you right to resident services through this meadow right here. It's really nothing too fancy. I did a little bit of terraforming, but the front half of the island is really just supposed to be villagers who are living on this island. They've decorated for Halloween, but they don't know what's going on the back of the island. We're just up here ready to celebrate the holiday, completely oblivious to everything else that's going on. Coming over here to the left, I just have two more villager houses. These are Shep and Coco's house. I actually really love this area. I think because I have just so many different versions of the spooky items. Like I have the arch and the trees, tons of the pumpkins. I just really love the way that their house turned out. And then I just have a path leading down to the beach here, but the beaches aren't decorated. They're just kind of overgrown. If you cross over the bridge, this leads you to the farm neighborhoods, which are similar to the other neighborhood, but just a little bit more leaning into farm core. So we have Flora's house, Rofina's house. Everyone has decorated for Halloween. I just kind of continued that vibe throughout. Biff has a wheat farm here, and they're all just connected with this in-game path. This is Poppy's house, and he has carrots on the other side, potatoes and tomatoes. I don't know, I just really like the way this pathing worked out too, how it just surrounds all of the houses. If you continue to follow the path up, it will take you to a dead end here. If you go through the cliffs, you can get to the peninsula, and the peninsula is just a lighthouse and a couple of Halloween decorations. I think it's cute, and it kind of gives off a little bit of a spooky vibe with the weather. Coming back in and going across the bridge will take you to the shopping district. We have Able Sisters and Nooks here. I love the front of Nooks. This was a total accident. Like, I don't know how this happened. I don't know what I was doing, but I really like the way it looks. It's very overgrown and different from anything I've ever done in front of Nooks. So I like that. And then across the pathway, I have this park area, and it's just kind of an overgrown. Overgrown is a big theme here, if you can't tell. I was just trying to fill space, okay? I spiraled and I needed to fill space, so that's what I did. But I went with orange flowers this time instead of what I was doing in all of the other locations. So I like that. And the pergola looks nice. I think it's cute. If you continue across and you go over the other bridge, it'll take you back to the main section. Behind resident services, I have this community farm area, just a bunch of different crops back here. I like the idea of a community farm because a lot of villagers have their individual farms, but this one is just nice and big and a wide variety of stuff. A pumpkin patch right behind resident services. And then if you go down, we have a couple more villager houses and my house as well. I just have mine kind of mixed in with everyone else's, mainly because I didn't upgrade my house because one of my goals was to decorate the interior of my house fully, and I didn't want to have to do a lot. So I only have 2 rooms in my house. We're not going to go in there to check them out. If you want to see the interior, you're going to have to check out the dream address, but I only have 2 rooms. So it was pretty easy to decorate those. And then coming down here, you have Camo Frog's house. I actually love the exterior of Camo Frog's house, but yeah, I just have a lot of flowers, pumpkins, pumpkin patches. That's kind of the theme for the entire front half of the island. Coming across the bridge to the back of the island is where I did my spooky sections. And the first one that I did was to the left. You have the spooky graveyard. I love the way that this turned out, actually. Again, it's overgrown, full of weeds and flowers. I really like it though. Spooky sections were so difficult to do with this challenge because I was dealing with what the game dealt me, and it wasn't dealing me a lot of spooky stuff. This leads all the way back to the secret beach. You have the creepy skeleton back here, but I just wasn't getting a ton of spooky items. I mean, I had all of the Halloween stuff, but I needed some of the other stuff. I was fortunate enough to get the DIY for the Western style stone, so I used a bunch of those. I also got the creepy skeleton, which was nice. So I got to use some of those as well. But other than that, I just wasn't getting a ton of stuff. So we have the overgrown graveyard. If you follow the ladder up, it will take you to the campsite. And this is a campsite that I do not want to be a part of. Whatever's going on here is weird, some kind of strange experiments. I don't know what's happening. You could not pay me to stay here. Now I had to have another spooky build to meet all of my goals. So I decided on the museum, and whoever is staying at the campsite is also hanging out at the museum. They have taken over the entire back half of the island, and they just like to hang out in this rocking chair with this toolbox behind them. And it's all a little weird. But this is my build in front of the museum. Like I said, the pond was just really restricting me. So I ended up getting rid of it and then just putting all of this pathing down, adding some fences. I have a couple of the pumpkin items here. And then I decided to go with the spooky, weird rocking chair just randomly sitting here with a tool set. It feels spooky to me. I don't know about y'all. Does it count? I think it counts as a spooky build. I actually like the way it turned out. And in the rain, I think it looks even better. If you follow the path along, you can sneak back this way. If you want to get to the campsite, it'll lead you right back. But that's it. That is my island, the Island 13. I can't believe I finished this in 30 days. I can't believe I finished it without using any Nintendo Online. No custom paths, all on my own. I'm very proud of it, and I hope that y'all like it too. I did manage to meet every single one of my goals. We hit a 5-star island. I did 2 spooky builds, and I decorated my house interior completely. Those might feel like simple goals, but I promise in 30 days it is not easy to do. So I am happy to be able to say that all of them were completed. I want to say thank you so much to everyone who supported this 30-day challenge. If you watched the whole thing or if you just stumbled upon this video, thank you so much. I hope to do another one of these in the future sometime because I really did have a lot of fun doing it. So if you enjoyed it and you want to see something like that, please let me know down in the comments below. Until then, I'm going to have a video that I think you'll like on the screen for you to click on right now.